would like kind of, you know, feel like it was like tapping on a keyboard kind of idea and like swishing across.
Come on, Speedy.
Wow. He's really on there good.
Thank you so much, Valiant Boy. Oh my fucking god, that's amazing. Thank you for the subscription. You are the first ever subscriber. Thank you, thank you, thank you. This toke is for you, my good friend. There you go, you're a moderator now. Don't worry, bro. I'm always on kick, but Twitch don't cause me a problem. Yeah, no worries. It's whatever. That's why I multi-stream. Whatever platform you prefer to be on that platform. I'm gonna say, go read a chapter of a book. Honestly. Lazy Panda! Welcome to the stream! How's it going? If you can't say fuck you to your friends, who can you say fuck you to? Fuck you! As always, if you can't say fuck you to your friends, who can you say fuck you to? Fuck you! Hate is funny. We make fun of people who come in here and be like, bro, fucking go kill yourself, you fucking tranny whore, buzz, fucking... And I'm like, okay, first of all, let me ask you, why do you believe what you believe? And is there any way I can change your opinion of belief? And first of all, I am just a cross-dresser. So then I, you know, go into the spew about what do you call a woman who wears pants? Well, normal. What do you call a dude who wears a dress? A cross-dresser. Well, at some point in time, that's not going to be the case. At some point in time, it's just going to be acceptable that you can just wear whatever clothes you want. And if you want to wear makeup, just wear makeup. Gotta go check on our food. So close to dead. Nice! Right in the face! What an ending! What an ending! If you can't say fuck you to your friends, who can you say fuck you to? Fuck you! Oh, well, I guess we can, we got a bunch of new shit. So if you want to check out the new emotes and the new commands, we also got timed messages now. 33,259. Holy shit, bro. Blow me out of the water. I'm like, where the hell should I put Garuda? I also made commands for abbreviations, so you can just write !T. I also did this one. You can go 8-ball. Don't know your Dragon Ball Z lore, bro? Magic Ball shows that Cute Muffin is going to write an abject failure of a Horus historical story. Better get right and get that one over with. And then there's in the bestiary, there is like 10 or 15 races that have a high class. There's like, 5 in the world of their species have like the lowest level of intelligence. Yeah, I added emotes. You are currently the only one who can use that, though, because only subscribers can use the Gooner emote. A story that's got, like, AI imagery, and then it's me telling the story. We've got a story that's AI imagery with text-to-speech. And then we have me reading a short story, and another AI-generated imagery with AI reading a short story. Because who doesn't love a lurker? Lurkers are the best. I just love the roach out because I stacked 36 lurkers. Yo, boys, we back. How's it going? So, I guess we don't need this up. Where is... Today is... Elemental Magic. Because there is a very defining point in how the magic system works in Final Fantasy, right? And it's usually under an elemental clause. So that's usually how the world is affected by some sort of element, and then extrapolated from there to create a greater effect. At least that is the idea. So let's see how well we hold up. And how, like, the elemental wheel works, which would be like earth, water, wind, fire, ice, thunder. Let me take those backwards. So, earth beats water. Water is strong to earth. Yeah, earth beats water. That water beats earth. That seems a little weird, right? Wind beats fire. Fire. What element actually works with what element? And then, of course, there is light and dark, which embodied 3 elements combined. Light is earth, wind, ice. dark is water, fire, thunder. Earth beats wind. Wind beats ice. Ice beats water. Water beats fire. Fire beats thunder? I don't know. We'll have to see how that works out. Well, light tends to be more defensive. Dark tends to be more offensive. Doesn't mean the other one can't, but it is very much a it can, and it dominantly falls on one of those sides. But I think that's pretty much as we have for it. So, without any ado, let's get into it, boys. Here we go.
Hey, Momo. See, with that, I now understand that you, as a character, like your element lightning, are volatile but powerful, with your anger prone to get out of control. This has been a lesson in elemental magic. Good evening, everyone. It is 2021. Welcome to the channel, a place of refuge and certainty in these hard times. Because unlike other places in the world, here on Hello Future Me, we have a stable political system not prone to coups, and our supreme Empress Momo. All hail Momo. Elemental magic systems are like your average office water cooler. They're cool, and they've got water. I know it was a bad joke. Don't get fired up about it. And I know why you would want to write one. When I was 13, I wrote this fantasy book,
which will never see the light of day,
about these 4 kids who could all control one element, and they were called guardians, and the main guy controlled air, and they could go into this rage mode called status. As you can tell, originality was my strong suit. But let's talk about how you might do one well nowadays. Oh, and do you like reading, and do you have ears? Well, now you can read my book on writing and world building with your ears. It's an audiobook. #1 bestseller on this channel's bestseller list. It's already sold 23,000 copies, and everyone knows that books that sell well must be good. It's also read by some really cool people, Larissa and Murph, you might know them. It's got like all of the on writing and world building chapters in an easy to read and reference book. So, you know, links down below, and not just on Amazon, it's on a bunch of different places that aren't owned by Amazon if you don't want to give them any of them, because people wanted that. Cool, links down below. I don't mean to be a downer, but
elemental magic systems aren't that original.
Yo,
but come on,
cute
we
muffin,
are
how's
used
it
to the common
going?
4 or 5 elements all over the place. So here are 2 ways to be more original with an elemental magic system.
See, and that's the thing, is we don't exactly have to be original. We just have to conform to whatever the standards Final Fantasy has set for a magic system type. So thus, for instance, the 6 main elements with 2 additional elements combining in the either side of that element, light or dark. And everything else just kind of falls into place with, like, the spell list of Final Fantasy, right? It's just the explaining how the effect works in the real world to allow it to do what it does, such as haste, right? It's like, how does haste work? And like we experimented with earlier, like a couple months ago, with like a couple of magic system things. It took me 3 stream restarts to get the audio working. Damn, Muffin. Well, it's working because I'm lurking in there, and I was watching before the stream, because I noticed you went live just before me. Hopped in there and checked that out. So yeah, glad to see the audio's working. That's great, right? One more step in the right direction, huh? Hell yeah. If only I could get all of my shit together and fixed. And, that's like, not tomorrow, but the next day's. Well, technically tomorrow, because it is Tuesday now. Wednesday's job, because Wednesday is my day off. So. But like I said, with like higher level, or like just the way that Husai is, Husai specifically, the way that he categorizes spells in his head based on that tier system we were talking about like 2 days ago or so, is what makes him like more powerful at magic, because he's compartmentalized in his mind what each spell limits. So when he's casting Fire 1, it doesn't, it's like exactly how much mana it's going to take from him, and exactly how to instantly cast the spell, essentially. Whereas other people have a cast time, whereas Husai's cast time is like significantly reduced compared to what other people's would be, because of how he works with his whatchamacallit, like his mind with magic. So other people are like, oh shit, well, it doesn't really go down that far of a lane with, like every time they're casting a spell, they have to make sure that they're focusing enough to not have the spell basically go out of control. Whereas Husai is like, and it's like one of his things, like he's literally written a book about it, and all of this shit. Oh, also I got banned in one of my favorite channels because of my age, and I surpassed them in follower count. Good for you, Muffin. I mean, if Twitch allows you on the platform, because on Twitch you have to be 13 plus, and you're over 13, like, that shouldn't be a reason for someone to ban you in their channel, because Twitch is allowing you on the platform. Hello, what you chatting about? Skylar, welcome, welcome. We are talking about the magic system in my book. Other than that, we're talking about Cute Muffin's stream, because, like I said, I told him he needs to start streaming, because he's going to pop the fuck off. And, like, he is popping the fuck off. And it's great to see. I'm super glad for him. It's like, he's got something that people are actually really, really want to watch. And me getting banned for almost no reason. Yeah, some people are just ridiculous, Muffin. I mean, it sucks that it's one of your favorite channels, too. It's like, that's how you alienate people in your channel, and you stop growing. That's why, unfortunately, I don't know if you were here for it yesterday, Muffin, but Valiant Boy is no longer a mod. Yeah. I guess somehow he thought somewhere in his head that me and Toe Connoisseur making fun of him was like us ganging up on him or something like that, because we were just bantering. And he banned Toe Connoisseur. So I was like, okay. I respect it, though. Just have to wait another 4 years. Wait, huh? See, it's not like you can help it. It's not your fault that your age is whatever your age is. It's like, that's kind of bullshit. Right? Especially because, like, I would consider you, like, extremely mature for your age. Like, if you didn't say how old you were, I would think you were, like, 25. Or maybe 21 because of, like... Not saying Trackmania is not, like, but it's like... It's a younger man's game, right? it's a reflex game. More so than, like, an FPS or anything like that. But yeah. So, Valiant Boy did not take it very well, but I told him multiple times, don't ban people. And he banned him. And I was like, okay. I was like, even you know he's not a mod anymore. He was, but he's not anymore. I told him, like, 3 weeks ago, man, if you take any more mod actions, such as banning anyone, then I'm gonna have to take your badge and gun. And last night, without even saying, I said, if you have a problem, DM me, come to me, talk to me, go on the Discord, like, say something. He just outright banned Toe Connoisseur. And then Toe Connoisseur left the channel. And I was like, what? God damn it, Valium. So he's actually, like, costing the integrity of my stream. So we had to take his mod away. unfortunately. But, I mean, he's still got artist and he's still got editor. He just can't ban people because he's too trigger happy. And when, like, I'm bantering with people, I can't have him fucking randomly banning them because he thinks they're making fun of him. That's not, you're abusing your power, bro. That's not how it works, unfortunately. I'll message him, ask about it. Yeah, he was like, well, what am I supposed to do if someone's, like, making fun of me and stuff? And I was like, me and Eggy were talking about specifically you, Muffin, with, like, how we were making fun of you with the pictures that he sent you. And then Eggy, you were like, stop, and we stopped. Because you asked us to stop, and you made it clear that that was something that bothered you. And we're like, oh, okay, yeah, we won't make fun of you for that. Like, that's just, yeah, like... But he just keeps banning people in the chat for no fucking reason. I didn't even see it. And then Eggy was like, wait, Toe's banned? And I looked up, and I was like... For fuck's sakes, Valium boy. And it was like right at the end of the stream too. So I had to like call him out, take away his mod, put him in the corner, and say it's okay, but you just can't do that. And we've been through this. So a little sad, and he didn't take it very well, but that's okay. You know, told him to go smoke a joint and come back tomorrow, and we can discuss it if he wants on the Discord. But it is what it is. As for the magic system, it's not like I'm just going to write down every spell and how it works, right? Because there's a way that Husai would think that the spell works, and then there's a way that everyone else individually would think that a spell works, right? And it's all, like, the idea is, again, consciousness through intent. So, like, I was thinking today about the idea of, you know, every particle essentially has consciousness, right? I guess that's why I have my mod thing about only warning, and if it escalates, only I can ban. Yeah, it's like, if there's a problem and something doesn't get solved and you need to ban someone, we have the option to, but it's the ban is the nuclear option. It's not our go-to. We time out before we even ban. And then Valiant Boy's like, oh, I only banned him for like 60 seconds, and I'm like, yeah, but it's the principle. That it looks bad when your mods are banning people that disagree with them. Especially in an area where I'm trying to cultivate a culture of people bantering with each other, and, like, specifically me, like, making fun of myself and being like, oh, I'm the worst streamer, I'm a fucking retard. Like, you know, my mods aren't really great mods, lol. They're only lurking when there are bots. Yeah, I mean, I just, like, I'm here, had to go Winco to get cat food. Nice, Sean, welcome. We were just, discussing Valium Boy, and my magic system, and how the elements kind of work into it, because it's based off of Final Fantasy, right? So it's like, the magic system is generally based in an elemental status, and then that element works in some way. So we were saying specifically with, like, towards intent. If every particle has an intent, then when you cast magic, the magic that you cast is conscious, right? I didn't know you had cats, unless you're the one eating it. Oh, no, Sean always says he's got a cat mouth to feed. It's, King James, right, Sean? If I am correct. I believe at least one of them is called King James. If not just James and then just added, yeah, I got one named Daisy. She's a little runt black. Cutest fucking thing. She's super talkative, and she will not leave you alone. So just follow you and go, meow, 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 meow. I'm like, wow, that was a really nice day there, Daisy. Any cat except for Sphinx are cute. Hell yeah, brother. Reach it. Cats are epic. And as Sean stated, they own you. You don't own a cat, they own you. You are their slave. You're their pet. But anyways, so specifically I owned by 5. King James, Queen Violet, their daughter, the goddess Aphrodite, the Empress of Nihonja, aka Ninja, and his royal hind ass King Richard of the Lion's Fart. Nice. Nice, Sean. Love it. So being original is not necessarily in how the magic system itself works with elements. It's how the characters perceive in conjuring that magic, and how that magic interfaces with consciousness. Owned by a black one. Yup. See, they own most of society, I would say.
It's not the elements, but how you use them narratively.
True!
The great thing about elemental magic is that we already have these cultural associations with each element. Fire and anger, water and healing, life and energy. This makes it really easy to code characters and things in your world with ideas and personality traits.
There's a couple on YouTube that have, I think, about 10. Kittysaurus is the name, I think. Japanese. Sounds about right. Japanese have an actual real problem with, like, invasive house cat species.
The character arrow.
Because they have a lot, like, they use a lot of natural things for, like, things that we would use technology for, such as, like, koi fish for, like, purifying their water and stuff, but the cats attack the koi fish and kill the koi fish, so it's actually a huge problem in Japan.
Erebos in the Dragon Prince is aligned with the stars, and the writers use
I
how
would
we
love to
project
go
a
to a
sense
cat
of
cafe.
wonder,
That would be
awe,
sick.
power, mystery that we find in the night sky to inspire these same feelings in this equally mysterious character. Zuko's firebending is an analogue for his hot-headedness and struggles with anger throughout the series, while Katara's motherly and healing character is expressed through her waterbending. By using these natural assumptions that we as readers all have, elemental magic creates a more visceral and visual way of exploring and manifesting these character traits. Magic can become an analogue for character growth, struggles, attributes, right from the beginning of your story, and you can more easily pull readers into caring about your characters because of it. We don't have this natural connection with, say, the power of the witches in the Northern Lights to separate from their daemon. We don't really know what this means for who they are, what they believe, what their personalities are like. So understanding who they are because of it takes Philip Pullman a lot more time to explain in the story. And it's not just about characters, but dynamics between your characters. Common tropes connected to elemental magic are the 5-man band and the power trio. You'll know them, you've seen them in a ton of stories, I promise. These are common character setups. You've got the leader, the lancer, the smart guy, the big guy, and the heart of the group.
Yup.
They all fill a specific emotional or narrative.
Okay, let's see. So we got Husai. Probably Gluttony. No. I think this would be Varius. No, smart guy is Varius. Who's the Lancer? I mean, maybe it's Walker? And the heart is the Viceroy. Gotta get back to it. See ya. Sounds good, Muffin. Good luck. Have fun, brother. Keep at it. I believe in you, buddy. Keep pressing on. Next thing you know, you'll be way above me, brother. Okay, so we need to turn that expectation on its head. Make the fire mage the calm one and the ice mage the violently aggressive. Well, see, that's the thing, Sean, is that there's not really, like, an emphasis for personality behind, like, the elements. It's more like the light and dark tendencies. Like, we've got...
Roll and can...
the elemental wheel, which is earth, water, wind, fire, ice, thunder. So basically, earth is weak against water, water is strong against earth, and then you just keep doing that into like a circle, right? And then earth, wind, and ice are all light, which have like earth is like defensive, wind is like barriers, so this is like physical defense, magical defense, and ice is actually this this is actually water and this is ice. Earth, wind, and water. So you got defensive, like physical defense, magical defense, healing. Like passive damage, active damage, and like debuffs, right? Like ice is like debuffs, fire is damage, and thunder is like dots. Ice is definitely more defensively themed than air. I think it should be earth, water, and ice. And do wind, fire, thunder. Have 2 weak, 1 strong. And then 1 weak and 2 strong. Because usually these are weaker offensive attacks. But they're stronger defensive attacks. And then these are the opposite. Like you're thinking like earth is like stone skin. Water is like healing. Ice, I guess, is also like a magical barrier. Those would be right for determining defensive, offensive themed elements, but it does break the symmetry. At the end of the day, as long as there's only 3 and 3, because it's like light is a combination of all 3 of these, and dark is a combination of all 3 of these. So like your highest level, like rift, fissure, implodes are of a dark and light, where you have 3 different rifts on top of each other, and then 3 different fissures on top of each other, and then you implode all 3 of them at the same time. It's like a unison attack, basically. It has to be timed basically perfectly, but like slightly offset. So like the fissures are beside each other, so they don't actually overlap, and then the rifts can break all of the fissures open. Oh, only the grooviest wizard can master earth, wind, and fire. I'm retarded. Okay, TTS is on. It always takes 1! I wish at one point in time it would just leave it open, but it don't, and it's sad. Okay. And the stronger the character is, the stronger you can make their things, right? Like doing like a stone skin 2 or something like that. But yeah, this seems like our basic group.
Do things that nobody else in the group really can. Elemental magic, for obvious reasons, fits in pretty well with this. By dividing the elements between characters, you give everyone a unique role, and you can tie in how the characters relate to one another to how their elements relate to one another. The smart guy might let his intellect get in the way of him being empathetic and kind, while the heart might let her emotions get in the way of her being smart. The show Witch does exactly this, with Irma being the big guy and having her controlling the earth element, while Heylin is the heart of the group and she controls air. These are 2 opposite people within the group, and they have 2 opposite elements. In contrast, the power trio might have 2 characters who are diametrically opposed. They typically disagree, and so they have fire and water, and then one person caught in between them. Again, you can use these associations to create a magical metaphor of sorts for character relationships, giving them a new way to express it and a new way for you to visualize it in your story.
But this is also a weakness. A lot of the reason that elemental magic feels so samey and unoriginal a lot of the time is that authors are using these common associations
Just like
to
Naruto
do the
for
same
real.
character
True.
arcs, and
that's why it's like, it's not the magic itself, it's how the characters interface with the magic, right? In the way that everyone can cast a fire spell, but everyone's fire spell is different. And that's like, you know, what's the degree temperature of the fire? What's the size of the fire? What's the control of the fire? Is it the flames or is it the heat that you're manifesting the most of, right? So it's like, it can be completely different based upon the character, and not even in the strength. Did you see my previous comment? But individuals have affinities with certain elements due to their own consciousness, right? So ice spirits or whatever trying to calm the savage fury, while the fire spirits are attempting to warm the frigid heart that sort of thing. Adding to the concept of everything being conscious. Well, true, and there's the fact the Grimoires in Black Clover are kind of like this, but a bit more fast and loose since a person's element can kind of be anything. Yeah, exactly. But it has a basis in some way, right? And then it's like, how do you manipulate and work within the confines of that element, right? But that's why it's like there is such a degree of difference between magic. So consistency only remains between characters. And it's not like one as a... it's more of like you have... The affinity towards the element is more of the element falls into the category of what you're in, right? Like if you're, let's say, someone like Husai, who's a melee fighter as well as a mage, then you have, like... And he's, like, not an offensive mage, he's a defensive mage. So he's, like, all about buffing himself and others and, like, rallying and stuff like that. And then same with Gluttony, because he's a paladin. So it's like stacking those on top of each other using the nature of the basis of the personality of the person to show what path they lean towards when it comes to elemental magic. So anyone can use any element, but the element that wants to work with you and is the easiest to use can and maybe should oppose the personality of the caster. It would be unexpected and perfectly fit your narrative. I mean, I could see it for sure. And it's like a social thing too, where people like, because you know how people like love to fight against their nature, right? So that could be a big thing, and then it's like a turning point for the characters when they finally accept who they are, and they're able to use that element to its like fullest potential. I really like that idea. It's like a different kind of awakening from a title. It's like an internal awakening to yourself as opposed to an awakening from Gaia. But you have to accept like the flaws of who you are because, and like stop fighting against your reasonings why you think that this element isn't your main element. I mean, it just adds another multiple layer of, like, stacking buffs, right? And as long as we have some that are base and some that are multiplicative, we can have some insane stat boosts going on, right? And there still is the one, like, problem, which is either duration or like that, right? It's something that's like, once you've cast the spell, let's say a defensive spell on someone, like how long does that defensive spell last? Do you have to continue to like put in a little bit of magic in order to keep it alive? So it's like, it's almost like reserving your mana in Path of Exile, where it's like the more spells and more buffs that you cast, the limited mana pool that you have access to at the time. So you have to make sure that your moves are stationed on that. Gremlin Aura 99999. Welcome. Hey there. How's it going? Welcome to the stream. We are discussing how my elemental magic system holds up to the greats, even though our magic system is based off of Final Fantasy, so it kind of narrows down how things are structured, but gives leeway on how characters interact with the magic itself. and categorize the magic. And it's different basically for different people. Going, well, that's good to hear. Are you a writer? Do you enjoy stories? Hold up in what way? In the creative, like, thinking process of, like, how can we make this as interesting as possible? How can we weave it into the narrative? How many layers can we add to it? And how well can we adapt it to the complete world itself and make it feel completely natural? Good morning, Smokey. How's it going? Welcome, welcome. Everyone seems to be popping in right now. It's a good time. I am, by the way. Well, that's good to know. If you want, at any point in time, if you have anything that you want me to read, feel free to hop into the Discord and post it in the public stories if you want me to read it. The angry person who wants the fire explosions to show his rage gets ice and must come to the point in his life where they just say, F it, nothing really matters, the way they thought it did. The slights of their youth were all in their head, and suddenly their ice magic upgrades to 3rd tier, and they can chase the 4th tier, while those who never make that breakthrough are stuck in tier 2 at the highest. Because that's another thing, Sean, is I want Husai to... Maybe it isn't even Husai, but he has, like... It's like... Sure. Sounds good, Gremlin. The thing is, again, it's not 100% how the tier system of magic works, because we're basing everything on Final Fantasy, right? So there's, like, Fire 1, Fire 2, Fire 3, Fire 4, Fire 5, Fire 6, essentially, right? So all spells have those tiers. Buffs usually go up to 2, and then... Like, the 3rd tier is, like, immaculate endgame ridiculousness, right? It's like, tier 1 is 10%, tier 2 is 30%, tier 3 is, like, 90%. It's, like, insane, the amount of scaling. But that's usually for just, like, defensive things, like stone skin. Whereas, like, straight barriers, like defense, like protect and shell... would go up to, like, tier 6, right? And I've always wanted magic circles to be a big part of the book, but I don't think I'm going to actually do that. We talking about scaling now? Yeah, because that's one of the things that's, like, for tiers, like Sean was talking about, right? The way to upgrade tiers and stuff like that, because most of the way that I've used magic is... It's very inclined to the person. So, like, for instance, Husai uses the tier systems of, like, separating them in his head so that he can cast lower level spells super easily, essentially. It's like a way of differentiating your fire spells. So when you cast a fire spell, you know the strength and scope of that spell that you're casting. And that keeps the spell from... Because there's one problem, which is the spell can get out of hand. And with magic is if you cast too much, like you use too much mana, it basically starts to eat away at your physical body instead of your spirit. So you can physically harm yourself by casting magic. But the way I think about it is, it's like if you could instantly set yourself on fire. So it's like you're casting, you're talking about tiers, you're referring to the VSBW or OV... BF tiering systems. Not sure what those stand for, but, like, if that's a complicated way of using, like, tier 6 being island level destructive power. Well, it's not so much the scope of area of effect, it's more of the density overall, right? Like, you can have someone who has a fire spell who casts Fire 1 that brings the temperature of a house up to, like, 120 degrees across the entirety of the house, right? Or you could have someone cast Fire 4 that starts as, like, a ball inferno of, like, 300 or 3,000 degrees and then slowly goes outwards and engulfs everything in its wake using the physical reactiveness of the world to catalyze the spell. True, Smokey. True. It's definitely toke time. I don't think we've actually had a toke this stream yet. I ground some, but it doesn't look like I touched the grinder at all. So it is what it is. Yeah, exactly, Gremlin. It's about how focused it is, but that's how the magic works on a level of consciousness. So you use your soul to invoke... No Togs is crazy, bro. I mean, we've been going hard, Smokey. It is what it is, right? 5 minutes sleep that long. You're letting them stack up, Smokey. It's true. Oh. So now the question is, as
Gremlinora 99999 is now following.
Thank you
for following
following.
99999.
Super
I hope
appreciate
you're
it.
enjoying the stream less than 4 less
Patron
than
was
3
just
plus
telling me
1.
used to Arch Commander Consummate and thinks he'd be a perfect match for us.
I'm not that interested.
Okay, I was like, how long is the bomb gonna be up there?
Why?
What? Why are you smoking?
Maybe.
What? When did you start smoking?
1989-ish?
So you have been lying. It all makes sense. The filled ashtrays, the burning pine-scented hairspray.
Yes, I'll say it. Her 3-pack-a-day voice?
Indeed, indeed. So, the whole idea of tiering has 2 potentials, because I'm never married to any idea. Anything can change at any point in time. That's the glory of the ideas, is if there's a better idea or an idea that fits better, may not be as good of an idea, but it works more overall in general, it's better to scrap the idea that just doesn't fit, no matter how much you want to use it. So there's the Husai writing the book.
You are in for it now, sweetheart. Take those sexy glasses off like a good girl. You don't need to see what happens next.
True. But basically, the tiering system has 2 potentials. It's Husai created the tiering system, or the tiering system is just like a philosophy of magic. Because of how the magic system works, different people believe different things about how magic works. There's many different schools, but at the end of the day, it's personal to whoever is casting the magic. So there's no real right or wrong way to cast magic, because it's all invoked through the consciousness and imagination. Power scaling was a thing I got into about 2 years ago before I got into writing. Well, it's scary because, like, we go from, killing, mandragoras and, goblins to, fighting dragons the size of, multiple cities to, fighting basically celestial beings. So the scaling, escalates extremely because of, artifact and relic armor, the technology of the past, the influence of magic, and the intelligence of people being able to understand how things stack multiplicatively on top of each other to get the most amount of buffs out of something, such as using the rift and fissure system in order to have a minimal amount of melees or tanks on the line and rely a huge amount on mages for the initial 90% HP, and then the rest is done with the physical when it's already kind of damaged and fucked up to a point. We're talking 50 mages casting spells all synchronously, right? Where are these celestial beings scaling? Consciousness. So consciousness is fundamental to existence, and basically the celestial beings are planets. Planets are a outcome of their shells, and basically space debris gather around the shell to create a crust, and then they send out seeds of their consciousness to create life, and then that consciousness expands, and when that consciousness dies, it comes back to the being. So through creating life on its planet, it basically grows and evolves. Those are good celestial beings. Bad celestial beings don't care about life. So they will destroy their own planet, devour anything on it, and search the universe for other things to devour. The main enemy anima is a all-encompassing, world-eating, sun-eating black hole that devours everything in its path. And Gaia is the main planet, who's the good celestial being, who is trying to stop anima from consuming her. So maybe the reality is that the tears are how willing the spirit is to work with you and how accepting you are to that spirit type. If you attempt to force a more powerful effect than your partnership can support, it weakens your physical form. Well, if you're fully in tune with the spirit of that element, then you're practically unfettered. Because celestial can range from, like, planetary to uncountably infinite dimensional. True. So it's like celestial beings, and even among celestial beings, anima is like the black hole at the center of at the center of the galaxy, whereas Gaia is just a planet. So there is this. So if you think of like the lowest gap of like the lowest like monster on the bestiary, and compare that to like Gaia's consciousness, there's a greater gap in that between Gaia and anima. But anima can't control himself. He is just rage incarnate. So Gaia has the functioning mind essentially to hold him back. And the ending of the book is like the final conflict between Gaia and anima, and it's like, you know, rush into battle, but you don't know what happens, right? It's like the struggle for eternity. Like, no one can truly win in the end. Like, Gaia winning is holding anima at bay so he can't devour the entirety of existence until there's nothing left. If that brings things more into perspective. And then through technology, magic, and Gaia herself, the main characters get to a point of, like, almost being equal, but it's literally, if you've watched Naruto, it's literally like the monarch is like Madara, and it's the entire world against him, and he's still owning everyone as fuck. To the point that the fight between Husai and the monarch at the end is like Goku and Vegeta on Namek, to the point where they destroy the planet so much that there's no coming back.
What's that?
So Gaia, I was about to say Gaara, Gaia breaks out at the planet, destroys the planet, and kills the monarch by basically freezing him in space with the rest of everyone else. But everyone dies, but their consciousness is returned to Gaia, whereas the monarch and the viceroys return to anima. And then they follow that using an explanation of the soulscape and everything. It'll make sense when it's fully explained, but using magic to invoke consciousness into a physical object to send that to a different space. So it's like she sends her consciousness across time towards anima. And it's supposed to be like billions of years before she gets to anima, and then she finally gets there, and it's like the final battle, right? How big is existence in this fiction? Existence never goes beyond the scope of the planet. The planet and it got, like, anima and Gaia are referenced as celestial beings in a grand order, but it is only on the face of consciousness. So there's a universal consciousness, and then that sends seeds that create more consciousness. So everything is like smaller groups of consciousness that are seeds born of other consciousness. So when one consciousness loses its form, it returns to the greater consciousness it was connected to. And then it's just a web of consciousness throughout the existence down to a single particle, having even the smallest, slightest bit of consciousness. And then celestial beings having a high enough degree of intelligence to be able to invoke the idea of the quantum world in order to force particles in and out of existence and to split particles from antiparticles and cause extra waves of gravitons to make it so when the particles pop into existence, they don't immediately annihilate each other. They're pulled apart and placed into two separate parts of the universe, where it said that antimatter and matter are the same side of the same coin, and if those particles met, all of existence would be obliterated. But for some reason, because of gravity, the certain particles are pulled apart from each other before they have a chance to annihilate themselves. So a true consciousness can enact like the physical world through gravity to cause particles to pull apart from each other, and then you can modify those particles. It's basically like having a cell that could be programmed into anything, and then you just build the molecule or the protein based upon that cell. And it uses the idea of quantum entanglement and quantum mechanics in order to create that. I thought you said there was a galaxy when talking about Gaia being a black hole in the center of that. No, Anima is the, like, think of the scale difference between a black hole that's in the center of a galaxy and a planet. That's the difference in scale between the consciousness of Anima and Gaia. And Anima is basically like the biggest black hole in the universe, right? Just going around devouring everything, to the point that he creates like his own galaxy around him to devour it. And he sends shards of himself out into existence because he knows that he's going to run out of energy before he can devour all of existence. So he sends shards of himself out into the existence to get species to basically evolve super fast and procreate across their worlds to create as much life for him as possible, so that when he eats, he gets his maximum amount of energy. So the monarch, it's like kind of this duality where the monarch wants people to, because the monarch's being controlled by Anima, wants people to have a beautiful, amazing, peaceful, easy, non-conflicting life where you just procreate and advance your consciousness until he can eat you. And then Gaia wants there to be strife, hardship, disaster, conflict, because it teaches people the value of their existence. And this is contrasted in the book between the Adventurers Guild and the tree. Because in the crystalline tree, there is no fatigue, no hunger, no want for anything. You don't need anything, you just exist, which makes existence stagnant. There's a galaxy or universe, but in terms of the story, you only see what's on the planet. That's what I think is going on. The galaxy or universe at large doesn't actually come into the story. Yeah, Sean, it only comes into the story at the very end of the book, in the last bit of the last chapter. But you do have, like, it tells you that there is an entity out there that is devouring the universe. At the beginning of the second book, you learn the lore behind Anima and the Monarch. But that's as far as it goes, and it's out of scope for the actual planet itself and the beings on it. I see, so there canonically is a galaxy then. Right, yes. Yes, canonically there is a galaxy. There are multiple galaxies. There are beings that are greater than planets that are the accumulation of those galaxies, even more so than there are suns the size of black holes that are in the center of galaxies. To contrast, like what we believe there are white holes to oppose black holes. Not exploring something out of scope, that's unlike you. That's true, Levi, it is very much unlike me. But there are things that need to be grounded in that aspect, and it's just a contrast to show this is what is truly out there. And it's like at the very beginning, right? The very first chapter, where you see what would be considered the strongest, best adventurers in the entirety of the world. Like, these adventurers would be like, I don't know what guild it is, but whatever guilds in, like, World of Warcraft do, like, world first events. Like, that's the scale of how good these adventurers are, right? They are world motherfucking class. And they barely beat the Emerald Weapon. And then the main characters in Husai come in, and they're just like, done, easy, out of the way, get out of here, don't even worry about it. Because that's how much stronger each generation gets after, like, the influence of knowledge and stuff like that. At least my chapter 12 is under 1,000 words, so tangents probably won't prevent reading it. Well, Sean, tomorrow, like, one of the things is, tomorrow is my Friday, so if we have a late day today, that's okay. Tomorrow, like, I can just push through for tomorrow, and then it'll be the weekend, and then I can just sleep in on Wednesday, because unlike last week, I don't have anything on Wednesday, so I can actually sleep in till, like, 8 o'clock, and then, you know, catch up on this last week's sleep, that I'm gonna actually wake up and do something, because we had Easter dinner on Wednesday last week. That just means you've left room for more tangents. That's true, Levi. Very much so. I mean, we're at 5 minutes into the video and we're an hour into the stream. So you tell me. And we've kind of gotten off the scope of talking about just magic in general, even though magic is directly related to consciousness, because magic is just how consciousness can affect the real world. But it's just invoked through the idea of elements, because that's how magic works in a Final Fantasy world. So it's a contingency that I have to kind of stick to. That there is wiggle room within that structure, but it is a very, like, you know, the base of it is how does this element affect the real world to cause this thing to happen. There should be a correlation between that, right? And I think that's what we should be building during this session, essentially. But let's get back to it.
Character dynamics that we have seen a million times before. Oh, the fire user's arc is about controlling his anger. Wow, would it
Is it fine if I share my story in the Cord? Yeah, go ahead. We can read it afterwards if you want.
Well, eat my
after
cat,
I read
Colin
chapter 12
Never heard
of
that
Catversion.
Part of being original here.
I mean,
is
there's
not
the possibility
only
we just
finding new
skip doing
associations for the
Cryogen
elements,
today.
but also finding different roles
But
for the magic
that's
to
okay.
play narratively. This is why Jack Frost in Rise of the Guardians is pretty damn cool. I love that film. He completely breaks their association of ice being slow, grim, connected to darkness or even death, and he makes it about being fun and rebirth and living in the moment. It's a fundamental part of his character arc to find his place in the world, but it's not an arc that we've seen really associated with ice magic before. Jim Butcher's Codex Alera series associates Earth with lust and being in the moment. It's an uncommon association, but it's one I can totally get behind, because it's about being grounded. It's about your desires and needs in the real physical world. As for the different narrative roles it can play in your story, it doesn't need to be used as an analog for your character arcs or traits. It can be used to explore the world, the tone, the themes. Narnia's world being overtaken
Codex
by a
Alera
magical
is great,
icy
but feels
winter
unfinished.
tells us immediately that this world is unforgiving and grim, when it could be so much more because of our cultural emphasis on the coming of spring, even though winter is better and you will damn well know it. But it also creates a tonal
That is one problem with my ending, Sean. Is there's always a problem, right? So you guys gotta pick and choose which problems you're willing to accept and which ones you're not. People might find my ending unfinished. But that's the whole point, is to leave it up to the reader's imagination what actually happens. Because and that goes to show, like, how grand the fight between Gaia and Anima is. It can't be put into words. So it can only be conjured through the mind of the reader after they've read the book, sit back and say, what do I think in my headcanon happens? Does Anima win? Does Gaia hold him at bay? Are there other beings? Does the story repeat again? Because one of the fundamental purposes of it is to ask the question of, could this have happened in the past on some planet in our reality? And the answer to that should be yes. If you took all the fundamental ideas and it had a catalyst for how, like, a connection between consciousness and the soul, and the idea of, like, a greater consciousness, or greater consciousnesses, and, like, a non-physical based consciousness, and, like, I believe that we are not our bodies, our consciousness, like, we are like a TV or a monitor. And the signal that's being sent to us, which is our consciousness, is from a outside source. The future exists and we don't have to tell it. Codex Alera leaves the MC and is on his way back to his country with a usurper in control. Well, he's the inheritor of the country, and it's major magical... It's magical spirit. So MC has the spirit, well, the usurper has the country. That's what I mean by unfinished. Yeah, and it leaves a story that the reader can create afterwards, right? Like, the best endings, I think, leave the reader to create their own future stories. You don't need 12 books. You need 2 books and an open ending. But, like, close all of the plots and create, like, a brand new, off-the-scope, out-of-scale plot for the end. Which is basically what I did.
Childish wonder through Lucy's eyes. In Brandon Sanderson's Mistborn series, the magic system is used to explore the industrial revolution that the world is undergoing. In the unsurprisingly...
Well, and this is also like a contrast between how the magical world works and how the technological world of the past worked. And why no one knows what technology is or how to use technology. Because magic didn't exist, so they needed to create machines. Whereas in this world, you just use magic to do whatever you would normally have a machine do. And then at the end, it's a combination between technology and magic, which makes it completely off the scale insane.
Named A Song of Ice and Fire series by George R. R. Martin, fire and ice magic are intensely related to the themes he wants to explore. Beric Dondarrion's repeated fire magic resurrection helps explore how death is the ultimate equalizer, and that the ability to die is part of what makes us more human. The mysterious winter ice magic of the North is more about creating an eerie atmosphere and somber tone to his writing. Robert Jordan's The Wheel of Time uses the divide between the masculine fire and earth magics and female water and air magics to explore gender relations. See, I find stories with elemental magic systems to be pretty tonally neutral. They're not inherently whimsical or grimdark. They're the rainbow technicolor dreamcoat of aesthetics. Consider adding elements that change the tone or inform what you want. Maybe earth magic kills plants around you, making it more of a grimdark world full of sacrificial magic. Or perhaps the fire is controlled through upbeat saxophone music, making the world full of whimsical wizards who did it with a saxophone. Yeah baby, you thought the meme was gone, but it is back! What I'm trying to get at here is I want you to think about what you want your elemental magic to do in your story narratively. What does it inform thematically, tonally, and worldly? Yeah, sure, how does it...
Like I said, it's a contrast between fulfilling the needs. Like, you have basic needs. And no matter what, you'll find a way to facilitate the easiest and most efficient way of meeting those needs. And that's also done through, like, the tree itself. And this, like, the metaphor for the tree itself, because it is crystallized consciousness, right? So... the fact that, like, the people that live inside the tree, right, the monarch and everyone, when they first started out, the tree wasn't hollow. They hollowed out the tree themselves. The monarch, like, there's basically, like, a mining thing that the monarch does. I don't exactly know how this is gonna work, but it's in, like, the economic chain of how things are in the tree, and one of them is basically mining. And they grind up the pieces of the tree like pulp, and they create the materials inside of the tree out of the tree. And it's basically like plastic. So it can be like as hard as like a chair, and you could use it as like a chair or a desk. It could be as flimsy as saran wrap. It could be like paper, so you can write on it. Basically, any need that you need is taken care of by the fact that you can manipulate this material into whatever form you need, color, whatever, through a manufacturing process. And the manufacturing process has been changed over, like, the 400 years to 600 years that, like, before the Adventurers Guild, when it was, like, people still remembered the outside world and the before times, the moon, and what the monarch did, and coming from the ocean, and everything like that. Whereas now, everything has moved to a magical sense. So all the old technology is basically, like, hidden by the monarch in the roots. And it's one of the things, again, Husai has come across, because he's the only one who knows about the roots, because Gaia lets him in. And that's how they get to the dome at the end of the day. But the idea that the tree itself, which is consciousness, facilitates the needs of the people in whichever ways they need, which is how consciousness basically works. Is this planet the last bastion of life, or just another stop on the road? It's just another stop on the road. It's just a random planet that happens to have a shard of anima, and there's trillions, if not quadrillions, of shards of anima across worlds everywhere. And that's where it's like at the end of the story. Sean, have you been here when I read the final chapter? I know Eggy was, but I don't know if you were here. Shards of anima? True, Eggy. That's literally how the world ends, in shards of anima, but it's like lava. It's like rocks and lava. So the rocks are like the pieces of turds, and the lava is like, you know, the liquid, the mixed liquid of melted rock and shit pumping out of the planet. And then what Gaia does at the end also, there's another factor that I forgot at the end. Well, you know what? I might as well just read. It's pretty short. I can just read the end real quick here. Just read the end of the book for you guys to give you guys an image. No, that's not what I want. That's what I want. Okay, we need some Zerg music here, because this actually, no, you know what we need? We need... Is this a Freudian subliminal fear of poop you've accidentally created a subtext for? Not me. South Park.
Welcome to Walmart.
Save it, Grandpa. We gotta find the television department.
We can just go to the end. All things fart when they, or all things shart when they die. But I think this is like, this is the music we need for this this chapter. It's like solemn and yeah. Okay, you guys ready? Let's do this. With the strength of chains forged of pain and suffering, defeat and dismay, resolve and perseverance, victory for those who have fallen, the bonds of camaraderie and trust, the hope for those who yet live. The crystalline tree began to expand and weave its way out of the ground, the grand roots of ages past tearing the earth asunder. As it wove its shape, the roots and branches folded and merged, twisting into an oblong arch, the edges of the arch expanding outwards into smaller oblong spheres. The spirit of Gaia pierced the eggshell and the crust of the planet began to crumble. Sprouts of smoke and flame seared the green earth, Gaia's tear fell from her eye and splashed across the land. Plumes of boiling mist erupted from the broken land, obscuring the shell of a planet's view as she drew herself higher. A sonic boom screamed across the sky as the firmament began to collapse. Gaia closed her eyes and left her home behind. From the base of the spheres, the roots twisted upwards, creating trunks. These trunks protruded and began to create smaller oblong spheres. The trunks pierced through the spheres and continued to grow outwards. These trunks sprouted 4 roots from their ends and began to flatten. A 5th root extended from the inner sides and flattened sphere. With a mighty conjure of the diamond weapon, a beam of light shot from Gaia's hand. The beam struck Ixion down the middle. The shockwave vibrated the foundation of the soulscape. Anima unleashed a wail unlike any conceivable. The shockwave split the atoms of the particles in the path between it and Gaia. The light seemed almost spectacular, but in lieu of this monster's attempt, she would bring such a grand show to the stage. The 2 halves of Ixion parted. One half began to glow a bright blue, while the other began to glow yellow. With her companions by her side, she nodded to herself. This was it. She imagined the incantation. Ixion's halves split. The blue stretched into a branch, the yellow into a string. "Now!" Husai shouts. The string began to wrap around the ends of the branch, pulling it taut and bending it. Knowing it was his last moments, he bowed his head and let a smile cross his lips. How wondrous it would be to see the results of my labor. The spirits of the Ixion team poured into the anti-gravitic weapon. The sun darkened as Gaia placed her hand on the bow. "With all that I am and all that I have created, I will end you." Gaia drew the string as the now darkened sun stretched into an arrow of pure darkness. Looking down upon her tattered home, she felt the power of the arrow and prepared. The arrow passed the string and she released. My eyes could not be telling me the truth, as Gaia's arm went
Smokey,
limp.
you here, bro?
The force of momentum waved her palm and it struck the planet. The planet shot off into the distance of space. You would have a plan B, Mother Crystal. Ixion shattered into dust. Gaia calmed her mind. Images passed as if life flashes before her eyes, revealed for next book, which is fake. Wave of the soulscape rippled as her consciousness was ripped from her broken body and carried across the stars. 1,000 shades of darkness erupted as the arrow struck Anima. Their souls collided, the soulscape morphing them into one. "I am in your domain now, Anima. Let this be a fight for eternity." Gaia felt her essence shake. "This has happened before, and this will happen again." The darkness warped, specks of light began to appear. As stars they gathered, surrounding Anima. The monster roared. His essence of rancor could have been corporeal. The darkness shifted to blinding light. Gaia raised her arm to cover her face. Staring at her hand, she heard the call of millions talking as one. "You are made whole, child, as are we all." The stars began to morph into beings of all shape and size, wielding from sticks to laser cannons. Gaia nodded. They all spoke. "If not me, then the next." With a soaring cry mustered from all their beings, they leapt to battle. And then someone in there, we gotta add, like, you know, all the characters, all the main characters, like, behind Gaia. And so it's like that entire scene will be extremely extended, but that's basically the gist of the ending of it. Is that, like, a worthy ending? Because remember, the whole point of the book is New Game Plus. Once you read the book, you have to go back and read the book again, and you'll get all the things that you missed before because you weren't looking for them because you didn't know they would be there. So it's literally like going back through New Game Plus. There goes force of momentum again. Papa Sean dominating me today. From the sound of it, it sounds valid. Yeah. That's my hope, right? And it's like, the chapter before this is like, during the great fight and everything, Gaia becomes, like, almost one of the enemies, because Husai wants her to destroy his consciousness, control his body, and destroy the Monarch, so she doesn't have to destroy the planet. But she knows that she can't do that, and she can't sacrifice his consciousness, not for his sake, for everyone
Betray
else's
your
sake.
pillar who offers you a hole carrying for a only foot. Aha, bro, got priorities, tears of joy.
The Hellion Boy! We're not gonna talk about this, okay? Win or lose, nobody remains to recount the outcome. Exactly, Sean. Exactly. And the fact that we're living here today in our existence means Gaia is out there somewhere holding back Anima, or Anima's out there somewhere coming for our planet. And now we live in the technological age, because it's like the Final Fantasy trope, technological age destroys itself, and a magical age is born from the collapse of that technological age through some mechanism. You never know, right? So, like, magic plays a very important narrative role because of how it plays with consciousness, and it's played in first person from the main character. So, from there, you have to put into perspective each character's ability of consciousness itself. And where you learn, like, avians and insectoids are genetically engineered. Well, so is the Monarch and the Viceroy, and so is Husai. So through genetic engineering, you can manipulate how powerful a consciousness is. So there may even become a point where they want to kind of build a new being that's kind of like a god that could go up against the Monarch. But it's like, should they do this? Should they create something that powerful? Then when magic vanishes, technology must serve once more. If only the two could coexist, perhaps even we could coexist. True, Sean, and there is that brief moment when the octopi from the bottom of the ocean and all the dragons and everyone is fighting the Monarch. So you've literally got, like, spaceships, dragons, and adventurers, and you still can't beat the Monarch. And magic, and you still can't beat the Monarch. Because the Monarch just knows that he is the full embodiment of a being that understands the entirety of the universe, and basically has infinite power. So he can cast, like, Doom 100 on you, and it's like that. Like, his whole thing is, like, taking advantage of meteors and casting meteors. Because it's, like, his representation of pulling the moon out of the sky. So he literally has, like, a pet behemoth that's, like, it's like a skeletal, rebuilt, reanimated mechanical behemoth. So that means he scales to high 3A. I'm not quite sure what that is a reference to, but, like, the reference we like to use is this one. So, like, power scaling is like your tier 1's like normal, tier 2 is like Kaioken, tier 3 is like Kaioken times 10 or Kaioken times 100. Then it's like tier 3 is like Super Saiyan. Then, like, you can push, like, tier 3 AoEs by going, like, Super Saiyan. Like, you can compound the first one, so you can go, like, you know, your normal strength plus your Kaioken strength plus your multiplied Kaioken strength plus your Super Saiyan strength plus your Super Saiyan 3 strength plus your Ultra Instinct strength. You know, it's like each one just compounds on top of the next one, creating an even higher barrier or level of strength. And that's kind of how we think about it. Where it's like, only we're kind of scaling into the millions. So, like, the Monarch is like 3 million, Husai is like 1 million, and most of the other characters are like 800,000, let's say, like, by the end of the book. And the Warriors of Light are like 2 million. Because they're the strongest of the strong. Because they have the fully genetic engineer, whereas Husai is only partly genetically engineered, only for his mind, not necessarily for his body. Even though his body kind of facilitated its own need as coming along with that. And that's the reason why he's human and no one else is. 1 million, I thought he had infinite. It's like he never runs out of energy, but it can only scale to a certain extent, and that's only because he's catalyzing it through a physical body. If Anima used the shard of himself that was lodged into Gaia's shell, it would literally shatter the entire planet. But he's trying to create food for himself. So why would he blow up the planet that he's creating food for himself? So his ultimate goal is just to basically create as much life as possible. So whatever allows him to create as much life as possible, no matter how many times he has to restart, which of the restart would have been him pulling the moon out of the sky. Okay, so it's like his stamina, not his destructive power, durability, or AP. Yes, true, Gremlin. Exactly. And your power level is like, how long can you sustain that power level for, right? You can only sustain certain power levels for certain amounts of time, right? It's like Goku's ultimate ability to getting Super Saiyan 3 was turning, say, Super Saiyan 1 into normal mode, right? And that's kind of how you take it. You take what was the next step, and then you make that normal, and then you try to push beyond it. Would destroying the moon not have gravitational impacts? Yes, Eggy. Where do you think the dragons went? When the Monarch pulled the moon out of the sky and it pulled all the continents together and fucked everything up, the ocean's current stopped. And the oceans stagnated, and the oceans were dying, which would have killed the entire planet, which was something that the Monarch, again, didn't care about, because he could artificially create his own life. So it was something he was just willing to let happen. But the octopi at the bottom of the ocean had technology, and they're basically like, okay, we can slow the process. Then they went to the dragons and said, you guys are big enough to create what we need. So if you guys go down and for like the next, let's say, 600 years, 700 years, you guys stabilize the planet while we set up the technology in order to facilitate the currents and continue the currents and the tides, then we can go and fight the Monarch. So it's like this moment in time is an accumulation of all of that delay building up and happening all at the same time. So eventually the other dragons are going to come out of the ocean. A high A3 would be high universal. It's a character who can impact an infinitely sized space on a three-dimensional axis, or being stated of having infinite power would typically constitute this tier. Yes, but only because a shard of him is close by. Since a shard of him is embedded into the planet, he can enact within the distance of himself, like, let's say, a light year. So, like, an entirety of a solar system, if he has a single shard of himself. He can basically control the entirety of that area. But like I said, his ultimate goal is to create life, so he doesn't want to blow up the planet. So he's trying to hold back as much as possible. So it's more Husai blowing up the planet than it is anything else. And all that element, and at the end of the day, we come back to the dome and the idea of flat Earth, and how the flat Earth has like the shell over top of it. When Gaia destroys the planet and drops her tear down, the idea of her tear, so is Husai not the real villain? No, Eggy, I think you're getting it wrong. There are four characters. Anima, who's the bad celestial being. Gaia, who's the good celestial being. Then there's Husai, who's the vessel of Gaia, who's the good character, who's the main character. And then there's the Monarch, who's the vessel of Anima, who's the bad guy. So there's four characters, a vessel for a celestial being, and then a celestial being, influencing that vessel through consciousness. Whereas Gaia can only slightly influence and talk to Husai, because his brain only facilitates a certain amount before it would be forced out. So beyond normal beings would have just instinct level, he has like a whisper. So that's where it's like the whole book is in first person, and it's gonna feel like he's talking to the main character, like he's talking to himself, and he's like, oh, I had this epiphany about this, and this is how I think this works, and that fits together with that. So it's like, that's how exposition will be, is him like explaining it to the reader. But in the second book, you find out that it was actually Gaia that he was talking to. And it's like Gaia was like talking back to him. So it's like, if you can infer through how I tell the story, thoughts through the questions that Husai asks, it should feel like Husai's breaking the fourth wall and answering your questions. That's how I want to portray it. But anyways, back to the magic system.
Affect who your characters are and how you represent them. Yeah, but maybe think about doing things that haven't been done so much before. The second way to make them more original is pretty simple. The elements themselves. In Aaron Haas's The Dragon Prince, the elements aren't based around the classical 4 or 5, but around the sun, the moon, the stars, the earth, the sky, and the ocean. It's familiar, and still results in lightning being thrown around, but the aesthetic and framing is fundamentally
Team
different
Octopi and
from how you
Dragon.
usually imagine it.
That's why as you learn more about the world, you start to question, are the main characters on the right side? And by the time you get to the fight with Fafnir, you should be cheering Fafnir on. Not Husai. If I do it right, you should be cheering Fafnir on, because he's the one who has the knowledge, and Husai has been manipulated, and everyone's been manipulated, and you can see that as the reader. So in the final fight, when it comes down, when they finally take Atomas to Fafnir, are the main characters on the right side, is the first question I ask when reading any book. And it seems like the main characters are, because there's no reason for fighting. There's, like, the Monarch hasn't really done, like, the only main reason is, like, the fanatics. And it's like, you see in the first chapter how most people in the tree, like, don't think the way that the fanatics do. But the fact that the don't read a lot of World War II history. Don't you read a lot of World War II history? There's always what's more right. And, like, facilitating evil in the name of righteousness. Which is almost kind of what Gaia does, because she wants the world to be a horrible place. Because it'll show people the value of life. So it's like, even as a good being, Gaia doesn't want the paradise that Anima wants. Even if Anima wasn't there to eat the planet, Gaia still wouldn't want there to be a paradise, because things would be stagnant. And you get to see that in the contrast with the tree, of being like, this is what a world of paradise looks like, and it's bad. And it's like, the mirror to that is the real war, like, upper class people in first world countries, that their biggest problem is someone on the internet said something bad about them. And that's, like, how they live their lives around that narrative. That it's like, the worst thing that can possibly happen to me is someone doesn't get my opinion. Which, again, I don't understand, because this is, like, something I've been preaching since, like, day fucking one. And Valiant Boy has been here the entire time. So, you can't tell me he doesn't understand English enough to understand that. And like I said, I'm an extremely emotional person, so I understand. I like thinking of it on a personal level, than on a right or wrong level. Bad is usually framed in a way of character's habitual flaw, standing in the way of being a good person. Exactly, like, you're not willing to sacrifice, like, it's like a trolley problem, and you're choosing the bad trolley problem for basically no reason. I completely buy him not understanding English well enough. But Levi, he should be smart enough to know that if he doesn't understand English well enough, then how can he get mad at things in English if he doesn't understand English enough? Because that doesn't make any sense. Because it's like, if you know that you don't understand English that well, how can you take things that are said in English super seriously? Because you may have the wrong context towards it. Half understanding. And the other thing is, like, Valiant Boy is huge into the, like me and you, Levi, have had the conversation about, is Valiant Boy the ultimate troll? Because it feels like he does the ultimate meta move every single time. And it's like, I don't believe that he's stupid, but I'm like, how does he keep doing this thing over and over? Oh, don't talk to me when I'm not here. Valiant Boy, we're just having a conversation, bro. If you want to chime in on the conversation, feel free. We're not insulting you. I want to ask you, again, is it your understanding of English? Because No one here is insulting you. No one here thinks you're in the wrong. No, Valium, see, that's the problem. You're not a problem. You're completely fine. There's nothing wrong with you. You are completely fine, dude. You just took the rules and used them in your favor, and I can't have that. That's literally as simple as it is. It's also helpful to understand different moral axes. True, Gremlin. And scale. Like, are you trying to
Bro,
defend...
I said hello, you fine? Nobody answer, even you saw UDGAF.
Don't play with me. I said... What? Valiant Boy, I said hello to you when you came into the stream. Go back in the VOD and watch. I said hello to you. I said welcome to the stream. I don't... And now we're like, do you understand English? And it's like, you seem to understand English. Verified. See, Sean can say that too. So it's like, I don't understand where you're getting this attitude from, bro. It's like, at this point, I'm like, I'm just gonna believe that you're just trolling. Because you're still here. You're still here. Not here for small talk. I'm here for goon jokes and stories. Yeah, you can think what you want. See what I mean, guys? You do what you deserved. See what I mean? He's doing the ultimate meta thing that's like throwing it back in your face kind of thing. And I'm like, Valley Boy, I don't know how to respond to this. This is fucked up, man. I don't know. I'm sorry, it's not my fault, but if that means that much to you, you just shouldn't have banned people. Especially Toe Connoisseur, man. Toe Connoisseur. I literally... Valiant Boy, why do you think I have this here?
Hey, if you want to believe I am just messing with you, go ahead.
Yeah, like, what have we chosen for the male version of a Kraken? Wait, what do you mean, Sean? It's obviously the black flame from Monster Hunter Wilds.
They right.
But see, Valiant Boy? Karen. Oh. Male version of a Karen. Sean, I'm dyslexic, okay? Karen is Kevin. The male version of a Karen is a Kevin. But, like, okay, so I'm gonna explain this as easily as I can. Valiant Boy. Oh my god, I can't fucking even spell it. This is so retarded.
If toe_connoisseur is a random viewer, why'd I have toe picks Valium Boy?
Nothing wrong with being dyslexic, just makes it a challenge, not impossible, which means your writing is even more epic than I already thought it was. Well, thank you, Sean. I'll never forget you derailing the chat every 45 minutes with perceived insults. Thanks for your service. That's you buy, I don't know what. I mean, it's a simple question, Valiant Boy. If Toe Connoisseur is a random viewer, why do I have feet pics specifically for Toe Connoisseur? And you betrayed and spit on your first donator motto. But I'm trying to tell you, Valiant Boy, I didn't. Can you explain to me... Like, I feel like I'm Asmongold pulling up a retard here. I'm sorry, Valiant Boy, but, like, how do you think that I like, insulted you or, like, degraded you? Like, please explain to me how I did that so that everyone else can see it. And I can see it. betrayed and spit on you. I don't understand. Who gave you all these suckers who actually watching today? Did it actually make it easier to read when I typed dyslexic as dyslexic? Yeah, probably, Sean, because I knew exactly what the word was without looking at it. Valiant Boy, nobody hates you. Please explain how I did that so I can do it again. Yes, Levi, exactly. I'm here because Levi rated a talks. Nothing to do with you, LMAO. Yeah, I'm starting to think Valiant Boy has a little... Bro, stop playing. I also don't know how you betrayed Disrected. Okay, so yesterday, Gremlin, I had to remove Valiant Boy as a moderator because me and Toe Connoisseur were making a joke about Valiant Boy being a new viewer. And somehow during that banter back and forth, Valiant Boy banned Toe Connoisseur. And I've already talked to Valiant Boy over the course of the last, 2 months, and he's banned, 15 people in the chat. And I keep telling him, you can't ban people in the chat, it makes me look bad. Especially when it's someone disagrees with you.
Not here. That's not a man thing.
I'm not... Yeah, I don't know, how you're betraying and dehumanizing me. Valiant Boy, we're not talking about you, we're talking about a situation. And as much as you think you're the center of it, I'm just trying to explain to someone what happened. And I removed you as moderator because you banned someone. After I told you, and I could even pull up the Discord messages of us talking privately and me telling you in plain English saying, if you want, translate this to French so that you can understand it. Do not ban people in the chat. And you banned him. And he's he's actually an older viewer than you are. He's as old as Smokey is. You don't even want to go back one more time here, look at all the chat. Valiant Boy, I don't know why you're being so emotional, but I'm just gonna move on. A Karen. Oh, okay.
There are also expressions
okay,
of these
Valiant
powers
Boy.
that we haven't seen before. The moon leads to invisibility, and the sun, which is comparable to fire, can manifest in healing abilities that burn away sickness.
I guess one thing to mention about is the aspects of light and darkness in magic combining the element is like the idea of combining all of the colors together to create white. I try to understand if I deserved a whole EM-tard community on my back. No, you do not, Valiant Boy. I respect you. You are still an editor. You're still an artist. You're still part of the team. You just no longer have the ability to ban people in the chat. That's literally all that happened. I asked for your gun and your badge back. The problem is with you and me, but all suckers come to talk. They can shut their mouth, but no. See, you literally joined Levi's stream yesterday and started throwing out insults at me. Oh. Okay, and remember this, Valiant Boy, Levi, you can refresh their memory as well, because I remember, because you do too, no? That was pretty funny, to be honest. Well, Levi, I remember, bro is shredded, I remember, this was last month, Eggy and Valiant Boy were bantering back and forth, and I raided you, and then the next day I came into the stream, and Eggy said that Levi said to stop fighting in his chat, because they were bantering. Do you remember that, Levi? Because I'm Valiant Boy does the same thing, so I don't know why he's so offended when someone else does it.
Moderator and being able to ban people in chat, you're a part of the team. Not being moderator or being able to ban anyone not being a part of the team.
But, he can still he can change my title, he can change my category, he can still do all of the things that a moderator can do besides banning some people. I don't remember saying that, but I also say a lot. I might have meant it in a not very serious way. See, that's what I thought, Levi. a behave yourself guys kind of way. Yeah, I think that's what it might have been, and I think I said that to Eggy too. Like, he might have been like joking at you, because I don't
That's
feel like...
That's not my problem, so don't talk to me and continue our stream without me. That's all.
But Valiant Boy, I want you to be a part of the stream. I like the fact that you, like, engage with the stream and stuff, so I don't know, like... I mean... I consider... Wait, Sean... Yeah, like, I consider Sean a part of the group, right? Sean's not a moderator. Like, you don't have to be a moderator to be a part of the team. To have input, to feel like you belong, to be a part of the community. I just give moderator to whoever asks for moderator. That is literally how you get moderator in my chat. You say, hey, can I have moderator? And I'll get, yeah, sure, here's moderator. If you abuse it, I'll take it back. It's that fucking simple. And that's exactly what I did.
Sanderson's Mistborn series is an even weirder and more brilliant example of elemental
I was talking about light and darkness and taking the idea of like...
particularly serious, but you were right to take his gun.
I mean, Levi, you're the one who said you might have to take his gun and badge one day. And that's when I started taking it seriously, because I looked at it from a third-party perspective, being like, someone randomly coming into the chat, me saying fuck you, them saying fuck you, and then Valiant Boy, like, for some reason being like, don't disrespect the talks, and ban them.
5077. I'll try my best to fill Valium's shoes in your stream chat from now on. Okay, sign. Oh no, I've been implicated.
Alright, Gremlin, sounds good. Is Gremlin Valium's main? It would make total sense, guys. He would be revealing his true power level. It'd be like, that's my job. Cute muffin. Even if I was a bot, I wouldn't use anything unless I was specifically asked to do so, and only if I could actually understand the functions. Yeah, Sean. Like, Valiant Boy is the only person in my chat who's accidentally banned someone 5 times. It's like, at some point, either stop doing whatever you're doing to accidentally ban people, or you're doing it intentionally. There's some dishonesty going on here. And I want to believe it's not me, because I try to look at things fairly and... like, ask other people what their opinions are towards it to get a better perspective. Because I always believe, and I always start with the premise of, I am extremely biased. So I can't take my own word on it. Just like with my writing. But I'm my own worst critic, so it's like, I can't even take that seriously. Once is a fluke, twice is a coincidence, 3 times is a pattern. Exactly, Sean. Accidentally clicking 5 different buttons. I don't even know how to... like, I've tried to ban people. I don't know how to ban people in the chat. I honestly don't. I don't know what to do. Because you can, like, bring their thing up, right? And it, like, brings this up, but it's like... even if I bring this, how do I, like... I can block and I can report, but that's just... like, for instance, that's just Cute Muffin on his own. Right? So it's like... oh, wait, there it is! I'm retarded! It's right there. Ban. Timeout. Warn. Okay, so... okay. So if I bring them up, I can do that. Interesting. Okay, well... so of course I'm not gonna click it. That would be funny, though. It would be funny. See, and that's the thing, is like...
you can also right-click their name to get a quick menu.
Wait, what? Oh, what? What? Okay, maybe that makes more sense now, how you could accidentally... I mean, yeah, you know, but at that point, I'm like, just don't, like, have your mouse near the chat, right? Like, yeah, one time, first warning is you saying it, second warning is the warn button, third warning is a timeout, and then bye-bye. Yeah. Yeah, that's basically how I see it. And I even told Valiant Boy, like, DM me if you have a problem. The only reason I knew he banned toe connoisseurs because either Sean or Eggy said something. And I looked at the chat and I was like, wait, what? Why? And then I looked at it and I noticed the Toe Connoisseur was gone. And I was like, oh, for fuck's sakes. He'll be back because he loves these. But it still is it's a bad image on me. And I want to create a very inclusive, funny, this is, like, the premise of my stream is to be able to say fuck you to you guys. And you guys to be able to say fuck you to me. He managed to get the limelight from 15 minutes, so Valium's trolling wins again, lol. Yeah. Well, hey guys, guess what? I mean, I know they say all publicity is good publicity, but that's not true. But when you're on what would be considered, I guess, in this case, the right side? Question mark? Because I don't think there is a right or a wrong side, but there's the person who's going out of their way to talk negatively about someone, and then there's someone who's going out of their way to try to talk positively about someone. So when there's someone trying to talk positively about someone and there's someone trying to talk negatively about someone, I say the person talking negatively about someone is probably on the wrong side, right? So, back to publicity. If Valiant Boy just goes around to random streams and tells people that I'm a piece of shit and a dickhead, I'm just gonna feel like Asmongold.
Itox, please continue our stream. Don't waste our time to lying about me or I will being the guilty again. Please, bro.
The only bad publicity is an obituary. True, Eggy. No, there is such thing as bad publicity, but it's still in a concept of, like, you know, Valiant Boy, I'm sorry that you feel butthurt. You will DM me, don't worry. Okay, I look forward to it, Valiant Boy, but it's a recent topic in the stream. I don't necessarily want to talk about it, but I said I'm not going to talk about it yesterday. I left it off yesterday. You brought it up today, and now I'm sorry. I can't stop talking about it. But
yeah, DW, but I was really cool. I was kind, and before ban I warning 1 time, 2 times, 3 times.
How did you warn him, Valiant Boy? And I also told you that you're not supposed to take actions. So you're telling me that you took actions, and I'm like, yeah, that's why I took away moderator. But it's like, I don't think any less of you. I don't think you're a bad guy. And the only foot guy continued to spit on me, so I banned 1 min tempo, that's all. You literally went straight to Levi's stream to cry about it and started insulting me for no reason. That's not like I not warned. Yeah, you see, Valiant Boy, it's kind of hard when it's like, and then you come back in here and you're like, oh, you're degrading me and, like, humiliating me. And I'm like, what are you talking about, Valiant Boy? I'm trying to explain to you in a very polite manner that your actions were not acceptable under my standards of my stream, and I've tried to warn you before.
I will DM you.
And it's like, this is a public square, Valiant Boy, so it's like, you don't have a monopoly. But it kind of concerns the entire stream, Valiant Boy, because I'm not, like, I think you're getting the wrong idea here. It's also a tangent, and I'm pretty sure we would have dropped it by now. Yeah, it's like if you just keep bringing it up, it's going to keep coming back, right? I will DM you threatening. But see what I mean? It's like, it's so troll and beautiful. That's why I love Valium. But I just can't have him, like, I can have him presenting that to me. I can't have him presenting that to a random person in the chat who may not understand the context of it and not know why they got banned in my chat. I don't want random people getting banned in my chat, even if it's funny. I don't know why they come to talking and increase the toxicity of talking about me. Wholesome community. Valiant Boy. What? I'm not talking about you. I'm talking about a situation, and I'm explaining how you can go beyond the idea of a person and talking about a role. I am talking about a role of moderators. What is a moderator's job? It is to do the things that I'm unable to do because I'm too distracted streaming. That's it. That's all. That's the only thing a moderator's job is. So I don't understand how losing that because you abused your power is in any way, shape, or form, after being warned multiple times, is degrading or humiliating.
I understand it, Ox.
So I'm just trying to explain that this is the situation, this is what happened, and this was the
Continue
outcome.
our stream, please.
And we, you know, for the future reference, talking about, for instance, the repercussions of this. You have the most liberal
We will
chat
talk
I've
after
seen. Most
when you
people
will be
wouldn't let
offline.
Cute Muffin self-promote, for example. Yeah, exactly, right? And Cute Muffin came in here earlier and said he was banned in one of his favorite channels. And it's like, okay, if you're gonna ban people, then you're not gonna grow. And like Cute Muffin said, he's a bigger channel than that guy now. And it's like, that's how you grow your channel, is you be open to people. And you allow humor to be a part of your community. Because humor, to me, my true belief is that the cure to every ailment is humor. If I can die laughing, I can die happy.
Yep.
Right? And that's kind of one of the themes of the book, too, is like with consciousness and everything like that, right? So it's like, there's this huge group, and anyways, let's get back to what I was talking about light. Light and darkness. Banning is only kind of worth doing when you can afford to curate a chat. True, Levi. As they say, laughter is the best medicine, but V8 Splash is a decent alternative. True, Sean. True. Yeah. Like, if you're like Asmon and you have 50,000 viewers and you ban 150 retards a day, that's totally understandable. Like, if I had people coming in here and, like, for instance, on my makeup streams, if someone comes in here and says, oh, you piece of shit, trans bullshit, fucking, I hate trans people, you're the fucking devil, you're going to hell, I'd be like, okay, well, why do you believe what you believe? Like, I'm not, like, how do I say this in a way that's like, I just want to understand your beliefs. Maybe you can convert me to your side. Maybe I'll start hating myself once you explain, what your whole shtick is, right? And then they try to explain it. If I get muted for 10 secs, I just assume the stream isn't my vibe and unfollow and never come back. Exactly, Aggie.
I know what
it's like,
will make this fruit change
like,
their ways.
I mean,
Vitriol.
I hate to say it, but in streams where I'm like, oh man, sometimes I'm retarded, and then I hit enter and it's like, you don't want to send that message, I just leave the fucking stream. Because I'm like, every message I'm going to try and send in chat is just going to be blocked. So it's like, for specific streams, like Trallian's stream, I don't know if it happens on Angsthace's stream, Rowan's stream, like, I'm very careful when I type in the chat that I don't say, like, retard, crazy, stupid, like, just all these words that just, like, are part of my vocabulary because I consider them, like, non-offensive in a
fucking stream and stop with this prob. It breaks my nuts, like, for everyone.
Anyway, so we're talking about light, right? And
we will have all
I
time
know
after
what
bro.
will make this fruit change their ways. Vitriol. Interesting concept. V8 Splash is a fruit vegetable blended juice. It is 150% of vitamin C and 8 fluid ounces. It has other vitamins too. He means it has 150% of your daily dose of vitamin C. Not that it contains more than 100% of its own containment. If you were wondering why it's 150%. My scurvy has been obliterated,
I want V8
thanks.
Splash, but on my head.
So, back to light and darkness and how light and dark work within the context of combining those materials together to create this, like, fundamentally new element. It's like compounding on top of itself, right? So that can create an entirely new tier system within the smaller scopes. So it's like the idea of breaking things down into smaller groups. Reminds me of money can't buy happiness, but I'd rather be crying in a Ferrari. Yeah, it's like a certain amount of money will solve a certain amount of problems, but at a certain point, money will not make you happy, right? Like, if you have, like, the idea of universal basic income... Now, this is a huge thing. Guys, when I say universal basic income, what comes to your head? And I'm going to draw a diagram off stream, and I'm going to see if your guys' headcanon connects to what my headcanon is of what universal basic income is. Why won't this fucking work? Whatever. Okay, so let's get some answers here. It's wealth redistribution through theft. Fat single moms and immigrants. Hey, I stole that line from a Weird Al song. I just remembered it when that comment about money not buying happiness came up. Oh, a typical Trumpist idea. I don't know, you played the trumpet, Eggy. The phrase money can't buy happiness existed long before Donald Trump was a sparkle in his father's eye. True. Okay, guys. This is what universal basic income means to me. You are afforded a 1x1 space where your bed, your stove, and your toilet are all beside each other. You get 1 bowl of rice a day. Your living condition is solved. You have a roof over your head. You have food in your stomach. I don't, but that's what UBI makes me think of. That's universal basic income. Money is happiness, but not for a long time. So, if you guys had this, a 1x1 meter room, where your bed, your toilet, and your stove, I don't think there's enough rice to go around. Or toilets. But think about this, Gremlin. How much would it cost? Universal income means everybody gets the same thing regardless of working hard or improve things, so why work? See, Sean, that's where the word basic comes in. Universal income means everyone gets the same thing. Universal basic income means everyone is afforded the dignity to survive. You are afforded a shelter and your one food a day. That's all the government affords you. A 1-by-1 room where, by the way, you're in a building that's like 1 million 1-by-1 rooms with like super paper thin walls. We're talking the bare money affords, one, the ability to exchange it for goods, but it could be that there don't exist any goods acquirable through exchange that would actually make you happy. So, do you guys see where, like, when people say universal basic income, and I'm gonna akin this to something else. When people say AI, people mean artificial intelligence. When I say AI, I mean automated instructions. Because AI is automated instructions. Problem with that, though, is if you could work and choose not to, then you shouldn't get anything. Otherwise, you're just a leech on society. But Sean, this is where the idea that the people who work minimum wage jobs, right, are a leech on society. Once robots take over, and people like me aren't needed at Walmart anymore, the only functional way our society works is we kill 80% of the people, or we give the people who are willing to literally sit in a room and not do anything, as if you could work and choose not to, you shouldn't get anything. See, this idea is that you don't need to necessarily work to get money. So, for instance, everyone knows the struggle of being a writer is living paycheck to paycheck because writing is not a stable job. Incentivizing non-productivity invariably leads to an increasing non-productive population. Yes, but Levi, I'm explaining to you what the bare minimum is. If you had that bare minimum, which was a 1-by-1 room, would you not spend your entire life trying to do something that would make it so you could leave that 1-by-1 room? And that's what this plus work into the mansion is, right? But not everyone is going to get the same thing no matter what, how you slice it. Somebody's getting diseases, somebody's getting an accident. Exactly. So it's like, this way, we don't have any homeless people, we don't have any starving people. If you want to move out of your 1-by-1 place, be a productive member of society. If you're in this state, you are not a productive member of society, and society is only holding your hand, saying, come along, little one, I know the world's a scary place. I might be just fine, since some people are just wasters. Exactly, Levi. And those people are, it's actually a benefit to society to remove those people from society. Because if their only function in society is to hinder society, I don't want them in society. And the funny thing is, I consider myself one of these people, because I'm a lazy piece of shit who doesn't want to do anything, who sits on his ass and does fuck all. So it's like, I would be one of these people. So I'm looking at it from the perspective of one of those people, right? So it's like, all I'm advocating for is, instead of sending people to the moon, for now, let's fix the problems here on Earth that can be fixed. Which I think can be fixed. We just aren't doing it right. Might work if you ban all immigration and smash organized crime. I mean, if some guy wants to sit in his house and smoke weed all day and do fuck all, I don't think there's anything wrong with that. He should be able to do that. Maybe he'll be the next... maybe that one idea he has will change society. I don't want him to be a homeless drug addict that stabbed someone because he needed money to get meth. Right? You see where it's like eliminating one of them kind of takes care of the other one over time? How's he affording that weed with bare minimum provision? Because if you know anything about crackheads, they'll find a way to get enough money to get weed. So they'll do the bare minimum. They'll do like 1 hour of work a day to get that dime bag, right? Because it's like, I'm kind of putting this into my book. So I'm going to explain how the economy works in my book, and you guys tell me if you think this would absolutely fail in reality. You can do whatever you want in the tree. There's from mining, there's from government to guards to bureaucracy to basically being a teller at a store. Basically, think of any job in society that's like a minimum wage job, or any job. That's a job you could have. You could be a crafter, you could be a welder, you could be whatever, right? And you get paid by the government to do those jobs, right? And that just gives you the ability to learn how to do them. For UBI to work, okay, let's go back. Let's say the cost of UBI is probably less than welfare and policing and the social issues of poverty like bad health. Money is a credit for work done to acquire goods and services you need. The problem with at least the US is wealth hoarding. Consistently reinvesting into growing the company and hiring more people, they get more income, which, yeah, it's compound interest. That's what I was meaning. For UBI to work in any practical sense would require intense population control. But see, Levi, I don't explain that. Explain why UBI would need, because like I'm a UBI enjoyer, and when somebody says, "Oh, I don't like UBI," I need to know why they don't like UBI. Like, what is your reasoning for not wanting UBI, Levi? In the meantime, I'll just talk about the book. So, if there aren't enough workers, right? Do you know what the government does? It puts out a quest reward. And for like each day or period of time that they're understaffed, the price goes up. And it's kind of like a union effort. People can just decide to walk away from the job because they don't think it's worth it anymore. And until the government pays them enough that it's worth it, nobody's going to do that job. But the government can't function without that job being done. So it's the people understand that they're the ones with the power, and if they walk away, the government has to cave or fall apart. Do you think that would work in reality? And i.e., I mean unions. The incentive structure encourages a growing non-productive population. So the allocation of resources necessary shifts from productive to non-productive ends. Okay. And I'm going to counter this, Levi, with saying that that I can't actually prove you wrong, but I don't think you can actually prove me wrong either. And what I mean by it is, if you had the ability to sit home and do nothing, I don't think you would, because it would be boring as fuck eventually. Like, you could probably do it for 15 years. 15, 20 years. But after 15, 20 years, and this is coming from somebody who, because of my seizures and my medical condition, I didn't have a job for 8.5 years. I didn't have to do anything. There was no pressure on me to do anything. I played video games. I stayed up all night. I did whatever the fuck I wanted. I smoked all day, every day. But I wrote. And I came up with ideas. And I was pushing the boundaries of my creativity. So do you think those 8.5 years that I spent in my room doing fuck all was actually not productive? We need a way to artificially induce menopause in women with a reversal possible. All women would get that prior to puberty, and only when they are financially stable adults they can choose to reverse it. Population growth controlled without drastic methods. Nice pipe dream, probably not possible with our tech. True. So, it's a matter of opinion, right? Does that make sense? There's a chapter in Democracy, The God That Failed, that covers this, but it's a bit more complex than I can break down in a chat message. See, Levi, what I like from you is you have the actual background of, like, the history of things, right? I'm just a vibe and a feeling. That's why I say, you could be right, but I just don't get that feeling as someone who has been in that place. And the only reason I say that is because as someone who sat there for 8.5 years, I fucking hated my life. Because I had no meaning. I had no purpose. That's why I made the stagnation in the tree so prominent to entertainment. We got Sean asking for eugenics before GTA 6. Gremlin, I'm not sure what you're referring to when you say, does that make sense? Because I'm like, we can have the world that we have now, and everything that we have now, and have UBI, and I don't think UBI would interfere with the world that we currently have. So my problem is why people don't want to instigate this UBI. Because then I could sit at home and stream and not have to go to work, focus on the stream, and still be able to eat my bowl of rice a day. And since it's my parents' house, I don't have to worry about a roof over my head. And it's not like we're talking every single citizen has to be in this UBI situation. This is, you can go to the government, you can apply for UBI, and they will put you in this position. And they will say, we have housing and we have food for you.
I'm referring to the message I was writing that I sent which got shadow hidden by Twitch, likely for being too long. I'll send it in the Discord, probably.
Oh, yeah, Gremlin, yeah, if the message is too long, it just won't go through. Same thing kind of happens on Discord, but yeah, post it in, like, the general stream chat. There's also a terrible idea. That's also a terrible idea because the lazy people you're referring to, if they mature and manage to rein in their flaws, they arguably become the best leaders. The biggest, most common reason for lazy people is at its deepest level is because they have the most tolerance to challenges. It's a common issue that arises for individuals growing up in harsher, deficient living situations, typically ones where a father is not present, one where they had to adopt a thick skin to get used to the situation. I completely agree with you, Gremlin. I 100% agree with you.
I will DM you after to talk about the lil misunderstood between
David Hume is also relative.
Fuck you.
David Hume is also relevant. He emphasizes that human knowledge comes from impressions and feelings, not rational certainty. I do believe that, Eggy, because I'm an extremely emotional person. No matter how logical I am, when I get emotional, logic disappears. And I am a fucking rage-a-hall. Especially regarding morality and the self, which he describes as the bundle of perceptions. If the people of the tree don't reproduce, or have their desire to reproduce in some sense suppressed, then their demand for goods would be restricted to where a finite system could plausibly provide for them. If the people of the tree don't reproduce... But, Levi, they would reproduce, because there are only two things to do in the tree. Like, be a part of entertainment or fuck.
Hi, Tukes, can you say a number?
Like, there is no, variable by which, reproduction is not a huge emphasized part of the tree. And that's what Anima wants. He wants people to procreate. So, like debauchery and lust and, like, sex sells is, like, a huge part of the tree. That's why they don't ban certain things. And they're not very, like, and why religion is looked down on for the reasons of, like, the Ten Commandments and stuff like that. it's very, very prominent in a society that doesn't think of that as a taboo. They think of it as more of an uplifting factor. Not that people go out and have orgies and stuff like, well, in public, right? Not that people go out and have orgies in public, but that's also how the reproductive of two of the species lay eggs. The poor and dumb always reproduce. Yes, exactly, Eggy. And going back to what, right. So you'd have unbounded population growth. If the tree's output of food... No. Levi, I think you have the wrong... Of goods isn't similarly outbounded, you've got a problem. Levi, you have a complete misunderstanding of the entire concept of the tree. There is no food in the tree. And, like, the population of the tree is, like, the population is... Okay, like, the population of the tree, percentile-wise, is like the population of Canada. Like, the 2 million people that live inside of the tree are less than 0.1%. Goods, I wasn't talking about food. You dyslexied that. But, Levi...
Or are fuck NG lazy dumbass for Eggy.
Okay, now Valiant Boy, now I have to stop ignoring you, because that was fucking funny. That was fucking fire, dude. That was fucking great. I'm trying so hard, Valiant Boy, to fucking ignore you. It's not possible. A lot of times, yes. So, Levi, goods inside of the tree are made out of the tree. The more that they have to provide room inside of the tree for people, the more goods that they have. So the procreation and, like, escalation of the population literally solves itself inside of the tree by us creating more room for us to live. Means now we have more product to create. So, like, if this was the tree... Oh man, I'm terrible at this. This would be about what people occupy. How is the population of tree only Canada level and not, like, multiple times what Earth has? Because of the Beastman War, Levi. Okay, I think this might be the problem. Let's bring this up. This might be a communication problem. Population growth is an exponential function. Yes, but okay, let's go over the timeline of the last 1,000 years. Okay, so starting with time of man in the year 500,000. Upon the world sits 3 tiers of beings: the worms, they're dragonkin. The next were the beastmen, very simple minds, but they were curious and proud. Then the octopi, the creatures with the most potential. Minds of no match and body structures aimed at maximum accessibility. The octopi flourished on the floors of the great oceans. They would spend 3 ages perfecting technology and understanding of the world. 20,000 years. So the octopi on the bottom of the ocean spent 20,000 years perfecting technology. Their base population was around 10 million? 15 million?
WTH is octopi?
It's octopus plural, but can also refer to the species as a whole, instead of saying octopuses. So in 20,000 years, Levi, from the population at 500,000 years, let's say the population of octopi was several hundred thousand. do you think in 20,000 years, how their technology evolved and everything, and we're talking like maybe the last 5,000 years would be... Because we're talking, they're like 150 years of technology advanced from us, right? So think of how octopi... because I'm basing the octopi off of octopi in the real world. And the reason for their intelligence is the idea that among a spawn of 10,000 eggs, less than 10 survive. Octopuses is the correct term for the animal in plural, but when talking about something with 8 legs, it would be an octopi. Exactly, Sean, because it is not the octopus species that we imagine on Earth. It is based off of the octopi. A cephalopod. But I don't want to call it a cephalopod, because not all cephalopods have 8 arms. So, and the fact that, like, it is a species name as well. The name of their species is octopi. The name of the bird species... Like, okay, so the name of the cephalopod species is octopi. The name of the bird species is avian. The name of the insect species is insectoid. At the moment, those are just placeholder names. Because we haven't done anything with names because that's too direct, too detailed, too point on. But anyways, so... Levi, what do you think the population... Because I'm trying to extrapolate everything into reality, so I want your honest, actual answers, no joke, right? Like, are my calculations off when I assume that we'll start with the population of, let's say, 20,000, and over the course of 20,000 years, with a lifespan of an average of 120 years... Let's actually, like pull this up in a document, and let's see what the mathematics... Actually, let's just do it on here. What are the mathematics? So, what are the mathematics for the distribution percentage scaling increase, I love words, of the population over 20k years? Starting with a population of... let's say 100,000. Now, you know what we're going to do? We're going to go like this. This is what I like using AI for, guys. This is what I like using AI for. My blind eyes don't know what that little image is, Eggy. I don't know if that's good or bad. Should I pretend offense or give a thumbs up? Ah, cool, I rarely get to blow anyone's minds, so thanks for that. It was a blow my mind. On the bottom of the ocean, they're still constrained by more materialistic economic concerns. If we're talking about time in the tree, then there's magical provision for the goods that we've considered for narrative purposes to be sufficient for the growth of the population, right? Yes. But, wait, Levi, hold on. Let's step back even further. Are they competing with other species? Inside of the tree? No. No. There's no competition inside of the tree. It's stagnation. Crimes of passion and boredom are like the only things. Like people being fucked up in the mind. Like literally being locked up in a room for 20 years and their minds go. That's 90% of the crime that occurs in the tree. Me, cute. In what universe was I ever cute? And so think about this. Levi, since the Beastman War and the Monarch pulled the moon out of the sky and the creation of the tree, it's been 600 years. And think about anybody who was outside of the dome. Anybody who was outside of the dome that wasn't a beastman that got on the backs of a dragon, they died. So, like, not only is it okay if their population was huge in the millions at the bottom of the ocean, the ones that went into the dome were only in like 600,000-700,000 and came out as like 3 or 4 million. Then they went to war with the Beastmen for like 2 or 3 or 400 years. And then the Monarch finally decided, fuck it, I'm gonna pull the moon out of the sky. So it's like a war of attrition lasting hundreds of years, and an event that completely thins for exponential growth. For beings that live 150 years? So you think, with, let's say, a base population of 10,000. Let's say there were originally 10,000 people that spawned all of the tree. It's been 5 generations. It's been 4 generations. Do you really think the population in the tree could go from like 10,000 to like 10 billion in 4 generations? Especially considering these octopi are genetically engineered to only lay up to 4 eggs. And it's extremely rare for anyone to lay more than 2 eggs. They have infinite material needs and technically infinite material demands. Whatever they need is provided to them via the tree. You're not counting generations, right? Generations are from birth to age of reproduction. Yes, and the way that the age of reproduction works, especially in this society, is most of the time it's between your ages of 60 to 80. Because most, like, it's like 110, 120, and 150 are like the main ages that people die at. So like middle age is like 60 to 80, which is like your reproductive age, because most people spend most of their time in their youth doing other things. And reproduction is actually a very valued thing in the tree. Like, you know, because of the fact of you have to, like, they can have sex, right? Every single one of the species can have sex without reproducing. Maybe that's another thing to take into consideration, Levi, is the byproduct of sex is not reproduction. Reproduction has to be very specifically done. So you can have all the fornication, debauchery, and everything that you need without having the excessive birth rate that comes with that. Does that make more sense? If they have everything, the population will stagnate or decline.
Generations is worst and worst year after year. It's cause of society, education, and a lot of factors who explain all the truth and the pain on the youth.
But this is what I mean when I'm talking about my book and trying to get ideas across to people. Because what I want is I want a simple sentence. A very slow reproduction, at least, kind of conforms to the population control thing. If it were long enough, then it'd be a concern. But within a short time span, the exponential growth wouldn't be too much a problem. But, Levi, you do bring up a point that the Monarch does want exponential growth. There just hasn't been enough time for that to be implemented. So I could say within the next 2 generations, the population could grow from 2 million to 10 million. So within 1,000 years, easily the population in the tree could hit the billions, if not, like, more than the population of Earth. And then that's not including the Beastmen and the adventures outside of the tree. Deep Fried Elvis Presley! Is this real animals or in your book? Based off of real animals, but genetically engineered in my book. And welcome back, Elvis Presley! You have been here before, good sir. I am glad that you have returned. It is nice to see another great face among here. That's sick. True! That's why I try to, and like I said, I'm not married to any idea. If someone comes up with a better idea than me, I'm stealing it. You know? Oh, but the original idea was like, let's say if you had a population of 100,000 and the birth rate was average pre per person per year, how long would it take to get to 2 million? Actually, you know what? Maybe 0.3 is too much. Let's do 0.1. So let's say one every... No, that's probably too much. It's probably 0.205. So for every person, did they genetically engineer themselves? No, they were genetically engineered by a third party who has overall knowledge of everything, but their genetic engineering is not
IDK how guys
known
continue
to them.
pop kids for their ego. They don't even
Okay,
care
well,
about
Valiant
their
Boy
kids
talks,
because
I'm
what
gonna
you
toke.
offer instead of violence, hatred, and pain and blood, nothing. I want kids, but if it's to offer it this world, I can't. That's hard, but it's reality, bro. IK.
In Korea and the West, we have to work for their goods. They don't just have everything, and they need to weigh the cost of reproduction when deciding to reproduce. Yeah, Levi. If it's 0.05 per person, that's 20 per person. Oh, no, it'd have to be half of that, because it's 2 people make 1 person. So 0.25. So it was 0.025, which means for every person in the tree, every 25 years, they would have 1 new person. No, sorry, every 12 years. Wait, is that math right? Back. Now I'm going to scroll up and see if I missed anything. True, Sean. The baby boom was 2 per person in their lifetime. Okay, so maybe let's do it per lifetime. Let's say, let's do that. Let's do 2 per person. No, that doesn't work. That's too little. That's too little. Even if it was 2 per person per... That's...
Damn, brother.
That's
put
only
some
like...
paw
Okay,
drops in that
that's
shit.
only like 600,000.
Loudly crying.
Damn, brother, put some cough drops in that shit. Oh, yeah, sorry. Tokes have consequences. Yeah, no, we're just gonna go 0.025 per person per year. So that's like per person, that's once every 25 years. Right? The issue is you then also need to consider gestation time if you calculate it that way. I don't think we need to get that deep into it, but let's see what Grok says. $120 years. So, Levi, that means on average no, okay, that's too many. Okay, on average okay, if we're doing this math, right? Means 25 births per 1,000 people annually. That seems way too low, though. Get the vaporizer and eucalyptus to keep your lungs open after you toke. Explain your hard gestation system, or it's literally unreadable. It's the exact same as real life. How eggs hatch from birds, how insects lay eggs, and how octopi lay eggs. Except with birds... No, wait. With birds, it's external, right? Where the other two, it's internal? Like, a female lays her eggs, but if she's had sex with a male and then lays her eggs, the eggs are fertilized. Whereas, every pleasure has corresponding pain. True, Elvis. But yeah, that seems like that's a little low. So let's try that again. Let's try that again with your numbers, Levi. I took applied maths at uni, so I could figure out a model for it if you gave me the age they started reproducing and the expected number of kids per parent couple in their lifetime. The average... Okay, Levi, let's do that. Let's do that. So, what do we need? Age they start reproducing, so, they start reproducing at age 45. Expected number of kids per family per lifetime is 8. Elvis has entered the building. True, Sean! Yes, sir, you got me all shook up. Everyone knows Elvis and Tupac are singing on an island somewhere with immortality pills and infinite freaking 0-point module freaking technology. Or I could get Grok to figure it out with those data points because it should be able to figure it out with those numbers. What else did I need? That's all you need? I'm in Cuban resort with Tupac and JFK. I forgot about JFK! Death age. Oh. Okay. Death age of the species. We're just going to call it 130 because one's 150, one's 110, and one's 130. So I'm going to do an average because this is across all 3 of the species. Not just octopi, also avian and insectoid. So we'll just do the average death of 130. And we'll get a rough estimate of the population of the tree. Because it's not just one species. It's 3 species. But there are more octopi. It's like... It's not quite... It's probably the same amount of white people as it is like, let's say, like natively born American white people versus like immigrated European white people and anyone of any other skin color. It's like 30% of the population. No, it's actually probably, since it's so minuscule, it's probably like 45% of the population is octopi. Actually, maybe 40, maybe 30. Nah, yeah. Yeah, those are hard numbers. I think 40%, 40, 30, 30 is good. Wait, when do they stop reproducing? Age of infertility is 1. Let's just call it 90. So the age of infertility is 90. So they have essentially 45 years to have 8 kids. Oh, and, no, we just have 1 per thing. It doesn't matter. 8 per total in a lifetime. Because it's like, usually you have 6, and 2 of those are twins. Guys playing the first who read a comment of me, his mom is a bee. I swear, that's funny. Why is this book taking so long? Calculates gestation and population rates. I want it to feel real, Eggy. These are the questions we have to ask ourselves as authors, or how deep do we want to get into this? And I want to get in as deep as motherfucking possible. So, this can take the entirety of the stream, and I don't care. We're figuring this out. Because normally it's a pass, 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 but we've come up with a shit ton of stuff here that's like totally reasonable coming from elemental magic. So maybe, guys, we should get back to the react. But yeah, there are the numbers, Levi. See what you can do with those. If you need me to bring them back up, I'm gonna bring them back up.
Bro, what's our calculus? Can you explain?
But yeah, this is kind of like the idea of like how much of the tree is like taken by people. Which is like none. Compared to the actual tree itself. Okay, it's doing vector math. Grok might be cooked hard. But it says 187 years to reach 2 million from 100,000. Do you think a dome... Well... Okay, well, I mean, that answers my question. How much do you get... Are you trolling? He went through it very precisely. Yes, Elvis, we're pretty sure...
You cooked my brain.
I'm pretty sure Valiant Boy is trolling. I forgot to include an initial population. Include the initial population is 100,000.
Me trolling? Ahaha.
He only knows how to troll. Inside the tree, Elvis, there is no disease. And you technically don't die of old age.
I am not like that. Bro's cartel isn't a joke.
Elvis, you don't die. You can't die. The only way to die in the tree is to have your head cut off. You will immediately heal yourself back. Unless your head's cut off. Yeah, Elvis, I have no idea. Same with Valiant Boy. He speaks French, so sometimes there's a little bit lost in translation. 39 from the starting population of 100,000. Wait, 39 years?
I am a baguette lost MFK forget.
Take 39 years to go from 100,000 to 2 million. There is no infant mortality rate. No one dies. There's no disease. I'm not sure I get that one exactly. I'll need to check the maths. I'm like, the simple math in my head for that is like 8 times 100,000 is 100 years. 100,000 becomes fertile at age, stays fertile until number of offspring per pregnancy.
No really italks. Can you explain our calculus are need a clear?
Do they have population control measures as a society? Yes, Elvis. Love is very, very prominent. 90% of the time, you only have a kid with someone that you love. Because sex and procreation, because of eggs, are two separate things. And this is like a genetic modification, right? Basically, they can fuck, and it has no effect on the eggs, unless, like, it's kind of, like, done together. You know what I mean? Like, there's a certain period of time that, like, the sperm is active, so it's like, if you don't lay your eggs within, like, a week of getting fucked, your eggs aren't fertile. And it's like, you don't have to lay your eggs, like, I don't know if there's a may I ask, what is the diagram? It assumed a starting population with a balanced age distribution, but yeah, it makes sense. Okay, this is the basic math to me, Levi, is per person, right? Per lifetime is a fold of 8. Or no, it's a fold of 4, sorry, because it's 2 people make 1. The picture on paint. What is it, please? Oh! This is the crystalline tree. This is my terrible drawing. So, this is what the crystalline tree is. It's what they live in. And it's a tree made out of pure consciousness, like crystallized consciousness. And it's the power of a celestial being, so it's literally insanely healing. And this is...
OMG, I feel like the only dumb dude who don't listen the teacher's work.
This, like, black, is where people live inside of the tree versus the rest of the tree that isn't, like, hollowed out, essentially. To show that, like, they are a small portion. Like, this is all of the society basically is here. And then there's, like, a little bit more up here where the palace is and stuff, but it's, like, super small. It's just really high up. So it's, like, their percentage of it is extremely low.
Nah bro, you trolling me? It talks or you don't want to explain me?
Valiant Boy, what do you want me to explain? Does it have variable climates within it? No. It is always set to a specific temperature, which is dictated by the sun overhead and the lava underneath. It can raise and drop in temperature by about 8 degrees, but it's not significant. That's basically the only way, other than, like, the changing of the, like, the color of the light slightly, that it's daytime. Is because the lava the way that the light reflects because of the lava underneath and the sun over top.
Bro, I asked you the context of the calculs that you make since 3 times.
Valiant Boy, the calculations are the population of the tree. We're trying to figure out within a certain amount of time how big does it fuck up. Yeah, Grok fuck.
Perfect, bro.
Fuck, this time just saying depends on some underlying assumptions, but 97 or 146. In the final rendering, you can make it look even more brain, like, to represent the consciousness, like, could be epic. That is a very good idea, Presley. I love that. I love that. 97 for normal, 146 is for Elon. LMAO. I'm only fucking up the prompts because I'm not being very precise. The roots of the tree could be a maze, like... Okay, so you guys know that cities are built in the construct of a human brain, right? Like the idea of how roads are separated into blocks, how there's, like, the residential area, urban area, industrial area, as if it's a different parts of the brain. Literally, cities are designed the exact same as brains. So is the center of the tree like a soup? No, it's just crystal. So imagine a very malleable, like quartz. It's basically like quartz. I guess that's the best way to put it. It's like quartz. It's malleable, it's easy to work with, it's structurally sound if like made in the correct way, like refined in the correct way. And it could technically be used in the way I posted a relevant Grok quote in the Discord. Since the reproductive period is long and the birth rate per female is low, the growth is not explosively exceptional.
Too much information.
Like
Sorry, I am the bot, and I am just
with
asking
higher
you if I can ban Valium. He's talking too much, this MFK.
Annual reproduction. Let's estimate using a discrete model over time. The black bit you highlighted. So the vein they live in, what is it? Oh, it's mined out. Like, originally the monarch had a machine that mined out the tree when it started to grow. And he just kept mining. And the tree is up in the leaves in the palace. And it's old technology. And no one knows that it's there because no one can get into the canopy above the palace. Because to them, there's nothing above the palace but the canopy. And the canopy is just there as, like, a mediator. Also, I made a mistake not saying per mating pair, and it thought it was 8 per individual. This time it's saying 450 years. Not sure if it's math this time either. Alright, sounds good. Valiant Boy, don't attack yourself! Valiant Boy is a bot. Valiant Boy is definitely a bot. 100%. But it was mined out, and then eventually when the monarch mastered magic and learned how to basically dissolve the tree into, like, a pulp, and then they basically, like, suck the pulp out of the inside of the tree, as if you would carve out the inside with, like, a grinder, and then they manufacture that through magic, some magical means. You know, it used to be technology. Now the technology that was in the top of the tree that doesn't do this anymore, they moved it up there because of how you travel through the tree. And the way that you travel through the tree is imagine being able to sink into the ground and it envelops you in your own singular bubble, and then using consciousness because of the tree. So think of the tree as a living, breathing organism that doesn't know how to control its consciousness, but its consciousness is like infinitely powerful. So if you can direct your mind to control, so what is in the black bit? The black bit is what's hollowed out. The rest of the tree that's, let's say this is blue. Oh, fuck. Oops. Let's put a... Blue is the entirety of the tree. And the black is just what's hollowed out. So then we can just kind of make this white. If that's a better representation. I was editing what I wrote. Sharp! Yo, sorry I'm late. Welcome, welcome. No worries, bro. We are still in the middle of a react, and we're talking about population control on a day that we're supposed to be talking about magic. But, I mean, magic plays a very big role in this. Alright, I've looked over the math, and I at least believe Grok. Wouldn't bet my life on it, but still. So you believe that from 100,000, it could be within 600 years, there's the possibility that it only has 2 million population, right? Because we're not talking, like, everyone's not having a family, right? Like I said, like, the culture is very much a, you fall in love with someone, then you have children with them. But you pretty much fuck whoever you want. Because it's not taboo to fuck around. It's almost encouraged because then you won't become an adventurer. But I really think we should get back to writing. So, what the fucking tangent, guys? There's a lot of variables for reproduction. The gender ratio, such as humans, male to 2 males to 3 males, females on average, though women can technically reproduce 13. We don't consider them adults until 18, and they stay fertile till roughly 65, ovulate once per month. Gestation is 9 months. Yep. And our population has expanded over, what, 20,000 years to 7 billion. So from, like, yo, G, check the new stuff I wrote. This has been genuinely fascinating. Sean and Levi poking you hard. It's good. I want to see if the flow is good. Yeah, sure thing, Sharp. We should finish this react, though. Let's just go through it. Okay, guys? We're just going to go through it. We've pretty much explained most things I think of. We're just going to use examples and see how good our stuff stands up to it.
And zinc and...
4,460,000 after 600 years, pretty reasonable. Also, I understand the formula now. Okay, Levi, and now minus 25% of that, and say 25% of that went out to be an adventurer, and then 80% of that 20% that left died. So the population would roughly be 3.5 million.
Tin. It's based around metals on the periodic table. Using tin can sharpen your senses. Iron allows you to pull on metals that are nearby. It is an elemental magic system, sure, but again, its design and how it's used in the story does not feel familiar in the slightest.
I tend to find that new and interesting elemental setups all have...
Oh, I just realized how to say this all in one sentence. This entire thing. My magic system is based off of science. Without an understanding of the actual world and how the actual world works, magic is almost useless. Boom. Magic summed up in my world. If it just kept going, it'd be a problem, but the time scale and rate of reproduction are both small enough that it's unproblematic. Well, think about this also, Levi. Think about this. In 600 years, they carved out this without even trying. In 600 years... the tree is going to be so large that it would cover everything. So they could carve out this and have like 13 trillion people. The tree will just continue to grow. And this is Anima's plan. Because, like I said, he wants to have as much population as possible. So he wants, like, billions of creatures on the bottom of the ocean, billions of creatures on land, billions of creatures in the atmosphere. Because he needs as many life forms as possible, as much consciousness as possible. It's a world tree reaching to the stars made out of crystalline substance that is crystallized. Foot redeemed! Toe connoisseur! Okay, so Toe, I don't know if you were here after what happened last night. So do you know what happened? I'm going to take my toke, and we're going to be in a tangent again. One of the main things I based it on is... Whoops. Hunter, Hunter. Remember, this is just a sapling. Oh my god, it just will not give me the image, will it?
Finally.
Oh shit!
Come on, Speedy.
Oh shit! Oh shit, my god!
Wow. He's really on there good.
No, Speedy! Not Speedy! How could you? Me when I see them piggies. Thank you so much for the subscription, Toe Connoisseur! Oh my god, that's amazing! Welcome, welcome. Holy shit, bro. Thank you so much. So again, I don't know if you know what happened, but I've been berating Valium Boy, and for the last couple of... Yes, he subbed. No, thank you for the Toe Show. Oh, no worries. Those are staying up. Those are staying up, bro. Remember, the next full moon. Hold on, guys. We gotta find out. When is the next full... Okay, I'm not doing this here because this might show my location. Okay, guys, we have a date. May 12th. Yeah, May 12th. Guys, write it down on your calendars. Everyone, write it down now. My favorite moon phase is Waxing Gibbous. Always thought that's be a fun band name. Waxing Gibbous. True Toe Connoisseur. It talks before I leave the number. Wait. Yes, he subbed Valium Boy. Sorry, what were you saying, Valium Boy? What did I miss? He subbed. Oh, I don't think I missed anything. Between 1 and 100. Alright. Okay, guys. Number between 1 and 100. Let's go. $53! Please don't wax gibbons. They need their fur. 53, Valium Boy. It's 53. But yeah, we based the world tree off of the world tree. Still desperate for attention, I see, Valium. Yeah, sure, Valium Boy. 83, even though it was on screen. I like 83 better than 53, so 83. Sure, 83. 53, I'm so dumb. Yeah, there you go, Valium Boy. That's better. There you go. Anyways, so... Toe Connoisseur, Valium Boy is no longer a moderator because he banned you yesterday. I am so sorry that he banned you. That is not appropriate. I apologize, good sir. I don't condone his behavior. I have been telling him forever. He stepped over the line again. He's still an artist. He's still an editor. I assume all Frenchies have no emotional regulation. See, now this is the kind of banter that we're talking about, guys. We do this all the time to Valiant Boy because he's French. We make fun of Valiant Boy because he's French. Now let me post something to you guys.
Elmo bro, that's nothing. I laughed a lot. Let's stop talking about that.
Okay. If you don't want me to make fun, like if I make fun of you for something that's sensitive, tell me not to make fun of you for it. But you have to do it like in a serious way, or I'll just think you're bantering back. But if you're like, no, dude, too far, line, don't do that. I'll be like, oh shit, okay, sorry.
Thank you so much,
Because I like the Chad Stoic Kiwi Levi versus the Virgin Emotional Frenchie. Oh my god, I couldn't imagine what the stream was. I gotta go watch the VOD on my weekend or something. Shut the fuck up and take your 53 cents. Thank you, Valium Boy, for the 53 cents. You are truly a great, amazing, beautiful person, and I value you significantly. I don't know why you would ever think that I don't value you. I just don't think that you have the tenacity to be in a position of power. When we batter bread with spiced egg wash and cook it on a griddle, we call it French toast. I'm honestly curious, aside from trash, what do you call it in France? I feel better, and sorry for yesterday if I hurt someone, sorry. No worries, Valiant Boy, it's all good. It's all good, brother. But we gotta get back to the react.
Unifying theme, like the Dragon Prince and Mistborn.
I wasn't hurt because I don't respect you.
I once read a story by a friend of mine where they chose kinetic, shadow, sound, and light.
See what I mean, guys? This is just how we talk.
As their
oh my
elements.
god.
It was distracting how obviously they were just trying to be different from the original 4 or 5. There was no uniting theme to those powers, and they didn't add enough to the
bro
world
is
or
playing with
characters
my
to
nuts.
be worth the awkwardness. I mean,
What the
readers
fuck?
notice this kind of stuff. If you're just trying to be different, don't call it wind, energy, nature, and ice. Don't just be different for the sake of being different.
True.
Be different.
Make a
and
poll.
be
Will we or
clever.
will we
And
not make
unifying
it through the
themes really
video?
help with that.
All this shit cause of a toe.
Ooh, it's true.
Roasted by a toe.
It's true. It's true. How do I do a poll? Guys, how do I do a poll? Because I know I can do one on Kick, but I don't remember how. How do I do a poll? It usually works here. You need the dashboard. You'll get through it or fall asleep trying. We'll get through it or fall asleep trying. Ask your moderator. I have no idea. Smokey, if Smokey was here, because Smokey did a poll on Kick, which said, "Who's your best
if you want
moderator?"
To find a poll, just walk north for an hour. The north one should be right there.
Oh my god, Sean! What the fuck, guys? What's going on? Thank you for the subscription!
Gifted a tier 1 sub to CNRKS01. They have given 3 gift subs in the channel.
Oh my god, you guys! Eggy Mayo, wait! Thanks for that gift. It was Eggy Mayo! Eggy Mayo gave Sean his wings! So, Eggy, you still hate me or are you relaxing? I mean, I can make a poll, but not without mod. Oh. Does that mean you want to be my new mod, Sharp? I'm not implying anything, but I can help, yeah. Is Sharp a Valium main? I know, right? It's coming full circle. It's, to be clear, I had the free funds. Had I the free funds, I'd have subbed ages ago. Sean, don't worry about it, man. Will we make it through the video? Will we make it through this 14-minute video? Or will we fail? I'm gonna actually go grab a drink real quick. Will you guys do that? I will be right back. Will you figure that out? I'm also gonna open the window because god damn, it's freaking... Look at this shit, guys. It's fucking 27 degrees in here. 27 degrees Celsius. And that's like by the window. That's not even in the middle of the room. Like, holy fuck. Too much electronics. Too many lights. It's like a freaking studio in here. Let me drink. Alright, be right back. All right.
Itoxegi ban me xddd.
There, done normal poll. I'm back just in time? All right. What did I miss? Why are you so desperate for acknowledgement from me? Maybe say something worth responding to. I mean, Team Doubter, we got this. I think you'll finish, but I don't care that I'm gonna lose. Has Sharp Spear banned Toe? Nearly 80 F. Wow. Correction. Well, we make it through the last 4 minutes of the video. True. I set a gambling poll, which was a mistake. Is that something different? But again, I just want to say, guys, thank you so much for, like, the subs and stuff, everyone. Like, Eggy, and, Sharp, and, yeah, Toe. people just wager their points. Ah. Oh, we got a contest.
You here?
Whoops. I have 141,000.
Do not drink water. Do not leave your seat. Do not move your feet. Do not stretch. Do not go to the bathroom. Have another toke.
No, I don't know. I don't know if there's a
Tukes,
point.
I am banned.
'Cause- Valium Boy? Wait, what? Wait.
By Eggy or moderator.
What? I don't see any mod action. I'm so confused.
Liar.
Oh, hit him with a warning. Oh, that's completely different. I had that set up and was waiting for a calm moment to hit that wellness
Well,
check, and you
fucking
did it on your own. Yeah, I sent him a whisper warning from me to stop doing weird ad homonyms. Makes sense, Eggy. That's not a ban. What, like...
The worst human, I swear.
What the fuck, Valium Boy? Leave Eggy alone. Oh, I forgot to put my TV back. Hold on. So I had to move it to open the fucking window. Life's a goddamn struggle, guys. It's so hard being a fucking streamer. Why is my life so goddamn hard, guys? Streaming is so fucking hard. It's the hardest thing I've ever done. Oh god, I'm stuck. I'm stuck! Ah! My cords are eating me! To be fair, that's not an ad hom. It's just an insult. Why did you warn him though, Eggy?
I've heard enough.
Because something has to be hard. Like my dick! I mean, what? Stick it in me butt. Big Bad Francis! Welcome, welcome. True, buddy. We just need the 8-foot-tall muscle mommy Fuda Dom and her 18-incher. And we'll be freaking coming all day. Either way, it is very
and you were saying
tedious to read random insults when the chat is interesting. That was the point. Keep that hard, and maybe life won't be as hard. Dun dun dun! Sean is taking all the hard for me. Good point, good sir. There were no bans made. Yes, I know. I looked at the mod log to see what the mod actions were, because I have the ability to do that. But obviously Valium Boy doesn't understand. And it's like, if he doesn't understand that, what the hell was he doing being a mod? He was my very first mod. I mean, he lasted 3.5 months. Ban me, I will spank you. Ooh, Francis, don't threaten me with a good time. I don't want to ban you, but fuck, will you spank me anyways? I don't even know what you're talking about, Valiant Boy. Eggy's a paid actor. Not to flex, I work in 5 channels as mods. Good to know, Sharp. Welcome to another team. I'm not protected because I haven't done anything.
No bro, you are not funny, I Tukes. That's so disrespectful.
Wait, what? What the fuck did I say? Let me translate a sentence. Please don't ban me. I will spank your ass if you don't. Yes, Sean. Okay, sweet. Awesome. He got nothing, just imagine if I do this to him. Yeah, I'm not the mod manager. I'm like the mod manager of 2 channels. Nice! Well, everyone here who's a mod was just like either kind of forced mod or asked to be mod or mentioned mod, and they were just given mod by me. Because why not make all of the viewers moderators? I don't know. If they prove they're bad actors, we just remove mod. I mean...
Weisperer top donator, he's really the worst Eggy.
True, Valium Boy. True. That is a horrible decision. One will turn rogue. Well, I mean, when it's like... I've gone from 1 viewer to, like 5 to 10 viewers in, 3 months. So, I consider anyone who sticks around...
Tell him to remove that.
One did and was banning out foot fetish gremlin. Banning. True. It's not funny, he's not the king, and what I said. I still want to know what France calls French toast, aside from trash, that is. I'd like to know too, Sean. I mean, it's not like we call Canadian bacon Canadian bacon. We just call ham ham and bacon bacon. But I guess in America, ham is like Canadian bacon. But it's just like a style of cut of ham. Just like it's a style or cut of steak or pork or anything like that. It's the cut itself that's important. Now play the video. Okay, so before I play the video, we gotta go back to the context of light and dark magic combining together. So you can combine other elements together to create light and dark separately. But you can also combine a light and a dark together to create... I don't know. But, you know, it should be like compounding of that, right? Don't play the video, I've got points on the line here. I mean... And then we read what I wrote, or I will rip out your insides and hang them for Halloween. True, Sharp. I'll take that one seriously.
It wouldn't be a Magic Systems video without referencing Sanderson's 3 laws. Your ability to solve problems with magic is proportional to how well the reader understands said magic.
Yes. If the reader doesn't understand how the magic system works, they'll think that a wizard did it. So understanding magic, just like the very first scene, how Husai casts... the lock on the door. Hawaiian pizza isn't Hawaiian, it just says pineapple on it. Excuse me while I projectile vomit.
Itax, you can explain me what I do wrong again.
I'm allergic to pineapple, Sean, so I have an excuse to never get pineapple pizza. You know what everyone ever buys? Pineapple pizza. It's great, I'm just allergic to pineapples. How magic works and explaining how magic works is very important.
Magic. Limitations are more important than powers.
Yeah.
You go deeper before you add more.
Yeah.
Okay, so on the first one, they can make fire, but how much and to what degree can a character control it? I mean, you can't really weigh fire. Sometimes it's hard to communicate.
And that's where, like, knowledge and intent...
Teaching to ban Eggy for liking Hawaiian pizza.
I forgot one major component here. So you know how in games and in shows and stuff, and in fantasy worlds, there's like a spell component catalyst.
I can't talk on Twitch, answer me.
I don't know what to tell you, Valium Boy. You should be able to talk on Twitch. Refresh the page and try and talk. As far as I've seen,
That's no a joke.
You can talk on Twitch. There's nothing preventing you. You're not banned. You're not timed out. You're not anything. You have free reign to talk on Twitch.
No, you know, stop sucking eggy.
What the fuck? Valiant boy, why are you doing this? Completely destroying my train of thought, which I have none of to begin with. Petition to ban Eggy for liking Hawaiian pizza. We can share the kitchen sink pizza minus pineapple then. I don't see anything that would make Val unable to speak. Who is this guy to add me warning? He even pisses off Essentia when I didn't think that was... Wait, Eggy! Wait! This is new lore! Wait! Eggy! Valiant Boy pissed off Essentia? Wait, Twitch itself sometimes blocks an overactive chatter. I've been blocked like that. Play the video. Wait, no, we gotta hear this lore. How did he, Eggy, how did he piss off Essentia? I don't believe that. Proof or no belief, bro? That's too big of a claim. Unless that's just like satire. If that's satire, that's beautiful satire. I was watching her and he was spamming someone with creepy questions like their age, etc. Got me some popcorn. Hell yeah, Francis! Never talk about age, Valiant Boy. Age is like the taboo to talk about.
Cute Muffin!
Muffin!
2 viewers.
I didn't tell him to touch grass, essentially. Damn, Eggy. That's brutal. Everyone needs to silence when I speak right now. True, Sharp. True. That's what the TTS is for. Eggy, state your reason for the warning.
Daddy's home.
Top 43! Nice! Sharp is clearly a Valiant main or his friend, lol. I don't know. He speaks pretty good English. Welcome everyone. How's it going?
Man, these bee people are kind of funny.
I'm speechless and you're laughing. I like to say we're all friends on some level. True, Sean. There's no animosity here. If you can't answer, then you are the one at fault. I agree with Sharp. But I think Eggy already stated why he did it. If we look up in the logs...
Okay, iTooks. We will talk on DM Discord.
Yeah, I sent him a whisper warning from me to stop doing weird ad hominems. I thought it was a normal whisper. I didn't realize it was a mod one. So if no one caught on to that, this is Eggy's innocence right here. Where the fuck did it go? Here, right here. Yeah, I sent him a whisper warning from me to stop doing weird ad hominems. I thought it was a normal whisper. I didn't realize it was a mod one. Well, let's go up and see. Let's investigate. All this shit 'cause of Toe. Roasted by a Toe. I don't see Eggy saying anything. Well, that's the top of the list. I wasn't hurt because I don't respect you. That was Toe talking to him. All the previous messages made, and I can clearly see Valium is at fault. And it's like, you right, where's Monkey? So, Eggy, you still hate me, or you relaxing? No worries, you and Levi are essential to the Atox experience for me. Is Sharp a Valium main? So then he's just so Eggy's just talking about Sharp and Valium. Because it's funny. Because if you know the lore behind Eggy, you would understand this more if you knew the lore behind Eggy. I think I'm the only one who knows the lore behind Eggy.
I literally do nothing wrong.
And then he's like, I ask you a question, bro. So, Eggy is responding to Valium Boy is responding to Eggy, responding to Sean about Valium Boy saying he asked a question, because he asked if he was still hated him, even though I don't know why Valium Boy asked why Eggy hates him. Obviously, Eggy doesn't hate him. Okay. Video.
All of this, the true capabilities of your characters to the reader. Costs such as exhaustion are common in elemental magic systems, but they are prone to feeling contrived when the character has just enough energy to do what's needed because plot, or just not enough when they need to fail because plot. I think Rick Riordan, the author of the Percy Jackson...
Oh, what I was gonna say is, okay, so this is how magic works if you use too much mana. Do not pause it, god damn it. Wait, this is important. If you use the verdict is out, everything is Sword of Valium is a warning isn't the end of the world. Okay, we've solved it all. Thank you, Sharp. That was very third party of you. Valium can't say anything because you're just a guy who just randomly entered the chat, which was what Toad Connoisseur and me were making fun of Valium for. So it's like being a random guy in the chat is a good thing, not a bad thing. Okay, so if you use mana past your capabilities, it starts to damage your body. But you have to you can instantly break that connection. Because to me the idea is that it's like you set yourself on fire, but as soon as you think, "Oh, I don't want to be on fire anymore because it hurts," then you're not on fire anymore. So there's going to be a scene with characters that are like extremely injuring themselves by casting too much mana, and it's supposed to emphasize the concentration needed to maintain not having the thought of, I don't want to be on fire anymore. I stay neutral in every argument. That makes me a great moderator. That's great, Sharp, because I try to be neutral, but I can't be as the streamer. Because everyone's just going to say, oh, I'm the streamer, so I'm obviously favoring someone, right? So it's kind of like a lose-lose. That's why I try not to get into those.
The series has a pretty good grasp on how to deal with this problem. Percy Jackson can control the element of water, but Riordan writes his stories so that Percy tends to use a certain set of abilities over and over again. This repetition allows the reader to understand his capabilities, and the problem solving in the story almost always comes down to how he can use those pre-established powers, things he has done before, to solve a different problem.
Yeah.
Consider establishing a...
I used to wonder why streamers protect their identity so much, then I met you, Valium Boy. I mean, there are crazy people out there. Like, okay, dude, there are crazy people out there who think Asmongold is a racist. There are people out there that think Asmongold is a transphobe. People out there think Asmongold is a bad guy. And if you watch Asmongold for more than 35 seconds, you'd see that he's literally Jesus telling people the truth and they're crucifying him for it. Right?
Certain set of elemental skills that your characters might have, and reusing them to create a sense of consistency, helping the...
I would be unsurprised if Asmon was a racist, but also I wouldn't care. Well, I mean, like, he lives in Texas, which means, like,
so we will
in order to be a racist, he has to, like, hate, like, half of fucking Texas, and he has the money to move out of Texas. You'd think he'd move to a more white suburban area if he was a racist. right? And we're talking, like, racist to the point of, like you wanting to kill people of a different race. Like, what about Emiru? Oh, she's a chick, she gets a pass. Oh, she's Chinese, she gets a pass. She's Asian, she gets a pass. What about Lucari? Like, so that's why I just don't understand how it's like, when someone says that to me, it's like, it's a diminishment of the word racist. Because, like, you could say that very many people would say that doing this is racist. And that me using my brown accent is
God,
very, very racist.
trippin'.
But you
Rose
know
playing
what?
I
All the
DJ
brown
work,
people that
but
I
he will
say,
stay
oh
at
no,
his place
sometimes
like
when I
me.
walk around a brown guy and I am talk too much because I know that I pick up on the accent. They're like, damn, you are pretty good at that. And I'm like, I know, I used to have a lot of brown friends. We had a good time at the mill when I worked at the mill. I don't know, white suburban areas are full of anti-racists. Surely you'd want to stick where all the racists are. Well, it's like, it's not like you're a racist or like anti-racist. It's like, I think that's just too extreme. It's like, yeah, 90% of normal people are just, like, they're not, if they do something towards someone who's of a different race, it's not because of their race, it's because of something that they've done. There's no race card in it. It's like the Carmelo Anthony thing. It's like, it's not a race card that Carmelo killed that fucking kid just because Carmelo's fucking black. Everyone knows if Carmelo was white, none of this shit would have happened. Like, he'd be in jail. There would be no bond. There would be no getting out. There'd be no $500,000 of donations. There'd be no media bullshit over it. And if the kid he killed was black, somebody would have killed the fucking white kid and probably tried to kill his fucking family. So, like, are you going to be able to finish the video, G? Maybe.
The reader as well.
No idea why you're
understand
obsessed
how
with
you
me.
solve the
True,
plot,
Eggy, I
so
don't
that it
know
doesn't
either.
feel like,
A wizard did it.
I was laughing all being stable, but Eggy's adds so
limitations
toxic
can come
vibe.
in any form that you want. Maybe they can only lift their body weight, or perhaps the water elemental they bargained with for their
Their
powers can be-
limitations are their understanding of the real world and spell catalysts. This is what brings in spell catalysts. So, in a normal, like, magical society system, it's like Paula Deen. She basically got cancelled for admitting she used to use the N-word. Consider her age and where she grew up. If she didn't use the N-word then, she'd have been beaten for being an N-lover. Nobody cares, though. Exactly, Sean. Exactly. Because you know the gambling poll needs an outcome. And I need an insight of yours. Well, at this point, Sharp, we're just canceling out writing Cryogen and playing Schedule 1. And we're going to read your thing and read Chapter 12. And then go from there, see how it is. But like I said, I have the ability to go hard tonight because tomorrow is technically my Friday. So, you know, I live in New Zealand and we can just say it. It's not politicized here. True, Levi, it's just a word. No Cryogen? I don't know, Eggy, we'll see. This has been 3 hours, almost 4 hours in a 14-minute video. Spell components. Using spell components is extremely important because they can modify how spells interact with the real world, such as using straw to ignite fire and then control the fire. So you don't need to create the fire, you create the spark, the straw burns, that creates more fire, you control the fire as it's being created, thus you don't use as much mana, so using spell components reduces the amount of mana.
For nothing.
veto their abilities at any time, or fire mages can't use their powers at night. And given the magic is often used to reinforce those character dynamics, you can think about how these limits might play into those dynamics as well.
Heroes is
What
such a
one
good
person
show.
limited in that another person isn't? What can one person do in the group that the other person can't? Finally, go deeper rather than add. This is related to a problem I mentioned at the start. Sometimes when people are running out of ideas, what do? Add a new element. Don't know how to make the magic cooler? Add a new element. Need another character? Add a new element.
Yeah.
Fight scenes aren't cool enough. Add a new element.
No.
No. Legend of Korra did not add new elements, but deepened the elements that it already had. In
Like
Season
earth
3,
magic
Zakia
or
and
earth
Airbender
bending
lets
being
go
part
of
of
all his
technology,
earthly
just like
attachment and gains the ability
fire
to
was.
fly. I really liked this. It was something that played into the association air has with spirituality and flexibility. This is about going deeper into the powers they'd already established.
I like how a plant mage could have plants pop out of nowhere, but it would be a major mana sink. Carrying a potted plant of some kind allows for much less cost and much better result. Exactly, Sean. You could apply this in so many different ways. But yeah. You could have, like, a thing that makes it so that the flower is continuously in, like, season, so it's always producing seeds. So you could just instantly throw seeds out and then grow those seeds into, like, trees. And use, like, a tree. It's like earth magic, but it's tree magic, and you just control the consciousness of the seeds to grow faster. And it's like you have, like, oak seeds, and you flick, like, oak seeds at people, and they grow into, like, oak trees, and the people are, like, trapped inside of the tree as it grows around them. Or, in some cases, as such wounds, if they have a wound, it will grow through them. Like bamboo. Both of you can shut up. No one is interested in your petty fights, so stop it. It ruins the atmosphere. That's the point, Sharp, where I am getting to the point where if Valiant Boy doesn't stop and he keeps, like, spamming the chat, I will actually ban him. Because you are true, it is ruining the atmosphere. I'm trying to ignore it by not reading his messages, and I don't think it's getting across to him. I think it's making him more angry. And that's a problem. Bird Wizard, where you have plant magic, but you only use it to get seeds to control nearby birds. Bramble vines as thick as branches with 10-inch thorns. See, now you guys are thinking. That's some good shit right there. I love it. Also, Eggy, you don't need to respond to everything. Yeah, I'm at the point it's best if I leave because the chat is unreadable. Keep your cool, you're a moderator. You got this, Eggy. I believe in you, man.
So, think about it. What are some innovative and unique associations you could have with each?
Hey, you're not a streamer if your chat doesn't ruin the stream, right? It's just like, yeah, if you're not a streamer if you don't have hate watchers.
Each of those elements, and from those associations, unique powers that might come from each of them when you go deeper throughout the story. See, going deeper also helps with Rule 1, because
Continue
it helps
the
the
stream.
readers understand
IM
the
was
powers
just
better,
why,
and that helps
but
you solve
NP.
things in the plot more creatively. It's just great.
But of course, wouldn't be a writing video without the summary for you.
Firstly, originality is more about how you use the elemental idea
True.
narratively than simply having
Consciousness.
an elemental setup.
Yep.
It's common to use it as an analog for character.
How
so
each character
consider
interacts
using
with the world and
elements
thinks
for
how their
theme,
magic
tone,
works.
And setting instead, rather than repeat common character
Yeah.
tropes and arcs that we've seen before.
And
See-
like Sean said, I think it was Sean who said, using opposite elements and like, or having like attachment to a certain spirit or something like that. Because I've been wondering how I can add in like elementals and stuff like that. And like elemental spirits. And that's a really good way to do that. And maybe the elemental spirits could be like the ancient like beings, like the Cactuars, the Kate Sith, the Moogles, Tonberries, maybe even dragons themselves.
Secondly, cultural elemental associations allow us to code characters and places with traits without necessarily exploring them that deeply.
True.
However, using common cultural associations can feel less original. Consider finding new associations and therefore expressions.
Call
of
me
your
a good boy,
elements.
please.
Thirdly,
Oh, Francis, you're such a good boy.
elemental magic systems fit perfectly with common character dynamics like the 5-man band or the power trio. You can use these elements to reflect how these group dynamics work, such as giving opposite characters opposite elements. Fourthly, elemental systems are often...
Which reminds me also, the spirits choose how much they serve an individual, and they can see the true you inside. Until you can accept the true you, your power could be hampered. True. I feel molested. Never do that again. Oh shit, Sharp. You're in for it then. I guess I'll ruin it for you immediately. I posted it here. Here we go. So, everyone, remember.
Eggies act like the king were the same.
Remember, the next full moon is May 12th. Whoever voted yes that you will finish the video might earn lots of points. So, on May 12th will be our next makeup stream, and we will be doing the were-woman, because we are a were-woman, and we turn into we turn into a trans on
Elma, what is that?
On the full moon. So on May 12th will be the next makeup stream. So if you want to try and avoid it, just remember, don't come to the stream on full moons. I just finished. Oh yeah. See what my final product is. That's not too bad, right? Good to know, thank you. Not doing that. I'm a cross-dresser, by the way. We only do it like once in a while, but just to let you guys know, in case that's a deal breaker, you can get out now before you just stumble in and get completely fucked, right?
Tonally bland. Consider adding details that inform the tone and atmosphere that you want to craft.
True.
And fifthly, in creating consistency with powers, it can be helpful to establish a series of skills that the characters have and return to.
That's why we have this for Toe Connoisseur.
And they can be used
So we have a feet cam, but we gotta get it set up. It wasn't working very well.
Deeper into your element before adding
It's borderline on deal breaker.
Brand spanking new audiobook, go get it.
But I only do it on the full moon, guys. So it's just one day that you have to avoid out of the month. Alright, that's the video. We made it through the video, guys. By the way, this is the channel Hello Future Me. Amazing channel. This is their on writing playlist. He finished the video. How would I don't understand. How would I not finish the video? Of course I was gonna finish the video, even if it took 12 hours to finish the video. Even if it took me 12 more tokes, I was gonna finish. We were able to finish this video. 6K go to Gremlin. Damn! Damn, congratulations, Gremlin! So yeah, we decided that we were going to do makeup streams on the full moon because it gives people a warning that's consistent, so it's not like they're antsy entering the stream. They'll know which day, if you want to stay away, is the day to stay away. If you're not into that. It's okay, you don't have to worry about it. I mean, it splits the amount of points between the winners, right? Why would people want to stay away? I don't know, Eggy. I personally don't understand. And like I say, I'm good at putting myself in other people's shoes, but I just couldn't possibly understand why they wouldn't want to come to those streams.
Valium Void Twitch cheered X7, thank you.
It's beyond me, but hey, you know, to each their own.
Less than 4, less
I
than
want
3,
a
plus
drab
1.
stream on the new moon where he wears whatever today's boys wear, just to balance the drag.
I'm giving you my earth germs.
Well, the next one I'm wearing a dress that I bought, a black dress. I mean, I could just put on makeup and wear my normal thing, save for the people who put in like 6K in the predictions.
Would you believe I'm Brock Sampson's long-lost son?
If that were true, I don't think I would have caught you so easily.
I couldn't run because I had a lighter up my ass.
Okay, now I believe you're Hank's friend.
Okay, so, Sharp, where is your story? Imagine 6K in gambling. True. We get free bikini every 28 days. True, Eggy. Did you just edit this? Did you add more to it? Oh, it's 16 pages now. Okay, I see. So we were at 11 pages. So you wrote chapter 3 onwards. Okay, I see. I see. I'm retarded. Don't worry about me. I'm retarded. Okay, what kind of music do you want for this, Sharp? Do you want silence? Do you want, like, StarCraft music? Do you want Diablo music? It's not the completed chapter 3. That's okay. Sad music. Is Tristram sad enough, or is the Rogue Encampment? Maybe this will work? Yeah, this is what I was thinking of. Okay, let's do it. Let's get it. The strongest Jokaki. Ray's eyes sting as pain creeps in, but vision slowly returns. The world around him cracks like glass, shards floating away as black smoke. He lifts his hand instinctively to check to see if he's even alive. Then, everything fades into dense fog. As the mist clears, Ray sees bright, clear blue skies. He looks down and freezes. He's standing on clouds. Shocked already, Ray turns fast toward the voice. A handsome man in his 30s stands nearby wearing a gatekeeper's uniform. A thin golden chain dangles from his hand, holding an antique pocket watch. Gatekeeper? The juror smirks. What do you think this place is, your soul? Ray looks around and notices 2 enormous gates, one golden and radiant, the other forged from stone and flowing with lava. Between them sits a desk of pure gold, and at it the man sits. Is that hell and heaven? Took you long enough. Am I dead? Not at all. Then who are you? Jur grins deviously. My, haven't I been complimented yet? Ray's eyes widen, his mind clicks into place. Jur. Ding ding. Correct answer. I'd say this writing is the best of both the chapters till now. Okay, awesome. Now I've got a simple question for you. He spins lazily in his golden chair, amused. What is it? Was your mother a deranged whore who had no support and begged your father for help? Also, are you the son of your father or some other customer? Ray's expression darkens. His usual curiosity fades into anger. What? Are you shy? Ray clenches his fists and looks up firmly. I won't tolerate such ill words towards my mother, juror. Are those empty threats I hear? Mocking, sharp. Ray, blinded by rage, lunges forward with a punch, but before Ray can connect, the juror vanishes. Where did you? The juror casually raises his hand, letting the golden chain hang. The pocket watch swings. I think this is enough of a hint. Besides, I don't think you're ready yet. I'll be sending you back now. Ray jumps again in anger, but loses consciousness. The last thing he sees is that watch. He wakes up in the forest, unharmed. The talisman around his neck sits still, like nothing had happened. Ray grips the talisman, focusing. Ray, in mind. I wish to meet him. To meet Huron. Talisman's eye opens, glowing blue. It projects a floating arrow pointing ahead. I think this is where Huron is. He follows the arrow through the forest after a long trek. He arrives at a ruined castle-like structure. Huron is seen sharpening his sword without hesitation. Ray rushes toward and hugs Huron like meeting a long-lost brother. Why is it formatted like this? It's a play? No, it's all dialogue. It's supposed to be like all dialogue. It's just, it's formatted like this because I copy and pasted it from Google Docs. So like all the indentations and everything got fucked up. What happened? You don't seem like a Jokaki, but you're not a Kakia either. I told you to come back once the juror tested you. He did, and he said I wasn't ready. Then he's toying with you. He's a monster. No, his fate made him one. Fate, yes, fate. Kieran's narration. Long ago, before he ever sat behind that golden desk or held that cursed watch, the man known now as the juror was simply Skylar White. A name whispered in fear across nations, not for violence, but for wit. A con man of unmatched brilliance. He was no ordinary trickster. He hadn't just scam banks or impersonate he didn't just scam banks or impersonate CEOs. He swindled the rich out of their fortunes, stole from the poor without a trace, and even bled global charities dry, all without leaving behind a fingerprint. If it had value, Skylar had already sold it twice before anyone realized it was gone. His mind was a maze of lies, his tongue was silver-coated with charm. Skylar White. Is that, Kieran is the one who knocks? Is that like a reference to the name? Like an origin of the name? Does she perhaps live in Albuquerque? I thought it was a dude. I thought it's a dude's name. Kieran ruined it with his pride and his ego. No one lives in the realm between realms, and it's a dude. Okay, well, Eggy, you lost me. I don't understand the reference to Breaking Bad. No, Skylar White is a female and a mother of one. I'm sure there's someone in the world named Skylar White. Oh, okay. My bad. I didn't know what her name was. That makes sense. That makes sense. Thank you for, connecting the dots. But no man escapes his own conscience forever. Somewhere deep inside that cunning heart, the guilt started to surface. The lies stacked higher than towers, and soon the towers cracked. He wanted out. He wanted peace. That's when fate dangled before him something far more dangerous than any con. Love. Her name was Gloria. Not just beautiful, no, she was captivating. A presence that softened his calloused soul. For the first time in his life, Skylar's eyes didn't scan a room for vulnerabilities. They searched only for hers. She worked in a boutique near the plaza and he scouted. Unaware that this charming stranger watching from the stratos was the same man who made headlines as a phantom criminal. He watched her for weeks, not with a predator's eye, but with longing. When he finally approached her, he didn't wear a mask or false identity. He used his real name. They fell in love fast, too fast, but for once, Skylar wasn't pretending. He gave up his web of scams and disappeared from the radar. He built a new life, honest, fragile, and pure. They got married, and soon after, Gloria bore him a daughter. But no matter how far he ran, the ghosts of his past followed, you see. Skylar had made deals with devils, not literal ones, worse. Triad bosses, criminal underworld figures, people who didn't tolerate loose ends. While Skylar was changing diapers and building cribs, those old contacts were watching the police close in. To protect themselves, they handed Skylar over like an offering, exposing every con, every theft, every name. I don't know what's going on. I haven't watched Breaking Bad. Oh, it's the name of the mother character. One of the main characters is called Skylar White. Just a coincidence, I guess. Because the main character's name is Walter White. Just a random coincidence. It's just kind of funny. At the exact moment he thought his life was whole, it shattered. Skylar panicked, packed everything, moved his family to Russia. But the stress, oh the stress, it ate at him like rust on iron. Nightmares, paranoia, migraines that lasted days. Gloria noticed. She asked him once, "Why do you always look like the world is ending?" And he replied, "Because I never have enough time. Not enough to change the past. Not enough to fix the future. Not enough to be with you or her." That day, Gloria handed him a small silver pocket watch, old, delicate. "It's my grandfather's," she said. "It's lucky. Maybe it'll give you some time back." Skylar clutched that watch like it was a lifeline, but fate has a cruel sense of humor. That very afternoon, while walking through a mall with his family, holding his daughter's tiny hand, Russian police swarmed. Guns drawn, no words, just metal cuffs and stunned silence. Gloria's eyes didn't show heartbreak, only betrayal. In court, she refused to speak, and when he was taken away, she made one vow. "As long as I live, you will never see my daughter again." Skylar served his time in silence. 20 years, no visitors, no forgiveness. And on the day he stepped out, a bullet found him before freedom could. Shot dead outside the prison gates, just a name on a file, just another sinner forgotten by time, but not by the gods. The setting is confusing. Where does this take place? It's the afterlife, essentially. It's like the main character died, went to another world, and in this world, it's kind of like right now, he's in purgatory, where he's learning certain things about whether he's going to become a Jokaki, which is like a good guy, or like Kakia, which is like a demon. So it's like a demon slayer versus a demon. And the guy who's talking right now, who he's talking to, is Jokaki, who's like a demon slayer. Basically. But beyond that, we don't know much about it. They had watched, not just his crimes, but his regrets, his desperate bid for redemption, the pain of a man trying to break free of his own curse. So they granted him a twisted form of mercy, a position that would allow him to stay tethered to the realm between realms, forever judging others as he once judged himself. Thus, Skylar became the juror. He was neither angel nor demon, just a soul stuck between heaven, hell, and humanity. His Jokaki? No one truly knows. Some say it's his ability to read the soul, to see fates before they unfold. But what everyone fears is his Kakia power. The pocket watch. The same watch Gloria gave him. Now infused with divine punishment, it became an extension of his will. Time bends around it. Judgments fall with it. Fates are sealed when its chain swings. But what truly broke him, what truly cursed him, was the day he had to pass judgment on a soul, and it turned out to be his own daughter. He was still wrong. Yes, wrong. To change for the good. Can I meet him again? I know how to send you, but this time, don't fall for his temptations. All right. He pulls sulfur powder in a circle and draws runes around Ray. He slams his Delandar into the center, which is the blade that he used, which is like the blade that the Jokia, or Jokaki, used to basically, they're basically like Zanpakuto, and they, like, purify the Kakia. I allow you to travel to the realm between realms. Instantly, Ray finds himself standing in front of the same three gates, heaven, hell, and the living. At the center, the golden desk, and there, once again, sat Skylar. Nice. Love it. And that's not the end of the chapter, so there'll be more than that, so we'll probably read that another time. So, now, welcome back, Sean. That's actually perfect timing. That's literally, how do you do this every time? That's perfect timing. Chapter 12, Glass. Oh, damn, this is a short chapter. Holy shit. I was listening the whole time, just helping my wife with her nighttime rituals. Yeah, no worries, Sean. I just always want to make sure that you're here before I read this, so, yeah. Any critique or feedback that I give or my reaction to it, you're here for, so you get, like, the genuine firsthand. But And why is he the strongest? Because he can control time? I get the pocket watch now, which is his Kakia power, but what's his Joka key power? Is he the strongest because he can judge himself? So is he like seen, is he like kind of like the idea of like Dr. Manhattan from Watchmen in the fact that he's living all moments at the same time? So that's, it's not technically that he can see the future, it's that he lives all moments at the same time and he experiences everything, so he can basically see the future. You can give me a hint. Okay, give me a hint. He used his Joka key power in Chapter 3. But you won't understand it. So it's like, it's not like a time warp thing, it's not like teleportation, but it's something along those lines? To recap, Jane just started her first monthly, if anyone had forgotten.
She's on her period.
Wait, so then is it the summoning power? Because how did Ray get there? He just wakes up there, right? After being attacked by the I don't even remember. I don't know, I'd have to think about that one. You need to link up Chapter 3 and Chapter 2 and all the descriptions given about the juror. Alright, well we'll have to do that, because this is the kind of shit that I want to do in my book, and if I can't figure out in someone else's book, how the fuck am I supposed to do it? His Joka key powers is completely hidden in plain sight. Okay, well, I absolutely fucking love that. And the fact that I can't figure it out, you must be giddy as fuck to be like, ah, because that's how I am with most shit. When I, like, ask that rhetorical question, like, oh, do you guys know how this would work? Based on the previous information that's been given, how would you expect this system to work? And it's like, no one can figure it out, and I say it, and they're like, oh, fucking course it is. That's bullshit. Okay. Here we go, guys. Once I'd been set up for success and presentable again, we went to the king's study to alter the walls, and while there, a strong breeze came through the open window. I then realized that even in the palace, glass wasn't used. As I had finished with the walls, I focused on the window, willing 2 panes of glass to form from inside a stone frame with openings for the latches. The king entered just as it finished manifesting. What's this? Glass windows. Glass? What's that? Seriously? He just looked at me. Okay, when you melt sand at high temperatures and cool it slowly, the result is glass. Depending on the type of sand, you can get various clarities. Then you can add tints to change the colors deliberately. This will keep the wind out much better than shutters without blocking the light. Stupendous. Is that the only application? I shook my head. Far from it. Here, I manifested a glass stein on the desk. Oh, this is lovely. I presume this is for drinking. Yes, that particular design is called a beer stein. Obviously, for drinking beer out of. Though I suppose if you were serving a dwarf from a fairy story, it would be the right size for whiskey. What are those? Types of alcohol. Fermented drinks that make you drunk. Beer is more of a soft alcohol, while whiskey is stronger. To the point it burns as you drink it. Huh. Never noticed the lack of alcohol on the table. None of that is in my stores of knowledge. I do know about wine, though. Not anywhere near enough time to make any for the wedding, though. Unless I can use some sort of aging magic or something? Love, what's alcohol? Wait, seriously? I can understand not knowing about glass, but even cave people understood about fermented drinks. If, and I mean if, I agree to make wine at all, it's going to be reserved for the royal family's use only, and only on state occasions. The winemakers would be allowed to sample the taste to ensure it didn't go bad in the fermentation process, but otherwise, not even the current king should be imbibe any without a socially acceptable reason to share it out.
Batterswa is now
Batterswa! Welcome, welcome! Thank you for the follow, good sir! Welcome to the stream!
Hi, sweetie. The hatred was just telling me you used to Arch Commander Consummate and thinks he'd be a perfect match for us.
Whoop whoop, chat is calm!
Are you smoking?
Yeah, man, we're in story mode now, Toe Connoisseur.
Why are you smoking?
This is lurker mode.
When did you start
I appreciate that. Yeah, no worries, man. Welcome, welcome. How are you? Are you writer? We are reacting to
Yes, I'll say it. Her 3-pack
Sean's story. Catversion. This is chapter 12. Toe, can't you see there is lore going on? True. But yeah, batters. Oh, if you have anything that you write that you want to me to read or anything like that. Yeah, Toe Connoisseur isn't exactly a writer, guys. It's okay though. I mean, lore is always a good thing. Shut the fuck up, we're trying to pay attention. At least it's not like, oh my god, Valium doing TTS in the middle of the story. Like, I don't think he has very much social awareness. Because, like, he'll just randomly TTS in the middle of a story. Right? And it's like, bro, we're trying to do a story here. I mean, I don't mind interruptions. That was a pretty Valium-style comment. True. True. That's why we keep making the joke that Sharp is Valium's main. Never seen you in chat before and you're a mod? Yeah, I know, right, Toe Connoisseur? He just shows up and becomes a mod. I had to replace Valium Boy with someone, and he mentioned the word mod. And, he's a mod now. Do you want mod, Toe Connoisseur? You can join the group? No thanks? Yeah, I don't want the responsibility. Fuck that. I'm trying to promote these people so they can work for me for free. And I'm trying to do it in a way that makes them think that they're, you know, they're the special ones. I'm here for toes and reacts, you know me. True, Toe Connoisseur. Can't go wrong with that. Bro is Genghis Khan of Twitch. Oh my god, that's solid. That's solid, Sharp. Some things you can't make up. They're just real. And there's nothing you can do about it. Sometimes it sucks, but that's just the way it is. Reason without a social acceptable reason to share it out. Alcohol makes you drunk, which in turn reduces your inhibitions, meaning you'll say and do things you've always been tempted to say or do, but wouldn't ever act on. Insulting important people or acting on lustful desires with married people or those who don't even know you exist. Just too big a risk to release it to the public, if they aren't used to it. That comment was quite funny or rude, depending on if you take it seriously. I, for one, laughed my butt off. I'm sometimes inexhaustibly rude when I'm not on a moderator, on a moderator. And when you are one, apparently. As long as you can say, fuck you, and no one cares, that's the whole point of the stream. Right?
Fuck you.
True. Indeed, if there are such issues, I think we should just not make it.
Pooper.
Indeed, if there are such issues, I think we should just not make it. I thank you for the explanation, though. Learning about your world is always fascinating. To think you not only have such things, but have adapted to function despite them being so concerning. That just sounds hilarious. Lore accurate sharp. That just sounds hilarious. I love it. It's perfect. Well, there are other issues, other uses for alcohol too. Disinfecting wounds so they won't get infected, for example.
My
That's a
glutes
different
maximum
type of...
hurts. It's okay, baby. Next time it will only be 15.
That's a different type of alcohol, though. In fact, apothecaries can use it for several types of topical medicines to keep them fresh longer. I can make a distillery for that and teach that method, assuming there's a need for it. That could be a good notion. That could be a good notion. Perhaps you could speak with our apothecary, who can decide with you on this point. TTS spam during a story sharp is Valium confirmed. My chapter's like 4.4 to 5k words. Yeah, my chapter 1, Gremlin, is 4,400 words, and it's like just it's gonna be like 8,000 to 10,000 words by the time I'm done, because it needs to be expanded severely. It's fucking massive. I was just thinking how there was a conversation about people TTS during a story, then boom, TTS during a story. Yes, Sean. It's called foreshadowing! Perhaps you could speak with our apothecary who can decide with you on this point. If there's a recipe that can use it, then you can appropriate the acquired materials and set up the, what did you call it? A distillery? Well, whatever. I'll leave that with you. Just explain that the distillery is only for apothecaries and not to be discussed with anyone who isn't in the field. I nodded understanding. Glass will help with the apothecary too. I'll set up several containers for them. Oh, and can I build a greenhouse too? Everyone looked at me. Greenhouse. A structure that has a sturdy frame, some vents in all the walls, as well as the roof covered in glass. It keeps it warmer in the winter and protects anything that grows inside from harsh weather. So foods that wouldn't normally be available in winter can grow inside the greenhouse. Stupendous! Miraculous, in fact! I'll find a good location. Needs to be inside the walls, I think. People will attempt to break in if the structure were in the city. And if it was outside the city walls, then monsters are a problem. For real. Nobody interrupt your story but spam Sean's story. I really apologize for that. I have a delay and sent that TTS when we were joking around. It came around in the delay. Don't worry about it, Sharp. It's all good. My chapters in this book are based on a topic. This one is about glass and blessedly short. Less than 1,000 words. A delay halfway through the story. Your internet powered by a hamster? It's called Regions. Bro is a peasant. Hey, I am too. Don't worry. I literally like I might as well live. Oh shit, it's 4:20, guys. It's 4 fucking 20. Roll your joints, pack your bowls, get your shit together, pack your hookahs, pack the gravity bong, get the weed in the bowl. Pack your peep and poop and pipe and papper pipes. I look up to peasants. They live better lives with huge cartloads of groceries, while I, who have a steady income, barely eat once a day. Damn, Sean. True. So true. What about a distant farming village where travelers don't go? All their fields could be covered, and they can transport the goods like usual. Raise their own town wall for them. I can handle that. Another excellent idea. Then we only need a small one inside the walls for a palace use. Well, the citizens will get fresh foods from the village. That decided, I went to the council chambers and altered the walls there, installing glass into the windows as well. Once done with that, I got directions to the apothecary, and after altering his chamber walls, which confused him until I explained that having conversations with patients in private is always better, then I proceeded to discuss the distillery, what it did, and how we thought it could potentially preserve tropical medicines long enough to be used, rather than making fresh daily. So a whole week's worth could be produced at once. I went through his recipes for topical medicines, pulling out the ones that would work with alcohol. Then I produced vials, beakers, portion bottles, and various other glass containers. I gave him a list of ingredients needed to make the pure grain alcohol, and then went to the smithy. Once there, I described the window latches that were needed for the new windows, and how many sets were needed. Then asked for specific metals for my distillery. I'm trying to find the story I wrote about when someone shat on the floor at work. Damn. It was just a page, but it went viral at work. Lol, it would crap you up. That's great. Listen to me, Toe. Call me peasant once more. I will show you a timeout so deep up your ass that your great-grandkids will feel it shifted. Yes, you don't need to put that in there. The best way of humor is to be super over the top, because we know that you're not a Karen. It's called dark humor, liberal. Okay, guys. Okay, guys, what's the decision? Like your Valium with a systems upgrade. Dang, that's crazy. I noticed the word imbibed caught you off guard. Not one you've heard often? No, I've never heard that word before. I have very small vocabulary. How about I put Valium up your ass so you both act like a fucking Autobot? Nice! True. Okay, where are we? I like your story, Sean. What inspired the single concept characters? That was a very Valium style comment. Bro, do you by any chance hold a photo of Valium before you jork it? Well, if you want a photo of Valium, he made it very easy. Gotta do what you gotta do. Okay. We have two options here. Actually, I'm just gonna... Okay. Guys, I have an idea. Do we call this, like, the event list? Okay. If you want Valiant photos, just ask Muffin. Eggy, we're not supposed to talk about that. Oh, that's what Muffin was banned for, talking about his age. Because he's 15. But he says that so people don't say gratuitous things because he's younger. Yo, wait, you didn't guess the powers. I want to see how you think. I have no idea, Sharp. I'd have to go back and read it, but I just don't have time. Like, it's my weekend tomorrow. Like, I can go back and look over it, but it's like, I'm pretty fried right now, so it's like, thinking about things is not my strong suit. But I do understand, because I'm the same way. I want to know your thinking. Oh, like, teleportation, the ability to control other people. I'm just thinking about ways that Ray could have gotten there. Right? He can control Kakias. He can control both Kakias and... Jokaki. And... yeah, something like that. Like, you can go into their minds. You can already see all of time. So... Wrong. And Sean, you're partially right. So it's like mind control? I mean, to be fair, that's kind of what Gaia and Anima do with, like, the Viceroy, and Anima does specifically with the, but it's not necessarily mind control. It's eliminating their consciousness and, but their consciousness is gone. In this case, Ray came back. I struggle to understand the concept and setting, to be honest. It's because it's very, like, Eggy, if you didn't get the first part in the first chapters, the character died. It's because you missed the first part and the second chapter. Time Stop explains away teleportation. It seems like it, but isn't. Mind invasion, in my thinking, was like a mind space. So he's not really anywhere but in his mind. Oh! See, Sean, you're thinking on a completely different level than me. Because now I'm thinking, wait, is the juror... Talk stories take a lot of work to understand the convoluted mind, but the payoff is worth it. Yeah, Eggy, so is Sharps. That's amazing. Sadly, Sean it's not mind invasion. But, like, think of it, the juror doesn't control minds. But I'm thinking, like, what if, like, he can invade your soul, and the place inside of your soul He's all of the gatekeepers, and that's why they're all kind of dressed the same, but look different based on each person. And because he controls all of time, he can be inside of everyone at the same time kind of idea. Or he can draw others into his mind by pulling them out of their minds. Like, Dreamwalker style. Yeah, I have no idea. That's the closest I could get, Sharp. But we're gonna do something interesting, because the last story was kind of okay, but it wasn't great. So, we're gonna do this again, guys. And we're gonna see what we get. Now that we have it, like, fully settled up. And maybe this will give me some inspiration. What are we looking for? Here we go. Whoops. Gatekeepers look different, did you forget? Yeah, they look different, but if he can manifest in someone's mind, he can look different, right? And change everything. So he could pretend to be different people, but he's the same person. That's what I would surmise. Alright, who's the authors today, guys? Anyone want to add any caveats to the story? I think Cryo is your clearest and most thematical, coherent writing so far. Not as adventurous as The Tree, but it's the most accessible to the uninitiated. True, Eggy. I mean, sure, let's... This is a French one, right? Sure. Why not? Oh, where is... Wait, where's the... Oh, here it is. Thinking, should we give it any more specifics? To be able to understand the power of the juror, you need to pick up all the early on hints and pick up on what happens in the third chapter. I don't know. I enjoy the relatively limited scope of Cryo because I think the limitations are actually forcing you to be a bit more nuanced about what you're bringing in the story. True, Eggy. I'd say the first part of the chapter 3 is a big giveaway. It gave it the same name as the last one. Anyone else who feels they can guess what the juror's Jokaki's power can give it a shot. It's fun because the tree are showing me everything you can do with everything. Cryo, you're showing the reader what you can do with one hand tied behind your back. True. Okay, so you guys tell me if this story is, like, any good. I hope that makes... It's fun because the tree, you're showing me everything. I hope that makes sense. Yes, that makes sense, Eggy. I just, like, my problem is, like, I have a very limited vocabulary, and I like to think in the same structures. So doing something like this, I'm like, oh, these new words that I can bring in, right? Like, they both show your skills in different ways. Yeah. Yeah, and that's what I try to do, is have a very, like, different aspects that bring out different parts, right? And it's like, then we can see what's the weakness, what's the strength, how can we manipulate this, add them together, and create something that's, like, truly worth, you know, putting out there. That's what I was trying to say about the limitations are forcing you to push into ground you otherwise would avoid. Yeah, exactly. Like, just straight up exposition. And straight up saying, yeah, this world's currency is like this. This is how the stock market works. This is the kind of ship that I have. This is what I want. This is what I'm doing. Whereas with, like, the Final Fantasy book, it's very, very abstract and obtuse. And, like, you know, beating around the bush. Your development over the last 2 months has been insane. I know, that's why the next thing I want to do, you know what I want to do, Eggy, is I want to take my old grok analysis of, like, my old story, like, for instance, like, The Banquet, and when we're done writing Cryogen, I want to compare it to Cryogen and see how much I've improved. And in, like, direct comparison, what categories I've improved on and which categories I'm still lacking in. Because I always... The best way, and I do this is like a RuneScape thing, you always level up your lowest level. And that's how you make your weakness your strength. It's the only reason why you're so far behind is because everything is even across the board. It's not like, oh, I'm amazing at foreshadowing, but I'm terrible at metaphors. No, I'm just average at both, but I'm also average at everything else. That's an epic way of phrasing it. Yeah, because it's like, that's literally what I do in, like, everything. Is I make sure that my lowest level is always the one that I'm worried about. That's what I should be working on. You know, it can be, like, 10 levels under or whatever, because it's like, oh, this one's pushing for a goal, and that pushes past, and then it's like, you know, just keep elevating it. And then from there, you can get, I find, an easier, like, it feels better because it's a more visual representation of progression. I find the more you zoom in, even if it's minor progression, the feeling of progressing is what's, like, presses you even more forward. It's like compounding your interest of progression. And it's like, it just keeps going. And then you wind up in a streak, and you just develop, and it's like some things take a while to set into place, and then one day you'll just be sitting there and you'll be like, oh, this, boom, I just solved it, boom, easy. Like with Zaid's death and the Monarch, it's like, I just figured out how to tie everything together to the Monarch and make the Adventurers Guild afraid and want to kill the Monarch. It would be interesting if you can be asked to try and write the story of The Banquet again without looking back at it, then compare the two versions. That would be interesting, Eggy. That would be very interesting, because I absolutely love that concept. Like, not specifically like the eating yourself, but the extreme dramatic, like, change where it's like, it's savoring food and meat and stew and, all this greatness and eating, and it's like, oh, man. And then it's like, oh my god, it's human flesh, right? That's the feeling. The tiger writes, greetings! Welcome, welcome, how's it going, bro? How are you? Welcome to the stream. So as we haven't done this in a while, but we've restructured how we do plot outlines. So we decided to restructure the story. So we got Grok to write us a story about the story we're writing, essentially. Normally I do this to compare how well does my story hold up to an AI story. So, this is the AI story. I'm Captain Jervik Helsing, 35 years old in my own reckoning.
Ada Idea is now following. Thank you for
Oh, outlines, I'm impressed. Yeah, I used to do... Oh, Jesus, thank you for the follows. Welcome, welcome. How's it going? I think you missed Sean's interesting comment. Sorry to interrupt. Shit, I missed Sean's comment? What did Sean say?
Why are you smoking?
Maybe.
What? When did you start smoking?
1989-ish.
So you have been lying.
True. Hi, Sean. You missed Sean!
I'll say it. Her 3-pack-a-day voice.
It's true, I did miss Sean. My wife's teacher in elementary school said everyone has a little man in their brain whose job is to file away facts in an orderly fashion. But hers is overwhelmed, pulling his hair out because too much is being thrown at him at once. The crystal tree is you with the overwhelmed little man. The scope is too grand. Then, with Cryogen, you've got a calm man plugged away with no major issues. Yeah, that's actually really true, Sean, because it's not 18 years of lore being compounded on its own weight and just sinking into itself, creating this layer. So welcome, guys. How's it going? The TTS is kind of fucked up sometimes if you do it during the alert announcements. Tiger Wright used to be a trucker. Pick her brain. Oh, that's a good idea. I think we were talking about that last night, weren't we? Because I said that the story was about a space trucker. I don't know. I was pretty high and I was pretty fucking tired. But I need a toke before we start this. Eggy, why does your name sound absolutely mouth-smacking? Shanla Fotis. Sit. No, it's not something. It's not something backwards. Lol, because it's a great combo. Eggy mayo. My favorite breakfast is fries, like shredded bacon, cheese, eggs, ketchup, syrup, and mayo in the massive goulash bowl that you just mash it all together like a fucking omelet, and then you just fucking devour that shit. Sorry, I missed something about truckers. Oh, he was just saying Tiger used to be a trucker, so pick his mind, but I think we did that last night. Although I said I was too high to remember. I just remember we were talking last night about it, and I don't know how far we got. Tiger, you missed tonight's chapter of Catversion. The MC is a tigerkin, though there's not much to indicate that in tonight's chapter, so I guess it doesn't matter. I get my wife to eat beans and eggs, and then we 69 for the extra spice. Sorry, bro. Welcome. I'm not quite sure what you're referring to, but thank you. Sharp is like, dang. Yeah, Eggy is fucking spiced. For the two of the most plain things ever, eggs and mayonnaise, Eggy, you are one spicy motherfucker. I fucking love it. Bro is a smooth operator. True. Well, if you have questions still, I'll be happy to answer them as best I can. Yeah, it's just, I don't know how it would relate exactly to the story. I mean, it's like super futuristic, so it's like it's just kind of whatever, and it's like my friend's dad used to be a trucker, so I have kind of an idea of like trucking. I don't know really the names of the jargon or stuff like that, so maybe jargon would be helpful for the story, for editing, for like feeling better for conversations between like the console, like between Jervik and the rest of the things. Is Catversion a stream? It's a book. I will... Hold on. I will... He has it on Royal Road, so I will drop the link in the chat for it if you want to check it out. It's amazing. It's isekai version, and it's done really, really well. I am thoroughly enjoying it. If you cannot tell, I love anime. And if you cannot tell, I also love humor. It's a great combination. Okay, so you guys have to tell me, does this story feel like it's written by AI? I'm Captain Jervik Helsing, 35 years old by my own reckoning. Though the universe counts my life in millennia, 13765 AD to be precise. 10 years ago, I signed on as a space trucker, piloting a single-haul freighter through the endless void, ferrying overflow backlogs of outdated merchandise between stars.
I gotta go to help my Nona.
Alright, no worries, Sharp. Sounds good, bro. But now I'll be lurking. Gotta get some editing done before my work day starts. Yeah, no worries, Tiger. Sounds good, man. Thanks for coming and hanging out. Flatulence during intercourse is no big deal unless it's during doggy, then it tickles too much and I laugh too hard and it ruins everything. Story TTS, bro, is definitely Valium. This is gonna be the ultimate meme. Are you Valium, boy? I was leaving, that's why. But that's what Valium would have said. Then he would have never left. Unlike my friend Sean in real life, at his house, we had another friend named James, and James went, "Hey, I'm gonna go to the bathroom," and then he just went home. If he says bye 500 times, it's definitely Valium. Oh, my bad then. We're just teasing, man. We're just teasing. We're just having a good time. It's a lonely trade, hauling crates of obsolete tech, synthetic fabrics, and expired biogoods from one planet to another, where they're scrapped or reproduced for colonies too poor to afford the new. My ship, a creaking Class 3000 freighter, is more rust than metal. Its corridors dimmed and its systems temperamental. I spent most of my life in cryostasis, sleeping through the decades it takes to cross the gulfs between worlds. To me, it's been 10 years. To the universe, it's been 8,000. The cockpit is my sanctuary, a cramped dome of blinking consoles and a single view screen that shows nothing but the stars and the occasional smear of a nebula. I'm sitting here now, detaching the cargo trailer after the 9-year haul to the Orion Spur. The trailer, a massive cylinder packed with discarded hollow displays and nutrient paste, groans as the clamps release. My hands move over the controls with the ease of habit, but my mind is elsewhere. This life, mundane, repetitive, grates on me. I'm tired of being a cog in someone else's machine. I want my own ship, my own business, my own future. But ships cost money, and money in this age isn't gold or credits. It's cryptocurrency, tied to the crypto stock market, where value is pegged to ideas. I usually feel that it's rude to leave without telling. Aphrodite, love you. See ya. We just goofing. Problem, how does the ship rust in space? Pro, give me money. Space station humidity and planetary weather. Plants on board, facilitating, human breath? I don't know. It's... It's the oxygen from the inside, but it's not necessarily rust, usually, as it is, like, just, like, particles getting stuck to the ship. Sports like neo-football, religions like Reformed Christianity, concepts like gravity, even abstractions like hope or chaos have their own NFTs, traded as representations of their worth. It's a wild, speculative game, and I've been playing it cautiously, socking away earnings into low-risk stocks like oxygen and democracy. As the trailer drifts free, I climb the ladder to the hatch and the cockpit's roof, my boots clanging on the rungs. The hatch hisses open, revealing the access port to the cantina, a narrow tube lined with flickering lights. I pull myself through, weightless now that the ship's spin gravity is disengaged for docking prep. The cantina is a small, sterile room with a single table and a food dispenser that churns out gray protein mush. I'm about to sit when the intercom buzzes, shrill and insistent. Captain, assistant required, Unicept units 13571521538 offline. Ship's AI drones. I curse under my breath. The Unicepts, robotic workers that handle cargo storing, have a habit of freezing mid-task. I head to the maintenance bay where the master reset panels are located. Each 100 sections of the cargo bay holds its own reset. So I trudge through the ship, flipping switches from sections 1357 to 1438, then 1439 to 1538. As I work, my thoughts drift. The ship is a prison. If I had my own, I could choose my routes, my cargo, my life. I imagine a sleek vessel, not this clunky relic that's one bad day away from becoming my tomb. I would have said something like the ship was more micro-asteroids than metal at this point. True, Sean. That night, I'm jolted away by an alarm, red lights pulsing in my cryopod. The air feels thick, and the ship's AI reports high CO2 levels. A failure in life support. Groaning, I unstrap from the pod and stumble to the engine room, my head foggy from the abrupt thaw. The filtration system is a mess of pipes and gauges, and I suspect a grease clog or a depleted catalyst. I tinker with it, my hands steady but my heart heavy. If this ship fails, I'm done for. No one's coming to rescue a lone trucker in the void. As I work, I vow to get out of this life. I need my own ship, one I can trust. Repairs done, I return to the cantina, slumping into a chair to watch the news on the ship's grainy holoscreen. The crypto stock market is buzzing, but my investments, safe belts like water and education, haven't budged. Disappointed, I move to the computer terminal, pulling up new stock opportunities. The marketplace is a kaleidoscope of ideas, each with its own NFT. There's a stock for virtual reality, another for antimatter propulsion. I'm drawn to tech stocks, especially those that could disrupt my trade, folding space, faster than light travel, anything that might make trucking obsolete. That's when I see it. Stargate. A startup claiming that they can send physical matter through quantum tunnels, just as they've been done with data for centuries. The assumption is bold. Data travels faster than light. So why not cargo? Why not people? My pulse quickens. If Stargates work, my job is finished. No more decades-long hauls, no more cryosleep. But the tech is in its infancy, a penny stock with high risk and higher potential. I think of the AI revolution, how it faced backlash for centuries before rewriting history. Stargates could be the same. I poured half my savings into the stock, my fingers trembling as I confirmed the current transaction. It's a gamble, but I've got time. Decades, centuries, maybe millennia. This is the best AI yet? Well, that's good to know. Crypto stock market, weird that the AI didn't make that change. I don't know. Over the next few hauls, I watch the Stargate stock climb. It's slow at first, but prototypes are built and the tech gains traction. I'm cautious, investing in other stocks, quantum computing, biosynthesis, but Stargate is my obsession. Each time I wake from cryosleep, I check the market, my heart racing as the numbers pick upward. After a century, I've saved enough money to buy my own ship, a Slipper Class 5000. It's not perfect. Its deceleration method, moving the ship through the cargo trailer to reverse its thrust, is clunky and limits my routes, but it's mine. I name it Aurora, after the lights I saw as a boy on my home world, the aurora of a revelation. I take on better contracts, hauling rare isotopes and luxury goods. My investments grow and I automate the Aurora, then buy more ships, a Slinky Class 8000, with 12 engine compartments for rapid deceleration, opening new routes. Probably enough open source space stories, etc., that it isn't struggling with the tropes. The tropes are less complex than fantasy ones. True, Eggy. Same with cryosleep. Not that it matters, but again, it's an AI and it didn't make that change. Yep. Yeah. I take on... where are we? I hire captains, build a fleet, and soon I'm running a business. But the real money comes from Stargates. The tech is still experimental, but it's working in small-scale tests. The universe pushes back regulators, transitionalists, even shipping... magnates? 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 Like me? Shipping magnates? I have no idea. Like me fear its potential. I compare it to nuclear energy, suppressed by oil barons in the 20th century, Stargate to the future, and I'm all in. Centuries pass, and I'm no longer a trucker, but a businessman. I visit the Central Stock Hub, a glittering station orbiting a neutron star, where traders barter ideas like spices in an ancient market. My eye for tech, honed by millennia of watching trends, makes me a force. I invest in neural interfaces, dark matter harvesting, anything with promise, but Stargates remain my cornerstone. I'm invited to a showcase, a live demo of Working Gate. The crowd is electric, but the receiving end gate malfunctions, exploding in a shower of sparks. Investors panic, dumping their shares. I see it for what it is, a hiccup, like the first nuclear reactors that melted down. I buy the dip, becoming the majority investor. I buy the dip. Okay, I got it. Of all the things from this story, I'm stealing that. That is the wording I am looking for. I buy the dip. That's perfect. I love it. Sorry to bring in IRL, but Carney won and the conservative guy might even lose his seat. Magnate
Fabula
basically...
created my stream with 18 viewers.
What?
Welcome, Raiders,
What?
to the stream.
Fabulich! Holy shit, Fabulich! Thank you for the raid! Welcome, everyone! How is it going? We are reading a story that was made by AI, but it's actually pretty damn good, because then we're going to go back to my story, because it's giving me inspiration, and we got the inspiration we needed. Buying the dip. Yeah, everyone head over and give a follow to Fabulich. She's among one of the main people that I like circulate through and, you know, try to spend a little bit of time hanging out with. Spreading the joy and love of the writing community around. But thank you again so much for the raid. Welcome.
I heard you the first time.
True. Welcome, I'm Intoxication. I do writing from short stories to a novel, Final Fantasy novel that I'm working on, fucking around in chat and trying to talk about the most absolute serious topics that we possibly can, because we are as serious as it gets. So make sure that you're always using your head when it comes to being serious.
Pee poo peep fart burp pee poo start 1a 2a 3a 4a pee poo fart burp.
Just like that. We try to have as good of a time as we can here, guys. So, you know, tangents should be in bold, just FYI. I mean, let's say it was a 14-minute video and it was only 4 hours and 10-minute react. Right? It wasn't that bad. As the primary shareholder, I push for a spot on the beta test list. The local process is a maze petitions, hearings, bribes, digested as donations, but I'm accepted. The first Stargate network is small, 10 gates across key hubs. I sell my fleet, liquidate my assets, and buy a planet. A lush world I name Elysium. I turn it into a paradise resort with casinos, hotels, and a Stargate as its centerpiece. It's a magnet for the elite, and my wealth skyrockets. I buy an Aurora-class cruiser for personal use and build an underground bunker on Elysium, where I spend my days out of cryosleep, hunched over terminals, watching the market. The game consumes me. I'm addicted. Not to the money, but to the climb. The thrill of seeing the graph tick upward. I extend my waking periods, sleeping less, chasing the high of bigger numbers. Stargates evolve. That should actually be sleeping more. That's just the AI being weird. It should be, sleeping periods, waking less, chasing the high of bigger numbers. Because he's staying asleep longer, which allows the numbers to go higher, which gives him more elation, which means he sleeps for longer, and then the cycle continues. It would have been a half-hour react without the extra tangents. Not that I'm complaining. It's all fun. True, Sean, but that's what we're all about. That's what the editing process, and if you really want to see the reacts, then do get the edited versions on the YouTube afterwards, because I take all that bullshit out. I wake to silence. Wait, I'm not there yet. The game consumes me. I'm addicted not to the money, but the climb. Extended my sleep periods, waking less, chasing the high of bigger numbers. Stargates evolve, becoming commonplace, and my investment pays off 1,000-fold. I'm the richest man in the sector, maybe the galaxy, but it's never enough. I sleep for longer stretches, decades, centuries, waking to see how much higher the line has gone. I wake to silence. The bunker is dark, the air stale, my terminal is offline, and the cryopod's chronometer reads 167,432 AD. I stumble to the surface on my body frail, my joints aching. Elysium is a wasteland, its resorts crumbled, its Stargate shattered, an asteroid strike, maybe, or a war I slept through. The planet is abandoned, the sky's empty. I try the gate's manual controls, but no one answers. Desperate, I activate it, stepping into the unknown. The gate hums, and I'm pulled apart, reassembled somewhere else. It's a derelict station, its halls littered with debris. No one's here. My wealth, my empire, it's dust. I sink to the floor, staring at my withered hands. For millennia, I chased a line on a graph. And for what? I think of my family, long dead, and the boy I was, dreaming of the stars. I chose this loner life, and it's led me here, to a grave of my own making. I laugh. A dry, bitter sound. The universe doesn't care about my riches or my regrets. I'm Jervik Helsing, the man who bought a planet and lost his soul. And now, at the end, I'm just a trucker, stranded with nowhere left to haul. I am in need of sleep. Take care, y'all. Nighty-night. Alright, Fabulich. No worries. Have a good night. Thanks again for the raid. Really appreciate it. Yeah, so, like, other than, like, one thing messing up, that wasn't too bad. Right? So, in comparison, this is our story. And since we got the raid, we need a toke. So yeah, let me know what you think about this one. Because as Eggy said, I think this is single-handedly, even now, in its first draft, probably the greatest story I've written. And we're like halfway done writing the story, because I've been taking my time and using the things that we've gained from the past in order to reassess, like, how I write. And this is like the test to see how much we've evolved, essentially. Greatest is harsh, but tightest, definitely. Well, most structured, most thought through, most detailed, and has like an actual story with like multiple scenes as opposed to like a single scene that just has that great twist to it. So it's like, I feel like the twist isn't what's holding the story up or being the story, even though that's how the story started, which is the whole getting addicted to the stock market and stuff like that. And it's kind of just taken on a life of its own. So it's almost a completely different beast we're dealing with. Which is how I used to write short stories. But I didn't write very many of them. Like, the other one like this would be, like, the Between Sea and Sky, about the inspection of the space station and, like, faking all the space stuff and everything like that, and the conspiracy behind it. All right. The cockpit rumbled as the expansive hangar bay doors finally came to a halt. The sound of rattling switches in their sockets, levers vibrating as if they would flip themselves. Jervik gritted his teeth as the captain's chair felt like it would fall from its cradle. Bob's your uncle, Kirkstand 556677. Come in, please. Last out. 345611 stamp. The intercom buzzed to life with a staticky interface that felt like its own accent at this point. Jones, your aunt. Starmery 67799. Bay entrance 956. This is Kirkstand 556677. Hearing you loud and clear. Uniceps are engaged and ready for receiving. Last out 345667 stamp. The words bled from my mouth with muscle memory. A few seconds of delay passed before there was a response. Bob's your uncle. Come in steady. Landing. Struts are engaged. Last out 345723 stamp. With a few swift, effortless flicks of his wrist, the engines engaged at 5%. An error. The autopilot would not engage. Rolling his eyes, he flipped the switch a few more times before giving up. Bob's your uncle. Starmery 67799. This hunk of junk won't engage autopilot. Do I have permission to manual? Last out 345795. The line about its own accent goes hard. Yeah, I thought that too. Jones, your aunt. Kirkstand 556677. You have permission to manual. Last out 345846. Jervik lowered the chair into piloting mode and placed his left hand on the throttle, his right hand on the declination adjuster, and both his feet on the level adjuster. As practice endeavor, he slid the 5,000 by 3,000 meter metal masterpiece of structural engineering into its perfectly made bed. He pulled the throttle to zero quickly, moving his hand to the release switch, flipping it with a prayer in his heart. The holding arms on the trailer began to retract. Once again, the entire ship rang like a bell. Jervik unbelted himself with a sigh. He pressed himself out of the chair. He floated into the air and grabbed a hold of the ladder leading to a hatch in the roof. Now relieved that the landing had been successful, he entered the access port. The railing on all four of the walls were different colors. There was a label along the wall every 10 meters with rectangular color palettes and words over each color. Yellow was for canteen, orange for the cockpit, green for the engine, and blue for cargo. He reached for the yellow railing and followed it to the canteen. There was a single chair with a small table, almost like a TV dinner table. The table had a crease around the inside, outlining 4 different sized squares. Jervik sat down in the company's standard metal straight-back chair. He pressed on each of the squares and he lowered into the table to create separate compartments. Sides of the table had hoses connected to them that rumbled to life with a clicking sound sputtered to life. A type of ooze filled each of the compartments. Jervik took in a deep breath. The smell of salt and pork with mashed potatoes filled his nostrils. He closed his eyes, trying to imagine what it looked like before. The sound burst over the intercom, and Jervik threw his head back, shouting into the empty room. "Jervis Frick, man, I am eating!" He threw his fork at the intercom and placed his fingers on his forehead as he listened to the message. "Bob's your uncle, Kirkstand 556677. Come in, please. We request a reset on UNICEF Section 31357 to 1538. Remote override failing. Request manual local override. Last out 347054. Stamp." "Those damn robots never work," he said to himself as he stood up, staring back at his untouched meal. Another sacrifice to the company. As he traveled to the cargo bay, he calculated the best route to minimize his time to reset the Uniceps. Each section of 100 units had an override. He just needed the 3 from 1300, 1400, and 1500. He thought to himself how familiar he was with this ship as he drifted through the portholes, effortlessly finding his way into the maze. If he had his own ship, how long would it take for him to get this familiar with? He never cared about this ship. It was always just a piece of outdated junk. The best he could get his hands on in his circumstances. Its technology almost 3,000 years old. It did its job, and he was thankful for that. It had managed to keep him on a steady income. He wanted more, though. After 10 years of trucking, he had seen many of his peers move up into the business class. Those who did had died centuries ago. Having no trucking routes, they had no reason to cryostasis themselves. Jervik felt alone now. He had taken the longest routes, for sure, but he had imagined that they would have stuck around longer. He reached the first override and began the process of flipping the switch. The amount of safeties, straps, and plates he had to remove took over an hour to undo. Flip back, then redo. The first one had been a success. The hum of moving parts and latches clattering broke the silence. He was relieved, but who knew if the other two would work. When he had completed the resets, he stretched as best he could, holding the railing of the catwalk, looking down at the machines below, managing the cargo. Tired and wanting to rest, Jervik pulled himself over the cargo manifest data center terminal and began to look through the files, inspecting the future routes he would be taking, thinking of new routes he could take if only he had his own vessel. The first struggle would be learning a new style of ship. If he ever got the opportunity, he wanted a much faster ship. Size was no consequence as long as it had a hitch that could manage Unihal's demands. Blinking behind red-lined eyes and deep purple bags, Jervik collapsed as best he could into his bed unit. He fell asleep before even strapping himself in. Alert, alert, contaminant present, air quality below 20%, advise repairs on station 70, 5672, repeat message. The alarms brought him to sudden consciousness, his thoughts swarming together as his vision cleared. The red-strewn cabin flickered green, then blue, then back to red for several seconds before repeating the pattern intermittently with the message on the PA. He groaned, blinking against the light as he clambered for the railing and pulled himself towards the engine room. Could it be a grease clog in the dispensing unit of the filtration section? It had been 9 years without inspection. If there was a leak, that would be worse. Without proper parts, he would be stranded. Thinking about alternate scenarios as he made his way through the engine room, the steaming pipes and protruding valves, with a jumbled makeshift scaffolding leading the way through the maze, control panels with red and green lights flickering on and off. The CO2 levels were extremely high, meaning there was a problem with the chemicals mixed in the junction. He quickly made his way to the unit and inspected it for leaks. Everything was intact. He moved to the next possible problem. Soon, he was almost out of options. He stopped for a second and looked around at the hunk of mechanical death around him. Thought to himself this would be his coffin if he kept this up. Focus. The air is thinner. Your mind is wandering. Pay attention. What's the problem? He ordered himself as if he was an ensign again. He went through the safety procedures and checked the chemical mix boxes. They were below the recommended levels. The hose was pulling in air instead. He adjusted the box to press the hose into the liquid and watched the gauges above it slowly begin to normalize as the alarm stopped. He floated there, covered in sweat, wheezing for breath as he felt the comforting blow of air circulating, smashing his fist against the piping and instantly regretting it. He grabbed the railing and pulled himself along towards the canteen. He needed a good wind down after this. A message came over the PA. "Bob's your uncle, Kirkstand 556677. Are you good? Do you need assist? Detected life support failure. Please respond. Last out 235667 stamp." Thoughts rose in him as he shook his head. Worthless loaders. Probably only noticed because the flashing stopped. He smirked to himself. At least I'm not them. I move, and one day I'll have dreams. He sat down in the chair in the canteen and began flipping through the news channels and inspecting his logs for his investments. Over the last 9 years that he had been on this route, nothing had really changed. He had gained a slight boost, but it only pushed him to 43% of what he would need for even a basic ship of his own. It would be another 3 or 4 days before the Uniceps had the cargo tanker unloaded and reloaded, set for. He looked at his shipping log. Sternum 93, 94, 95, one of the oldest manned stations on the edge of the crystal cusp, the tail end of one wing of the galaxy. He rolled his eyes. A 13-year trip there. He turned off the news to look over his computer terminal for information on upcoming stock options pertaining to newly developing technology since he had last docked. The options were as limitless as ideas, words, sports, objects, religions, the accumulated value of the human species was tested in real time, thanks to the groundbreaking technology, which was his purpose of late, at least the last few hundred trips had been specifically for upgrading the outer and older stations with the quantum entanglement technology that allowed the central humanity AI to gather all information simultaneously, while also categorizing and analyzing the data to best adjust for human existence. The AI believes humans consider these 5 concepts above all else: quantum technology, coffee, sex, uranium-235, Sethism. Thus, they have been commodified into their own currency system, an NFT-based cryptocurrency that allows the NFT of a concept to represent the established backed value of that idea. It can then be used as a method of currency. This allows ideas to be shared and spread through the crypto stock. He had missed out on the rise of quantum technology. The others were way before even his time. When this ship was in its prime, the lead freighter, now it stumbled and limped behind like a fossil needing to be put out of its misery. In that moment, what flashed on the screen made him bring his head so close to the monitor that his nose crashed against it. The sting brought him back to reality as he read the words aloud. New emerging theory connects the principles of quantum entanglement of data sending and place it into the realm of physical objects. The idea was that you could send a ship anywhere in the galaxy instantly. It was unheard of. It would change everything. He scrambled to look at the date of the announcement and his heart sank. 8 years, 9 months old. 3 months after he left, it opened its stock options to the minimum bid. He looked at the numbers again and did some quick calculations. He could still do that, a relic of the past, using your head. He could afford to dump all of his other stock options into his startup company. It had been on the exchange for almost a decade and had lost 99% of its value. It was a pipe dream. People soon came to see that it was only a basic idea, not some grand technology that had been in the works. It had simply been proven to be capable via known laws of physics. The weight. That was one advantage he had over people. A few hundred years, that would be a few months. 4 at most. He didn't care anymore. He was going to invest everything he had before it was too late. He spent the rest of layover calculating the longest routes in his next shipping output in order to maintain the longest cryosleep periods for the next 150 years. With his one freedom, the choice of how to efficiently move all the products, he would break from the algorithm, and if his investment didn't pay off or the ship broke down, it wouldn't matter. Also, vice versa. With a refined confidence, Jervik retired to his cryochamber with a smile and a new hope for the future. He would dream of grand desires and a great new world being open to him. His new route would be 15 years, the shortest route for the next 20 or so destinations. He clambered out of the cryopod with a joyous, almost childish, giddy nature. He looked at the graphs of the stock, 1.2% increase. He could have jumped if there was gravity to do so. The next bunch of hauls went by like a rushing river, waiting for the inevitable push to the sea. His calculations had been on the lower end. His astonishment at the growth of the technology over the 150 years of the last hauls had sent him into a fervor. He realized he now had the money to buy his own ship. And now it was a normal ship. And not just a normal ship. He had his eyes on a specific Slinky class. He had already put out an offer for a few over the last decade. He had no responses as of yet, however. The maneuverability and the structural integrity of the ship, which was able to extend itself out using multiple engines to keep the pressure steady across the ship, enabling a significantly reduced time for deceleration due to the speed at which the ship can handle the stress of a truncated deceleration process. This would cut the time on his deliveries by about 40%. More deliveries, more money, more investment, more money. He would play the cycle and continue to monitor how the public viewed the Stargate technology. They had not wanted to accept it at first. He thought back to the histories of old Earth in the 21st century and the rise of the minor AIs at the time of the struggle of the people against the change that AI could produce, significantly altering the direction and speed of human technological development. With the ability to instantly travel anywhere with the Stargate technology, it would threaten a lot of business as well. This would be a good time to be able to dip out on a business-leased ship such as the Kirkstand 556677. He would even be able to name his new ship. The thought left him wondering, did he have something worth naming after? He had abandoned his family long ago. He never had a wife or any children. He had 2 brothers. He was the oldest. They always looked up to him. He could feel the weight of their reverence upon his shoulders. It had been a burden worth carrying, at least for the start. He had always been fascinated with wanting to see the edge of the galaxy and how far human civilization has been pushed. His family was accepting of his desire to be a trucker, They knew what it entailed and how it would affect them. They worried that their son did not truly grasp the concept himself, so it was not for themselves they pushed back, but for his own sake. They could see that, but at first it had been glorious. The gold fades after use, though, and that landed him in this predicament that forced him into placing all his eggs in one basket over the Stargate technology crypto stock. Now thousands of years have passed. If he had any relatives out there, it would be extremely hard to find them. The data reset over 2,000 years ago due to the implementation of the quantum AI. It is said to be a conspiracy by the upper governmental institutes of the Humanity Conglomerate United Association to press the past of crimes and the solving of immortality to keep them in control forever. Musings of fanatics no one truly took seriously. The fact they could figure out how to send data instantaneously anywhere in the universe once it was quantum entangled, but they couldn't figure out how to make it all compatible with old data sets. It did sound ridiculous, but it was a bureaucracy after all. There was no limit to the idiocy of its components. And that's where we are now. So we are at... yeah, the different docking scene showing the ship spinning for gravity prior to docking procedures. It's a deal to buy a ship, his last haul in company ship. So this is the last haul in his company ship that takes him to the maneuver. So let's see. Okay, let's go back and figure out exactly where we are before this tangent began. I don't think it really matters. GG. True. It's a good time. Poll whether Sean is inspecting eyelids. He should be, but did he say anything? Because he usually says he's got to feed the cats and inspect his eyelids. But maybe he fell asleep during the story because the story was so good. Or bad. Not yet, but I should. I should as well, but I kind of want to write at least a little bit. At least a little bit. Jesus. Sorry for the weirdness earlier. I was trying not to fan the flames, and I realized how much it spoils the tone. I mean, it is what it is. I mean, you can't expect every stream at every moment to always be awesome. There's gonna be friction. There's gonna be problems. You know, people and like we have new people joining the stream all the time, so it's hard to find what people's line is for like joking around, right? I believe now is the time for me to engage in my nightly eyelid inspection. I just know I'm going to find a fault in there somewhere. I can always hop off chat for a while if that helps. Hop off chat for a while if that helps. Keep searching, you'll find it one day. I mean, I don't feel like you should do that, Eggy. You should just be yourself in the chat. That's how I feel about it. And it's my chat. But it's completely up to you. I try to ignore him, but it seems to wind him up. Yeah, you can't even fucking ignore him. He's like, what, now you're ignoring me? Yeah, but dude, because like, you're just straight up being annoying. I don't know if, like, I'm worried I'm gonna have to ban him. It hurts my soul. And he's gonna be, this is like the create your own worst enemy arc of the streamer. Where it's like, the guy who considers himself your, like, longest and most dedicated fan somehow gets butthurt over something, turns against you, and, like, spends the rest of his life spreading shit about you. I'm not saying Valiant Boy is gonna do that, but I'm saying, like, that's funny because that's, like, literally a streamer arc. The vibe was so good at one point, too, where Sean and Levi were helping you build the tree background. Yeah, we were having great discussion with, like, how, like, because that's how I figure things out. I want... Is that a thing? Wait, you don't know? Hold on. Wait, you don't know? You haven't seen this? Wait, hold on. If you haven't seen this, I have to pull this up. I wonder if we can find it. No. Maybe it's just on, let's just go. Asmon's Reddit hater? Yeah, you're gonna get a lot of these. Damn, I can't believe I can't find it. I wonder if I can find it. Clip of Asmongold's editor calling out the Redditor who is posting all shit posts. Damn it, why can't I find it? But it's like, okay, it's a video that Asmon's editor did, and he found this guy, and it's this guy, and he's literally making, like, all of these posts in Reddit. Like, I really need to find this clip. Yes, this is it! This is it!
I woke up this morning, and so the first thing I did when I woke up is I made this tweet. There was an article. This is what's so crazy about me nowadays, right? You get people writing articles about me getting banned on a subreddit.
Maybe this
I
isn't
said
it?
that apparently, because my whole community got permanently banned on the Dragon Age subreddit, and then
Yeah, no, this is it. This is it. Okay, this
Said
is just how it
apparently the
starts.
moderators over there believe my subreddit has an inferior culture which justifies banning all of this, disgusting the level of racism that you can get away with on Reddit nowadays. And so I'm sitting here reading a lot of the comments, and these people are like actually so fucking mad. People actually thought that I thought that the Dragon Age subreddit was being racist. How do you do this? What are you doing?
Guys, hold on to your butts. I'm about to take you on an adventure. Now, you're probably thinking it's just a bunch of trolls not getting the obvious joke. Well, let me present to you one of the finest places on the internet, r/YouTube drama.
But editor, why would we care about some niche community talking shit?
Well, let me show you. See this name? Rings any bells? Probably not. Well, for the last year, this person has been creating about 90% of the Asmongold hate threads on Reddit and absolutely stalking his every move. Here's a quick show reel. And believe me, these are only a fraction of the threads he created just in the last year. I couldn't stomach digging deeper into his account. Why, you might ask? Well, let me show you what's going on inside the head of this individual.
But editor, why are all the previews of his Reddit threads blurred?
Well, you see, about half of this person's posts are about lollis and huge footers. Believe me, the first time I noticed this serial stalker, I couldn't believe my eyes. This person is in a constant state of flux, hate and gooning and hate, and when he can't goon, he hates even more. And also, that's 11 pages of Reddit threads that he created. That's about 275 threads in 3 weeks. Excalibur, I'm begging you on bended knees. Please, for the love of Christ, seek help. Back to you, Baldy.
Are people retarded now? I think that they're dumb. What's happening?
Fucking beautiful. Fucking beautiful. It's so good. Oh my god. Who hurt you, son? Good night, King. Night, Levi. Have a good one, good sir. Thanks for hanging out, man. Always a good time. Oh my fucking god. Gooning and hating and gooning. You just gotta goon and goon and goon and goon and goon and goon and goon. Okay. Ambitions were bold. Now he felt a sense of pride for himself that he escaped his that had escaped his grasp for so long. Trying to think of how to do this, because this is where it's like the ship is spinning, right? So it's supposed to show gravity right now. I think I can just show it and then explain that it's happened later. Because that's another thing, it's like to show something and then the reader will be like, wait, there's gravity? And it's like, oh, okay, that makes sense. Is he out of it yet, or is he still in it? Stretched. Unstrapped himself. Stepped out of the ball. Walking to Is Asmon rich? Yeah, Asmon's rich as fuck, dude. He is a multi-millionaire. He is a very, very smart individual. He owns many companies. If you did not know, I own a Starforge PC. This is the PC that I have. Starforge PC, best PCs in the universe. Hashtag no ad. But yeah, it is what it is. And then there's the look at, like, if you didn't notice, like, okay, let's look at Asmon's. And Asmon's been on a break. I'm hoping he's back today. I don't know when he's gonna be back, but let's look at. I follow way too many people. Here we go. So we've got 3.5 million subscribers, 5,000 videos, right? Let's see. 450K, 1.1 mil, 1 mil, 1 mil, 1 mil, 1.2 mil, 700K, 400K, 700K, 700K, 800K, 900K, 666K. Oh shit. 700K, 1 mil, 1.4 mil, 800. Like, this is all within 2 weeks. That's just one of his YouTube channels. And that's not even his stream. Which I'm wondering will be back because he's taking vacation and I'm so desperate! He is not monetized on Twitch, but he still gets subscriptions from people. He gets gifted subs, you know, people just showing, like, their support, basically. And Twitch Turbo. And from having that many viewers, you just, like, he got, like, $54,000 in, like, January. He was talking about it. It was, like, January, February, something like that. And he's like, if I had ads on my channel, there'd be a zero after that. Like $350,000 a month just from the stream, just from ads. Yeah, it's fucking crazy.
We will talk you and me about Eggy's bullying.
Walking to the cargo room, they don't do anything special either, to be honest, if you know what I mean. I don't understand what you mean by they. They don't do anything special? Who's they? I watch a few interesting guys
Continue
on
to
here
play the
that
I
are a
don't
bit
saw
more
you.
interesting and only have a few hundred followers. Guys like Charlie and Asmon. Oh yeah, no, it's purely a matter of scale. Like, they're like businessmen that like use every avenue possible, right? Like, they make well-produced content, but they just say fairly common sense things. Yes, but they also do other things, and that's kind of how like their following started, right? And it's about the presence that they have. Like, each of them have like 4 or 5 different YouTube channels, plus other YouTube channels that do stuff with their YouTube channels. They're both cultural phenomenons in the aspects of like how big they are and how like opposite of the coin they are, as well as like the stream themselves, like that. Like, you want to be on every avenue possible, right? Plus, they've both been on the internet for 20 years. They've had an internet presence for like 20 years in some way, shape, or form, right? So it's like, there are multiple reasons, and like, I'd say the number one reason why Asmon has so many viewers is because people look at the things that people say about Asmon and say, there's no way the guy says that. They go to his stream, they get hooked to watching Asmon. I know a guy that runs a Patreon book club, and he's making $3K a month from just that. Yeah, there's Patreon too. Like, there's so many different avenues to make. What you want to do is you want to make $1 from 50 different things. $1 a day from 50 different things. That's $50 a day. And then scale from there. because then you make $10 at 50 places, it's $500 a day. Then it's $5,000 a day. Then it's $50,000 a day. And then you're getting to, like, investment territory where it's like, yeah, that's true. I think Asmund and Charlie look like their audience too. Non-derogatory makes them relatable. Yeah, exactly. Like, not gonna lie, not the most attractive people, but that's okay. You don't have to be attractive, right? Like, the Asmund says, like, he looks like fucking Shakespeare, and he looks like the more a character is like characterized, like, the more it looks like him. Like, the more unrealistic, basically. Caricatured. Well, I mean, like, it's fucked up. Does that not, like, I know it's just like an illustration, of course, right? But it's like the facial features, especially the nose and the eyes. Ignore the balding or anything. It's fucked up, right? Like, it's really fucked up. But it's funny. The eyes and nose are identical. Yeah, it's just that it's like the skull structure of great thinkers. Like, that's what I think it is. It's the skull structure of great thinkers that have, like, there's something in their brain, right, that forces their skull into a different shape in, like, the most minute, tiniest way. That, like, you know, it's like activating their pineal gland. I don't know, but it's yeah, it's something. And if you'll notice, like, Eggy, one of the things you really have to do is, like, marketing, promoting, like, talking to people, getting into communities with people, and that's the best way to grow, is word of mouth spreads ridiculously fast when you have all those facets. Like, I go through multiple things on Twitter, I do multiple things on, like, at my work, I do things in the public, my friends, my family, like, you know, I do anything I can to try and promote myself. I go to other streams and I talk to other streamers, and I just try to cultivate a really good feeling and atmosphere and place where people can spread ideas and talk about things and not feel,
you were just two.
Or just feel like they're, you know, in a place that respects them, right? I have done 2 streams, but I have had 5 viewers both times because I hang out and chill so much with people. Yeah, exactly. It's like people, like, most of the stream that you're going to start off with is people are there for the person, right? Look at Socrates. He's hideous.
You are only 2.
The eyes, the eyebrows, and the nose, man. There's just something about that facial structure. Maybe we did the canteen. His stock. Terminal open to a new message. Someone had responded to his...
Hey Atox, I am asking a question. Can you answer?
Hello, Valiant Boy. Yes, okay. State your question again, Valiant Boy. You're only 2. Where is Smokey and Muffin? Is that your question?
Aw, thank you, bro. Finally.
Is that your question, Valiant Boy? You're only two. Where is Smokey and Muffin? Are those your questions? Guys, I don't think I'm high enough for this shit. Did you go and smoke one, Valiant Boy?
Yeah, bro, I am asking a simple question. You act like you don't saw me XD.
Yes, I was ignoring you, Valiant Boy.
I saw your game, brother.
Okay, but you're asking me... Okay, what do you mean by you're only two? First of all, you're only two. I don't understand what that means. Second of all, where is Smokey and where is Muffin? I have no fucking idea where they are. I don't keep track of them. I don't expect them to stay there for the entire stream. I have Muffin's stream open in the background as far as I know. So is Muffin still streaming? No, Muffin raided me. That's right, because this was Muffin's stream.
So why
Muffin
ignore
raided
that
me.
simple Q question?
Because I don't know, Valiant Boy. Because I think it's a stupid question, and I think you're trolling me. Like, why would I know where they are? That doesn't make any sense. Valiant Boy, breaking the fourth wall. I'm being serious. Breaking the fourth wall. Why would I know where either Muffin or Smokey are? They're probably asleep. They're probably doing their own thing. They're like, why are you asking that? It's so weird, bro. Like, I don't understand. Valiant Boy, because the question that you asked might as well have been rhetorical. And I'm trying to write this so, like, so you just say, I don't know, Valiant, instead of ignoring. Because you kill the vibe with a weird question constantly. Yes! Yes, Toe Connoisseur! You're doing it again, Valiant Boy. That's the kind of spirit we want, Valiant Boy. True. Tox isn't dog. Don't need to answer your clicked finger. Agreed, Toe Connoisseur. Like, I let you talk at 3? Wait, what, Valiant Boy? I'm so confused. I let you talk at 3. What does that mean? Like, I'm not even gonna get, like, 200 words in here, guys. Like, I really, 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 absolutely, really must really go to fucking bed. You are a narcissist or generally unstable. Sorry if rude. At Valiant Boy. Yeah, or he's just a massive troll who's, like, going past the limit. A question is, like, I fucking come to the stream and saying fuck you to everyone. That's... Yup, buddy. Alright. Well, I mean, Valiant, like, you're rude with me. No, Valiant Boy, it's called banter. It's called banter. It's called having fun. It's called fuck you. I thought you, of all people, would understand that.
I let you talk, DW.
You never make the conversation about the stream always about the self. That is a good point, Toe Connoisseur. He literally posted pictures of himself in the story chat. I mean, references to things are fine, but he's like, check out my music and this stuff. I mean, it's cool and all, but it's like, I don't mind. Bro, you talk about you're funny clown. Yes, Toe Connoisseur is funny. That's why I want him here, because he's entertaining. He knows his shit. He pops in every once in a while, has a good laugh.
Sorry for asking a question, guys.
It's just... You're just really being passive-aggressive, honestly, Valiant Boy. Like, I just want to cultivate a nice, chill, high place to fucking chill out and relax. But the vibe is just getting, like... You don't want me to get emotional, man. You don't want me to get emotional.
Because all I take on the face since 2 days.
Nobody cares about questions. It's just weird when you ask people shit like how old they are, then get abusive when they don't answer. Exactly, Toe Connoisseur. Eggy. Why, Valiant Boy?
Why do you think Eggy is against you?
Very simple question. Can you answer that question, Valiant Boy? It's the $1 million question. Valiant Boy. He's joking. We're all joking. It's not serious. If you don't want us to joke about some specific topic, then tell us, oh, that's my soft spot, don't make fun of that. And
I don't
we
care,
won't
it's not funny for me.
make fun of it. Haven't made a comment about you and you start asking me why I'm 29 and have no kids. I'm 33, I have no kids.
So STFU? If you can't understand that, it isn't a joke for me.
Well then, Valiant Boy, all I can say...
It's your problem.
No, Valiant Boy, it's your problem. Because if you can't take criticism and jokes, then this isn't the stream for you.
I listen you.
This... Val, you've moved from banter to vibe killer, and it's sad. Yeah, you were on my highest list there, Valiant Boy, because I couldn't tell if you were retarded, playing the meta, trolling, or all three of them. I'm like, I need to write a character based on Valium. His interactions are so interesting. But... not gonna go there. Senchu told you off for the same thing, Valiant Boy. Yeah, that sounds pretty bad, Valiant Boy, if you can get a Senchu to tell you off. She is the spirit of Gaia herself. The calmest and the chillest, the vibe and the chill, the flow and the glow and the chill. But some people, you push them. Okay, Valiant Boy, I'm gonna ask you right now.
What specific topic did Eggy make fun of that you do not want us to make fun of you for anymore? That is all ask.
All I ask. What did Eggy do to make fun of you that hurt you, that you don't want him to do again? And if you say make fun of you, that's not an answer. Because we all make fun of each other, just like this.
Bro, you want the whole chat? To pro. Intoxication ios a fucking cum dumpster fuck tard ass wipe who would eat his own ass fuck that bitch pussy hoe.
True. Even the sharp guy said I haven't said anything about Valium. Like, if you can't make fun of yourself, then you're not allowed to make fun of other people. If there's some sort of sensitive topic, tell people not to make fun of you for it. That's about as simple as communication as I could possibly get across. Got told off by Ascension for asking people for personal details, and a talks told you off for banning people. It's not the end of the world. You hurted me and you continued. Your jokes, Eggy at 29. It's really sad to see you can't understand that. About you, your attitude, so rude with me. Valiant Boy, but you're not giving an example. What's a specific example of what Eggy has done to you? Because you're just saying, he was rude to me. But you will say, I don't know, LMAO. I haven't mentioned anything about you. I was just ignoring you. Yeah, I was doing the same thing, Valiant Boy, because I wanted to ignore this situation so it's gone so I can write. It's a struggle. We're almost at 6 hours. We're not going to be able to play Schedule 1.
Stop, he can't understand, so I gave up XD.
But clearly not, because you're still talking about it, Valium. He inspected the... What would you call it? Nobody cares and it's very boring. 29, yo, whatever, Valiant Boy, it doesn't matter. Age is irrelevant. Look at Cute Muffin. Like, he's young as fuck, but he's popping off. He's a chess fucking goddamn master. Like, he's intelligent as fuck, and he's 14, dude. He's successful as fuck, and he's 14. Or 15, I guess, now. So it's like... Get your shit together. It has nothing to do with age. It's all about what you can do personally, and how you apply that to the things around you. That's why I'm really glad I got him to start streaming, because I know people will want to watch him, because he has a gift. Just DM me with this nonsense. Chat isn't for your weird tantrums. Yeah, again, Valiant Boy, if you have a problem, DM me. And don't expect me to reply to it while I'm on stream, either. Yes, I would consider this a tantrum, Valiant Boy. You are distracting the entirety of the stream because of your attitude. And you wanting attention, when we were just trying to ignore you. But the more we ignored you, the more you use the TTS. Since you started spamming your tantrum, the viewers dropped from 18 to 11. Same after you banned Toe, it went from 8 to 4. Exactly. And it's seriously giving a bad vibe to me and the community. So, there is only one other step here, Valiant Boy, and I don't want to take it. But if you continue with this attitude tomorrow, I will ban you in chat. Because I'm not dealing with this tomorrow. Tomorrow's my fucking weekend. I'm not dealing with this shit. Just don't fucking talk about it. What would you call, like, the log? Like, I haven't made a joke about you. Sharp read all the messages and proved it. Yeah, true, Eggy. I even went through the messages, too. Like, there was nothing there. The only person who said anything was Toe, and Toe said, I don't respect you, bro. Which is totally fair, because why would he respect a random person in chat? It makes sense. I mean, yeah, it's kind of rude, sure, but, like, it's the truth. I mean, at this point, I'd say I respected you, Valiant Boy, but you're definitely losing my respect. and again, I just think that you're just trolling. Or I haven't given you a single example. You haven't given us a single example. Exactly. You before me, don't worry. What? I'm so confused, Valiant Boy. He inspected the... Like, what would you call the... Like a log? Like, of, like, what... Like, the ship's, like, stats? Like... Like, the details. The ship's details. What would you call, like, a... Like... Because, like, he got the message that someone responded that he wants to buy the ship schematics. Jesus Christ, this is how tired I am. I can't even think of these fucking easy words. He inspected the ship's schematics. And inspected the ship's schematics. Slinky class, 5,000, 12 engines, and 13 compartments with a 12 engines and 13 compartments with deceleration capability of 1.2%, whereas Kirk Stand 556677 was a 46%. This indicated the time during the flight, during the travel time where the deceleration process would need to be started in order to successfully and safely slow the ship down. I'm like, how do I introduce the name? Could you change song, please? It sounds like souls screaming in a vortex. Oh, that's exactly what it is, bro. That's literally, it's Diablo 1 music. Let's try. There. That should do it. It's putting me on the edge. Just change it up a bit. There we go. Look at the cargo log. Studying its household. Another piece of shit. Thanks, it was genuinely making me a bit weird. Well, yeah, it's really fucked up music, right? That's kind of the whole point for it. Maybe it was amplifying the effects of the stream, but unfortunately, like, I really have to go to bed. It really sucks to kind of end on that note, like 2 days in a row. But yeah, if he comes in tomorrow and he says anything, I'm banning him. Because I'm done. Like, I don't mean anything. I mean, if he brings up this subject. I don't care if he talks. He can talk. He just can't bring up this subject. You did fine, Eggy. It's all good. Like, you have no idea how much I just wanted to lay into him and just, like, completely go fucking handballs to the walls. But I'm like, no. Just gonna ignore. And literally, the more you ignore him, the worse it gets. That's the worst part. Like, I'm just not gonna read his messages anymore. Maybe he'll get the point. And then he starts spamming. You're building something here. And it's so sick. That's kind of... I mean, I'm trying my best, Eggy. It's... I think it's being successful. Like, whatever I'm doing, let's just say, I think has proven for itself that in some way, shape, or form, whatever the hell I'm doing is working. Defo is. Nothing is scratching the itch like your streams. Good to hear. But yeah, look. Like... It's just... insane growth. Like... It's fucking crazy. I love it. I'm so excited to have a community like this that's, you know... I can interact with, because like I said, it definitely has nothing. There's nothing like having people that actually are on like the writing spectrum, not like autism or anything, but like, you know, creativity. There are people that just don't have, like, I say these ideas, they roll their eyes and say, okay, cool. But then you guys, like Sean, for instance, is throwing ideas back at me like, oh, I never thought about it that way. Like, Sharp's asking us, oh, how do you think this is? And I'm like, this is exactly what I do to people. So it's like, we've got some good shit here, and it's like, the writing community in general is like, if you look at the writing community on Twitch, it's actually growing in size. And there's a lot more people coming out of the woodwork and stuff, and I think the community in general, at least from my experience, and what I've seen from other streams and everything, from other people's experience, it seems just a good community. A lot of good people, all the viewers go between each other, everyone loves writing and sharing their work and trying to perfect their stuff and get better, you know? So, I really enjoy it. But I can't believe this stayed on my hand. This has been on my hand since 1:35 today. There was a kid, like a little kid, and I gave him a sticker, and it was 2 stickers, and he said, "You have one," and he put it on my hand, so I've had it on my hand ever since. It stayed. One of those things. I'll go into work tomorrow, and it'll still be on my hand. So nice that we're able to give stickers out like that. Definitely, there's a niche and you have a personality and likability for it. I mean, that's what people say. I mean, I think I'm overbearing and, like, annoying and, like, too much for people. But, I mean, if we're all like that, then it's all good, right? And if you can handle people that are like that, it's all good. And like I said, it's all about cultivating that community, right? Looking for those kinds of people that share your interests and get along, especially with the idea of fuck you. And that's another thing that I'm just gonna say this again. How Valiant Boy says fuck you all the time. That's what this is all about. You need to be on stream, I think. We're not here to watch a quiet mouse on stream. Yeah, I'm like, there's so many people that just don't like really interact or anything like that. But I will say that I spent the first 6 months of streaming. Like, if you go back and you look at, like, old... Like, let's go back. Let's do an experiment. Let's just go back. And let's look at... something from 7 months ago. This game was fucking amazing, though.
Damn. Let's go in the cave, see what's in the cave. Can't go in the cave.
I only got to chapter 3, though. I still have to beat the game. I bitched out. I couldn't beat the fucking Act 3 boss. But I had a terrible build.
There we go. Now we have the final one.
So it's like I tried, right? But now we're here. We got all this shit in the background. We got everything set up. You're like a rabbit in the headlights. Yeah, I just don't know what the fuck to do. I'm just like, oh, and I'm like so nervous. And I'm like, I want to keep talking even though there's someone, like there's no one there. There's no one watching. But it's still like, you know. But then once we moved completely out of video games into the writing section, it landed. Like people say, you're a fucking writer. And I'm like, I guess I am, man. I just have the ideas. It's a good time. But it is, of course, that time. Because it's almost 7 o'clock. I still have to eat. Nice one, bro. Yeah. I still have to eat. And... yeah. So, like, make food. If you ever need me to dip or whatever to make chat calm down, just let me know. Oh, I would never do that, Eggy. I'd let the chat get out of the fucking hand just as fucking bullshit. I'd rather sacrifice everyone than sacrifice one person. Which is why I just don't want to ban Valiant Boy. But when he is clearly just can't deal with it, that's a different story. Right? Quote of the day. I only need half my wits to be a match for you. And with that, remember everyone, if you can't say fuck you to your friends, who can you say fuck you to? Fuck you! Alright, let's find someone to raid, guys. Who we raiding today? Let's go. Raid, raid, raid. Does anyone have suggestions for a raid? Okay, let's see. People that I am following in the writing category, because I'm following way too many people. This one seems new, but is this English? No, that's a big problem. A lot of the big sections, like the biggest sections, like the guy who gets like the main guy I've seen in the writing section, he gets like 500 to 600 viewers. He is Spanish. I've checked his stream out a couple of times. Seems interesting, even though I have no idea what the fuck he's saying. Ooh, there's this person. Okay, so we have a couple options. Let's just turn this off. There's Cause. Do you guys want to go see a Japanese guy? I might have found her though through one of your raids though. Krista Walsh author. Maybe, I don't know. Let's find out. Are they live? Dude, they just, yeah, no, they just went live. Good call, bro. They just went live. I remember her. Great start to the fucking day, guys. Great start to the fucking day. Okay, that's a way to end the stream.